Chapter 1526. In the serene corpse impasse, that's Brother Zhu's voice. Did something happen to him inside? Kanan asked worriedly. Should we go in and take a look? Getha asked softly. Old Yen shook his head and said, Lord Zhu said that we can't go in and disturb him for 3 days. Let's wait. Kanan and Gatha looked at each other and nodded. In the boundless sea of knowledge, the moment Xiao He retracted his claws, Zhuowen fell to the ground and fainted. The pain caused by the 9-turn golden split runes is comparable to the cruelest torture in the world. This kid actually managed to endure it. That's amazing. Chang Huang landed beside Zhuowen and took out the Fushi cauldron. Waves of black energy wrapped around Zhuowen as he sighed. At that moment, on Zhuowen's chest, a golden rune was shining with a mysterious brilliance. This rune was the first turn of the 9-turn golden split runes. Upon closer inspection, the rune on Zhuowen's chest was emitting a golden brilliance. It was like a vein that spread around Zhuowen's body. The golden rune was like a heart that was transmitting some kind of mysterious power. Zhuowen's saint body started to transform under the influence of the golden rune. It kept transforming toward the great success saint body. That Lowe's is right. The 9-turn golden split runes and the myriad Tao indestructible divine body complement each other. Just the first turn of the golden rune can make this kid's saint body transform, Xiao He said in surprise. Chang Huang chuckled and said, if he cultivates the 2nd and 3rd turns of the golden rune, this kid's lesser success saint body will transform into a great success saint body. The effect of the golden split runes is terrifying. The 9-turn golden split runes are too harsh. The first turn of the golden rune already made this kid want to die. If he cultivates the 2nd and 3rd turns, won't he die from the pain? Xiao He said as he glanced at Cheng Huang. The moment Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, he saw Kanan, Gatha, and Loza's worried faces. Behind the 3 of them stood 2 old men. Zhuowen was no stranger to these 2 old men. They were Old Yen and Old Song. Brother Zhu is awake. Kanan shouted Qin when he saw Zhuowen wake up. Even Gatha and Lo's looked was relieved. Huh, I fainted? Zhuowen struggled to prop himself up, only to discover that he was lying on a bed. Studio Zhua studio. Zhua studio. Zhua studio. Thank you, Master Zhua, for risking your life to save me. This old man is unable to repay you. Please accept this old man's bow. Suddenly, Old Song hurried to Zhuowen's bedside. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Zhuowen. His face was filled with gratitude, and his voice was filled with excitement. Of course, Zhuowen could hear a trace of guilt in Old Song's voice. Obviously, he thought that Zhuowen's fainting had something to do with expelling the curse in his body. Zhuowen rubbed his nose. His fainting had nothing to do with Old Song. In other words, expelling the curse in Old Song's body was a piece of cake for Zhuowen. The main reason he fainted was the 9-turn golden split runes. Zhuowen could not help but feel absent-minded when he recalled the heart-wrenching pain. The pain of the soul was hundreds or thousands of times greater than the pain of the body. Even though Zhuowen had a strong will, he didn't want to experience it again when he recalled the pain and trauma on his soul. The first turn of the golden runes was successfully drawn. Just as Zhuowen was absent-minded, he was surprised to find that in his sea of consciousness, in the chest of his soul, an inexplicable golden rune was constantly flashing. There was a mysterious power in this golden rune. This power passed through Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and went deep into Zhuowen's body, causing the saint body in his body to resonate. It was this resonance that Zhuowen could clearly feel. Under this resonance, his saint body was transforming and strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. This 9-turn golden split runes really has the miraculous effect of strengthening the saint body. Zhuowen's eyes shone as he could not help but whisper in surprise. Seeing that Zhuowen was in a daze, Elder Song thought that Zhuowen was still worried about the matter of him fainting. He couldn't help but feel even more guilty. He bowed from afar, bending his waist 90 degrees, and said with shame, "Young Master Zhuo, please don't blame this old man. This old man didn't think that young master would faint." Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "I do not blame you. It was purely an accident that I fainted this time." Seeing that Zhuowen really had no intention of blaming him, Elder Song breathed a sigh of relief. "You guys go out first." "I just woke up and need to rest," Zhuowen suddenly said. Old Song and Old Yen looked at each other and nodded. They immediately left the room with Kanan and Gatha. As for Lowe's, he did not move. Although Old Song and Old Yen wanted to say something, they hesitated. Lowe's aura was very terrifying. They did not have the courage to speak to such an expert. After Old Yen and the other three left the room, Lowe's stared at Zhuowen and said in disbelief, "Kid, you have the aura of the first turn of the golden runes on your body. Were you trying to cultivate the 9-turn golden split runes?" Zhuowen shrugged and said, "Otherwise, do you think a mere demonic saint curse could make me faint?" "As expected, but did you succeed?" Lowe's asked expectantly. Zhuowen smiled, and a ray of golden light gushed out from his chest. This ray of golden light continued to draw a golden rune through a mysterious path. A vast aura leaked out from this golden rune, causing Lowe's pupils to shrink. "You really succeeded. Teacher Lawrence really did not choose the wrong person." Lowe's stared at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. "I was just lucky," Zhuowen said with a dry laugh. Lowe's shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with luck. I can only say that your willpower is really beyond my expectations. If you can successfully cultivate the second and third turns, I'm afraid your saint body will directly transform into a great success saint body." Zhuowen had a bitter smile on his face when he heard this, and he said, "The first cycle was already enough to make me want to die, let alone the second and third cycles. At the very least, I don't intend to cultivate the 9-cycle gold split rune for now." Zhuowen had just walked out of the gates of hell. How could he try it again? At least for now, Zhuowen would not consider trying the 9-turn golden split runes again. Lo smiled and said, "You should have a good rest first. In a few days, Kanan and Gatha will prepare to go to the depths of the ravine to break the curse in the ravine. At that time, you will come with us. After dealing with the Jia family's matters, we will go to the southern barbarian." Zhuowen nodded, and Lowe's immediately left the room. 3 days later, Zhuowen opened the door. Kanan, Gatha, and Lowe's were waiting outside. Behind the three of them, Elder Yen and Elder Song stood quietly. "Today, we will go to the ravine. Although your strength is not bad, you should still be careful. The demon saint in the ravine was very powerful when he was alive. The wisp of resentment left behind is also very powerful and terrifying," Elder Yen said cautiously. Zhuowen came in front of the 5 people. He looked at Elder Yen and asked, "I once heard from Kanan that the reason why the Jia family does not leave this place is to protect something in the ravine. What is it that you are protecting?" As soon as he said this, Elder Yen and Elder Song's expressions changed greatly, but they did not speak. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This time I am helping the Jia family out of respect for Kanan and Gatha. Moreover, I don't need any compensation. However, you should at least tell us some things. Otherwise, it will seem too insincere." Elder Song's eyes flickered. He sighed softly and said, "This matter involves our family's ancestral teachings. If young Master Zhui can swear not to tell anyone else, I will tell you." Elder Yan's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but Elder Song stopped him with a look. He could only stay silent. After Zhuowen swore, Elder Song said in a low voice, "Young Master Va, have you heard of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground?" Nether Corp's forbidden ground? Zhuowen was confused. This was the first time he had heard of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. However, Xiao He and Cheng Huang in his sea of consciousness were in an uproar. Nether Corp's forbidden ground? Is the Nether Corp's forbidden ground going to appear again? Xiao He screamed. Although Cheng Huang didn't say anything, he also wore a solemn expression as if he had encountered something extremely shocking. What is the Nether Corp's forbidden ground? Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked Xiao He. Xiao He shook his head and said, "We will talk about this later. This Dragon Lord is not sure if the Nether Corp's forbidden ground that Elder Song mentioned is the same as the one I know. You should listen to him first." Zhuowen looked at Elder Song and shook his head. "I have never heard of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground." Not only Zhuowen, but even Kanan and Gatha were confused. Lo's was not from this world, so it was even more impossible for him to know. The Nether Corp's forbidden ground has disappeared for 10,000 years. No wonder you don't know about it. If it weren't for the ancestral teachings, even we wouldn't know what the Nether Corp's forbidden ground is. Elder Song smiled bitterly. Is the Nether Corp's forbidden ground what Jia clan is guarding? Zhuowen asked curiously. Elder Song shook his head and said, "The Nether Corp's forbidden ground is a world of its own. How can Jia clan guard it? What Jia clan guards is only a small crack in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground to prevent the dead from coming out. As for the origin of the serene corpse extremity, it can be said to be earth-shattering. All of you should know that there was a great calamity 10,000 years ago. During that calamity, countless saints had fallen, including immortal saints. In the end, even the gods came out. The battlefield of that world-shaking calamity is the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. Countless corpses of experts are buried in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. After the world-shaking calamity passed, the battlefield became a world of its own. It was called the Nether Corp's forbidden ground by later generations and disappeared from the heavenly armor continent. No one knows the exact location of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground." At this point, Zhuowen and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the Nether Corp's forbidden ground to have such a shocking origin. It was actually the main battlefield of the world-shaking calamity 10,000 years ago. Chapter 1527. A God was buried here? The faces of Zhuowen and the others changed slightly. They could not believe it. A God was an existence that surpassed a saint. Such an existence was beyond the shackles of the entire heavenly armor continent. In other words, a god died in the great calamity 10,000 years ago? Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He was inexplicably shocked. A god, even in his heart, was a supreme existence. Such an existence only existed in legends. How could they not be shocked that such a terrifying existence had been buried in the Nether Corp's extremis? Is there a crack passage to the Nether Corp's extremis in the gully? Zhuowen asked. Yes, the crack passage has always been sealed by our Jia clan. If it is not sealed, the dead from the Nether Corp's extremis will pass through the crack and directly appear on the heavenly armor continent. This is not a good thing for the heavenly armor continent, Elder Song said. The yin and yang were separated. If the dead from the Nether Corp's extremis came to the heavenly armor continent, it would cause quite a commotion. Moreover, the dead buried in the Nether Corp's extremis were not simple. It was no wonder that the Jia clan was so nervous. Let's go. Let's go into the gully and take a look. If possible, let's eliminate the demon saint's resentment in the gully first, Zhuowen said. Thus, the 6 of them made their preparations and left the underground world under the gazes of many members of the Jia clan. The curse in the gully is at its weakest during the day. This is the best time to enter the gully, Elder Song said at the edge of the gully. Let's go. Let's enter the gully. Zhuowen did not waste any time. He summoned the 4 bronze chariot. After everyone entered the chariot, he directed the chariot to enter the gully. The gully was very deep. At a glance, one could not see the bottom. Powerful creatures often attacked from both sides of the gully. However, the 4 bronze chariot was a profound saint artifact. Those creatures did not even touch the chariot before they were crushed into a bloody mist by the powerful Saint Aura. Elder Song and Elder Yen clicked their tongues when they saw the scene. They looked at Zhuowen with even more respect. Although the young man before them was young, his strength was extremely terrifying. In the hands of this young man, he could probably crush the two of them to death with a casual pinch. Rumble! The 4 bronze chariot quickly landed at the bottom of the gully. The bottom of the gully was pitch black, and the thick and terrifying curse power was like a cloud of smoke, spreading throughout the entire gully. Be careful! The air at the bottom of this gully contains the power of the curse. Don't inhale it into your body, Zhuowen said cautiously as he got off the chariot. Jia Nan, and the others nodded. They held their breaths and followed Zhuowen down the war chariot. Zhuowen, this ravine is huge. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the demon sage's corpse, Lowe's whispered. Since the fallen demon saint's resentment was in the gully, it meant that the demon saint's corpse was also in the gully. If he wanted to expel the resentment, he would naturally have to destroy the demon saint's corpse. However, Zhuowen looked at Elder Song and said, Elder Song, where is the cracked passage in the nether corpse extremity that you mentioned? Young Master Zhua, do you mean that the demon saint is hiding near the cracked passage in the nether corpse extremity? Elder Song asked in surprise. It's possible. Since the demon saint has fallen, it means that the demon saint is already dead. The nether corpse extremity is a paradise for the dead, so the demon saint's corpse must be nearby, Zhuowen said. Elder Song and Elder Yen looked at each other. They both thought that Zhuowen's words made sense. Everyone, please follow me. Elder Song and Elder Yen walked in the direction of the gully, while Zhuowen and the others followed closely behind. Whoosh! As they went deeper into the gully, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the surrounding curse power was getting denser. Elder Song and Elder Yen, who were leading the way, felt the pressure and their footsteps became extremely slow. With a thought, the first transformation golden rune on Zhuowen's chest burst out with golden light. It soared into the sky, and a huge golden rune appeared above his head. As soon as the golden rune was formed, the surrounding curse power immediately dissipated with a shrill whistle. Elder Song and Elder Yen, who were leading the way, felt the pressure on them lessen, and their footsteps became much faster. The 2 old men cast a grateful look at Zhuowen and continued to lead the way. This is the cracked passage entrance in the nether corpse extremity. The 2 old men stopped in front of a huge cave and turned to speak to Zhuowen and the others. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the cave in front of him. The cave was surrounded by piles of white bones, and the passage leading to the depths of the cave was bottomless. What a dense, deathly aura! Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could feel an extremely shocking, deathly aura in the cave. This cave is the cracked passage that leads to the nether corpse extremity. According to our Jia clan's legend, entering this cave is a matter of life and death. Even a saint might not be able to return after entering. Elder Song walked to the entrance of the cave and looked up and down. He then turned around and smiled. Fortunately, the seal that our Jia clan placed here is still intact. The demon saint's corpse and resentment should not be here. Rumble. However, Elder Song's smile only lasted for a moment. A muffled, thunderous sound came from the cave. Then a huge black shadow appeared in an instant and swallowed Elder Song with its bloody mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of a monster chewing resounded in the spacious cave. After swallowing Elder Song, the huge black shadow's upper and lower jaws moved as if it was eating. The monster had a forked horn on its head like a deer's. It had a red mane from its neck to its back. Its scales were dark brown, and the scales from its waist to the back were inverted. Its legs were like a flood dragon's, and its front end was very wide. The monster spat out wisps of illusory gas from its mouth. When the gas was spat out, it revealed all kinds of illusions. Most of these illusions were pavilions and towers. They were luxurious like no one had ever seen before. From the windows, One could see nobles in luxurious clothes moving about. Their postures were beautiful and stunning. Moreover, these illusions differed from person to person. Even if one was looking at the same illusion, there would be differences in the details in different people's eyes. This is the ancient fierce beast Qi. This Qi has the ability to create all kinds of illusions. The seal of the cave that we saw earlier was intact. I'm afraid it was an illusion. Xiao He could not help but exclaim in the sea of consciousness. Elder Song. From the moment the Qi appeared to the moment Elder Song was swallowed, only a moment had passed. Jia, Nan, and Gatha did not even have time to react. By the time they did, Elder Song had already become a meal in the Qi's stomach. Elder Yen was relatively far away from the cave, so he was spared. However, after seeing Elder Song's fate, Elder Yan's face turned pale. He quickly fled the cave and returned to Zhuowen and the others. Unforgivable. You deserve to die 10,000 times for killing Elder Song. Gatha's beautiful eyes were gloomy as a murderous intent surged out. It was hard to imagine that the usually gentle and amiable Gatha would reveal such a murderous expression at this moment. It was obvious how heavy of a blow Elder Song's death was to her. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying snowstorm appeared behind Gatha. Within the snowstorm, a towering figure walked over step by step. Every step caused the ground to tremble and the entire ravine to tremble. Kill! Gatha spat out these words. The huge figure was like a whirlwind as it swept towards the Qi. Then the figure reached out with both hands, grabbed the Qi, and exerted force. Awoo! The Qi let out a miserable shriek. Immediately after, under the huge force, it collapsed into countless pieces of blood. As expected of the heavens' wrath armored spirit, its strength is terrifying. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Xiao He had already said that the heavens' wrath armored spirit on Gatha's body was extraordinary. Now that Gatha had become a martial saint, the heavens' wrath armored spirit on her body had become even more terrifying. The Qi had been killed by her in one move. After the Qi's death, Zhuowen realized that the scenery of the cave had changed. The cave before them was no longer as neat and orderly as before. The cave was severely damaged, and the seal of the cave had long disappeared. What we saw just now should be an illusion spat out by the Qi. The seal of the cave has long been broken. The Qi should be the resentment of the fallen martial saint. Its true form should be the Qi that specializes in illusions. Lo said seriously. Elder Song is dead, and the seal of the cave has been broken. I wonder if there are any dead people in the serene corpse extremity who will come to our side through the crack. If they do, we will be in big trouble, Old Yen said with a pale face. Is there any way to seal the crack in the serene corpse extremity? Zhuowen asked. Yes, there is. However, this method is very dangerous. The old ancestor of my Jia clan once left behind a scroll. Within this scroll, there is a seal that can directly seal the crack. However, this seal can only be used to enter the depths of the cave and seal the crack. However, it is too dangerous because no one knows if a powerful dead person will come out from the crack. You might be attacked by the dead person while you are sealing the crack. At that time, you will die without a burial place. Old Yan's body trembled as he spoke. He was extremely afraid as he recalled the teachings of his clan's ancestors. I will go. After all, this is a matter of our Jia clan. Old Yan, pass the scroll to me. Jia Nan suddenly walked out and said seriously, Young Master Jia Nan, you can't do that. You and Miss Gatha are the hope of our Jia clan. Nothing can happen to you. I am already so old and have lived long enough. Let me go. Old Yan shook his head. He had finally suppressed the fear in his heart. He took out a scroll from his spirit ring and planned to enter the cave. There is no need to argue. Pass the scroll to me. I will go in. Suddenly, Zhuowen appeared beside Old Yan. He reached out with his right hand, and the scroll immediately appeared in his hand. Then, Zhuowen quickly rushed into the cave. Big brother, Shua. Jia, Nan, and Gatha's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to follow him in, but Lowe's blocked their way. Zhuowen has instructed that he can go in alone. The two of you should not interfere. Chapter 1528. The iron coffin. Before obtaining the scroll and entering the cave, Zhuowen had secretly sent a voice transmission to Lowe's, asking him to stop Kanan and Gatha from acting rashly. Kanan and Gatha both took a few steps back. Lowe's had a saint physique. If he really wanted to stop them, Kanan and Gatha wouldn't be able to break through Lowe's body and enter the cave even if they used all their skills. Xiaohei, is what you said true? Was Fuxi really in the serene corpse forbidden ground? Zhuowen quickly walked into the depths of the dark tunnel. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission in his heart. Previously, when Elder Song mentioned the serene corpse forbidden ground, Xiaohei and Cheng Huang had both turned pale with fright. Later, after Qi died and Elder Yen took out the scroll, Xiaohei urged Zhuowen to take it and enter the depths of the cave. The reason was that Fuxi, who had disappeared back then, was very likely to be in the serene corpse forbidden ground. I'm not too sure. Fuxi's disappearance back then was too strange. His aura in the heavenly armor continent completely disappeared. I originally thought that Fuxi might have gone to that place to ascend, but now that I've heard about the serene corpse forbidden ground, I think it's more likely that Fuxi is here, Xiaohei said in a low voice. Cheng Huang fell silent, which was rare. However, Zhuowen could feel the excitement in Cheng Huang's heart. As the artifact spirit of the Fuxi cauldron, Fuxi could be said to be the master who gave Cheng Huang life. He was like a father figure. Elder Song said that the serene corpse forbidden ground is a place where the dead are buried. If Senior Fuxi is there, doesn't that mean? Zhuowen didn't continue. His meaning was very clear. If Fuxi was in the serene corpse forbidden ground, he would also be a dead man. Zhuowen, that's where you're wrong. Living people can actually live in the serene corpse danger ground. That's because not only are the dead buried here, there are also people who are about to die, Xiaohei suddenly said. People who are about to die? Zhuowen was a little surprised. The so-called people who are about to die are experts who are seriously injured. In order to stop their injuries and prolong their death, they will bury themselves in the serene corpse forbidden ground. Normally, those who choose to do this are the supreme and powerful saints, and only when they have no other choice would they choose to bury themselves. After all, being buried in the nether corpses extremis for thousands of years might not be able to come out. The restrictions inside are too great. At this moment, Cheng Huang's eyes were filled with confusion. He said, when the Fuxi cauldron shattered all those years ago, I was forced to separate from it and fall into a deep slumber. Although I don't know exactly what happened after that, I do know that Master was heavily injured. Back then, the best choice was to find the serene corpse forbidden ground and find a place with good feng shui to bury yourself there. That way, you could stop your injuries from worsening and increase your lifespan. Zhuowen was rather unsettled after hearing that. The serene corpse forbidden ground was not simple. A place with good feng shui could actually increase one's lifespan by a certain amount. This was basically fighting against the heavens. It was a heaven-defying act. So, you want me to enter the serene corpse forbidden ground? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Old Yen and Old Song's expressions changed at the mention of the serene corpse forbidden ground. Coupled with the ancestral teachings of the Jia clan, it was clear that the serene corpse forbidden ground was definitely not a good place. Xiaohei and Cheng Huang glanced at each other. In the end, they both bowed and said, Zhuowen, this matter involves Fuxi, so I hope you can help us. Of course, the serene corpse forbidden ground is not a good place after all. If there is any danger, leave and seal the crack. What do you think? Zhuowen furrowed his brows. After pondering for a moment, he said, Then I'll go in and take a look. But, just in case, I've decided to use a puppet to enter the serene corpse forbidden ground. The treasure vault of the Blue Dragon Palace contained treasures that Taoist Songlong had collected over the years. Among them, there were some puppets that were specially used to arrange troops. It was too risky for Zhuowen to enter the serene corpse forbidden ground himself. It was better for him to use a wisp of his mental strength to control the puppet. Yes, you can use the puppet to enter the serene corpse forbidden ground. You can predict in advance what is inside. It would be best if you can find Fuxi, but if you can't, then there's nothing you can do. Cheng Huang and Xiao He said in unison. Then it's decided. After making up his mind, Zhuowen suddenly sped up. After an hour, he arrived at the end of the cave. However, to Zhuowen's surprise, the end of the cave was not a black rock wall, but a huge bronze door. The bronze door was dozens of feet high. On both sides of the door were carvings of the two death gods, Oxhead and Horseface. Both of them were staring at each other with their huge eyes. They looked extremely terrifying. However, the bronze door was not complete. There was a crack in the middle of the door. The crack was inconspicuous, but wisps of black mist seeped out from the crack, which made Zhuowen extremely wary. It's the death chi. On the other side of the bronze door is the serene corpse forbidden ground. Some powerful dead people can shrink themselves and leave the serene corpse forbidden ground through the crack, Xiao He said cautiously. However, it seems that the crack has not been discovered by the dead people in the serene corpse forbidden ground. We can go in and explore before sealing the crack, Cheng Huang said. Then I'll send out a puppet to try. Zhuowen nodded. Immediately he took out a puppet that was as tall as Zhuowen from the Azure Dragon Hall. He then extracted a wisp of his mental energy and sent it into the puppet's forehead. The puppet's eyes immediately lit up, as if it had come to life. Zhuowen shrunk the puppet to the size of a strand of hair. He then placed it in the crack and sent it to the other side of the bronze door. Xiao He, I'm going to use my mental energy to control the puppet. Protect me, Zhuowen said to Xiao He as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Don't worry, no one will disturb you. Xiao He landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. With a wave of her little paw, a thick black mist enveloped Zhuowen, forming a thick, protective shield. When Zhuowen's mental energy landed on the puppet, which was also when the puppet opened its eyes, Zhuowen was stunned. The serene corpse forbidden ground, as the name suggested, should be filled with white bones, barren land, and ghostly aura lingering in the air. In Zhuowen's heart, he also thought that the serene corpse forbidden ground should be like this. However, the serene corpse forbidden ground that appeared in front of him now shocked him. Or rather, it was beyond his expectations. The scene in front of Zhuowen's eyes was completely different from what he had imagined. In the serene corpse forbidden ground, there were green mountains and clear waters. The mountains were like coiling dragons, and the mountain ranges were like serpents. Immortal mist filled the air, waterfalls flowed, and old trees towered into the sky, their branches like mist. How was this the ghostly serene corpse forbidden ground? It was simply a paradise on earth. Zhuowen rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. However, no matter how many times he rubbed his eyes, the scene in front of him was still the same. Are those coffins? After recovering from his shock, Zhuowen quickly calmed down. His eyes fell on the surrounding environment, and he soon noticed that the serene corpse forbidden ground, which was like a paradise on earth, was very different from the usual scenery, because in this beautiful scenery one could see all kinds of coffins everywhere. There were inconspicuous wooden coffins, bronze coffins that were covered in patterns, and golden coffins that shone with a golden light. Moreover, the places where these coffins were placed were also very particular, or rather unique. For example, on the steep cliff in front of Zhuowen, there were many ancient coffins hanging. Some coffins were directly embedded in the rock walls. Some were placed on towering trees like a bird's nest, and some were floating in the stream. This nether corpse forbidden grounds is truly inconceivable. Even though its name is so creepy, the scenery inside is so magnificent. It's truly baffling. Zhuowen shook his head, not daring to move carelessly. Although the scenery inside was beautiful, he could feel that the auras on the countless coffins scattered in this area were not simple. Zhuowen could even feel a strong sense of danger from many of the coffins. There was no doubt that the coffins contained extremely terrifying corpses. Even if they had been dead for thousands of years, they were still extremely powerful and were not something that Zhuowen could profane. Senior Qinghuang, can you sense Fushi's aura in here? Zhuowen suddenly asked, before entering the serene corpse forbidden ground. Cheng Huang had also attached a strand of his consciousness to the puppet. After all, Cheng Huang was the weapon spirit of the Fushi cauldron, so it should be the most familiar with the aura of its master, Fushi. Only Cheng Huang could find Fushi among the countless coffins. The deathly aura in the serene corpse forbidden ground is too dense, almost cutting off my senses. If I wasn't very close, I wouldn't have been able to distinguish my master's aura. Cheng Huang said helplessly. Is that so? Then let's go inside and take a look. Zhuowen did not waste any more time. Stepping on the soft ground, he slowly walked into the depths of the serene corpse forbidden ground. The puppet that Zhuowen had chosen had the strength of a profound saint. In this serene corpse forbidden ground, it would not be killed so easily. Zhuowen walked to a basin and saw that there was an iron coffin in the center of the basin. The iron coffin was bound by numerous chains, and its surface was covered with blood-red patterns that looked like blood veins. Get lost! The moment Zhuowen stepped into the basin, a thunderous voice came from the iron coffin. Then the surrounding chains moved violently and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He suddenly struck out with his right hand and smashed it against the iron chains. Immediately after, he was sent flying and smashed outside the basin. Clang! Chapter 1529. Tomb of the Gods, Puchi. The chains were just like sharp blades as they wrapped around the puppet. Immediately, a mighty force pressed down. The puppet did not even let out a groan before it was directly shattered into countless pieces. Those who invade my territory will be killed no matter how far away they are. The moment the puppet shattered and Zhuowen's divine sense dissipated, an extremely cold voice came from the iron coffin. Outside the crack, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. His face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even though it was just a wisp of his divine sense being crushed, it still affected him greatly. Even Cheng Huang let out a muffled groan. After all, Cheng Huang had also placed a wisp of its divine sense into the puppet. How terrifying! The coffin hasn't even been opened. Just the chains on the surface of the coffin directly destroyed a profound sage-level puppet, Zhuowen said in a deep voice with a look of horror in his eyes. The owner of the coffin was definitely a supreme master when he was alive. He's not in existence we can provoke, Cheng Huang said with some fear. What did you see inside? Looking at your shocked expressions, did you encounter some kind of danger? Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and asked as he looked at Zhuowen and Cheng Huang. Zhuowen and Cheng Huang looked at each other and briefly explained what had happened inside. Speaking of which, they hadn't been in the Nether Corpse Extremis for long before they accidentally entered the territory of a powerful existence and were killed. Sigh. Those who can be buried in the Nether Corpse Extremis were all earth-shattering figures when they were alive, especially those who were buried in places with good feng shui. They have a strong sense of territory. If they accidentally entered, it wouldn't be strange for them to encounter what you just encountered, Xiao He said indifferently. Zhuowen stared at Xiao He with some surprise and said, Xiao He, from the looks of it, you seem to be quite familiar with the Nether Corpse Extremis. That's right, Xiao He. You haven't entered the Nether Corpse Extremis before, have you? Cheng Huang said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Xiao He fell silent. Its eyes became a little blurry, as if it was reminiscing about the past. During that great calamity, this dragon lord's body was almost shattered. In order to save myself, I once buried myself in this forbidden land of corpses in exchange for a longer lifespan. Zhuowen and Cheng Huang were shocked when they heard this. They had not expected Xiao He to have such a past. No wonder he seemed so confident about the Nether Corpse Forbidden Land. It turned out that he had once been buried in this forbidden land. And then, now that you've become like this, could it be that the burial failed? Cheng Huang asked. I did succeed, but my injuries were too severe and my origin was shattered. Even the serene corpse extremis couldn't heal my injuries. Left with no other choice, I gave up on my physical body, and my soul left the serene corpse extremis. Later on, by chance, I entered the Ryuka ancestral hall of this kid's family. There, this dragon, Lord's dissipating origin, was stopped. Later on, I discovered that this kid had the Fushi cauldron in his body, so this dragon lord followed this kid, Xiaohei slowly recounted. Although its tone was very calm, anyone could tell that it was extraordinary. I see. Then, when you were buried in the serene corpse extremis, did you sense Lord Fushi's aura? Cheng Huang asked expectantly. Xiaohei shook its head and said, I'm not you, so how could I sense Fushi's aura? Moreover, I was heavily injured back then, and after I was buried in the serene corpse extremis, I fell into a deep sleep. I don't know what happened after that. Is that so? Cheng Huang was a little disappointed. Since Xiaohei is so familiar with the serene corpse extremis, let's go in and take a look again. Perhaps we can really find Fushi there. As he spoke, Zhuan took out another puppet from his spirit ring. The treasure trove palace was filled with treasures, so it was naturally impossible for it to only have one puppet. Since he had lost one puppet, Zhuan naturally had to take out another one. This time, Zhuan let Xiaohei's divine sense enter the puppet. After everything was ready, they once again entered the serene corpse extremis through the crack. At this moment, with Xiaohei as an experienced driver, the puppet was able to travel very far in the serene corpse extremis. Although they encountered many powerful burial grounds along the way, they didn't rashly approach their territories, so the previous mishap didn't occur. After walking for about half a day, Cheng Huang still did not sense anything. The three of them were a little frustrated. The serene corpse extremis is vast, and coffins are as numerous as the stars. Looking for Fushi in such a big place with so many burial grounds is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, Xiaohei said with a sigh. After walking for half a day, I still can't sense any aura of Master. Perhaps Master isn't even in the serene corpse extremis, Cheng Huang said somewhat dispiritedly. Zhuan did not feel any disappointment. He had entered the serene corpse extremis for Xiaohei and Cheng Huang. He was not very familiar with Fushi, so he could not say that he had come for Fushi. At this moment, Zhuan controlled the puppet to look around and said in a deep voice, Xiaohei, Elder Song once said that a god was buried in the serene corpse extremis. Is that true? As soon as these words came out, Xiaohei fell into silence. After a while he said, a god was indeed buried here. Moreover, it was a dead god. Zhuan's gaze turned cold. He looked around, his heart thumping as he asked, Then, do you know the place where a god was buried? In Zhuan's heart, a god was an unreachable existence. It was also an existence that Zhuan had always looked up to. Xiaohei had once said that a god had once existed 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years, gods no longer existed in the heavenly armor continent, and even saints were hard to find. Even though Zhuan had now become a profound sage, he still had an unconcealable reverence for gods. It was said that gods were existences that surpassed this world and were eternal existences. I know, but that place is very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go there? Xiaohei said solemnly, I want to go. I want to see the tomb of a god. Even if it's just a glance from afar, I want to go. Zhuan said seriously. Then follow my instructions. The tomb of a god is not ordinary. You'll know once you go there. Remember, don't go near it. Otherwise, you'll really be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, Xiaohei was very serious. Although Zhuan was very curious, after seeing Xiaohei's appearance, his heart trembled and he nodded seriously. Under Xiaohei's instructions, Zhuan rushed through mountain after mountain, crossed river after river, and passed through dense forests. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally stopped at the summit of a mountain. In front of the mountain, there was a huge plateau. At the top of the plateau, there was white snow, as if it was wearing a layer of white gauze. At the center of the plateau stood a huge and magnificent palace. In front of this palace, there was a stone tablet that seemed to reach the sky. The surface of the stone tablet was densely engraved with words that Zhuo could not understand. When Zhuo's eyes focused on the words on the stone tablet, his mind shook, and his main body, which was sitting cross-legged outside the serene corpse danger ground, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't stare at the inscription. The inscription was carved by God. It's not something that a mere profound sage like you can bear. The moment Zhuo spat out blood, Xiao He immediately stopped Zhuo, and Zhuo hurriedly looked away, no longer daring to look at the inscription. So terrifying. Just the inscription alone has such power. Zhuo gasped for breath and could not help but be surprised. After recovering, Zhuo's eyes fell on the 4 corners of the plateau. In the 4 directions of the central palace, there were 4 huge tombs. Although these tombs were not as magnificent as the central palace, they were much more high-end and majestic than most of the burial grounds Zhuo had walked through. For huge statues stood in these 4 tombs. These 4 statues faced the central palace and knelt on one knee, as if they were worshipping the master of the divine tomb. The 4 tombs are buried in 4 extremely powerful true immortals. They were built to protect the divine tomb from being disturbed. Xiao He stared at the plateau with a complicated expression. Tombs of true immortals? Zhuo's heart trembled. Above the profound sage was the heaven sage, and above the heaven sage was the immortal sage. The immortal sage had 3 small realms: the earth immortal sage, the heaven immortal sage, and the true immortal sage. Among them, the true immortal sage was the highest level of the immortal sage, and was collectively known as the true immortal. It was considered a peak sage, and it was a terrifying existence that could easily destroy the entire eastern land with a wave of its hand. Kid, you've seen the divine tomb. It's time for you to leave. The divine tomb isn't a place for trouble. Hurry up and leave. Blackie reminded. Zhuo, on the other hand, was reluctant to leave. His gaze landed on the majestic tomb of the gods, as well as the 4 majestic tombs of true immortals. In the end, he sighed and said, just what kind of existence could actually bury a god? Kid, you don't want to live anymore. How can you say such things? As soon as Zhuo finished speaking, Xiao He's expression changed greatly, and it hurriedly stopped Zhuo. Then it looked at the 4 tombs of true immortals on the plateau with great vigilance and said in a low voice, leave quickly. This place is taboo. There are many unknown things inside. Some things can't be said carelessly. Seeing Xiao He so cautious, Zhuo did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly lifted his feet and prepared to leave this place. Creak! The moment Zhuo lifted his feet, the sound of gears turning was heard. Then the statues in front of the tombs of true immortals in the east, south, west, and north of the divine tomb suddenly turned around, and a wisp of raging flames appeared in its hollow eyes. Blasphemers will be killed without mercy. A magnificent voice came from the statue. Then the statue stomped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of Zhuo like a cannonball. Damn it, what's going on? Zhuo hurriedly retreated hundreds of steps. Looking at the tall statue in front of him, he was faintly frightened. Chapter 1530. Tomb Guardian Dao Soldier. Blasphemers shall be killed without mercy. The towering statue looked down at the puppet below. The flames in its eyes burned brighter and brighter. Then it slammed its huge palm down. Wherever the palm passed, the air would be compressed, and a terrifying pressure, like a vast mountain, pressed down on the puppet. Plop! The puppet was powerless to resist, and it directly knelt on the ground. Zhuo Wen's divine sense, which was contained within the puppet, trembled under this pressure. This was the statue of the tomb of a true immortal. It possessed the aura of a true immortal. Even though it was only a sliver, it was enough to make Zhuowen tremble. Crack! The power of the statue was too terrifying. The puppet was suppressed to the point where it could not move at all. It could only watch as the majestic palm descended. Then the puppet collapsed. Spurt! Outside the crack, Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What is that? Is it the transformation of a true immortal? Zhuowen asked Xiaohei. It was too terrifying. Even the wind created by the statue's palm was enough to immobilize the puppet. It could only sit there and wait for its death. It was destroyed by the palm directly. Xiaohei shook her head. It's not the transformation of a true immortal. It's the tomb guardian of the true immortal's tomb. It possesses a portion of the tomb master's power. It's very terrifying. It's not something we can fight against. At this moment, on a mountain in the depths of the serene corpse forbidden grounds, the statue looked down at the puppet that had been reduced to dust. Its indifferent voice sounded. What a cunning guy. He only sent a puppet to investigate. However, I've already memorized your aura. You can't run away. After saying that, the statue stomped its foot on the top of the mountain. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain collapsed into countless pieces of rubble. The majestic statue shot out like a cannonball, heading in the direction of the serene corpse forbidden grounds. It's the tomb guardian of the true immortal of the East. Hurry up and hide. Don't provoke such a fiend. It has been a long time since the 4 true immortals' tomb guards have taken action. Why has true immortal Dongfang's tomb guards walked out of the divine mausoleum today? I'm not sure. From the looks of it, it seems like it's chasing after someone. However, it's best that we don't meddle in other people's business. In front of such an existence, we're merely ants. Wherever the statue passed, the countless coffins in the nether corpse forbidden grounds became restless. Countless divine senses were transmitted and communicated in this space, like signals. However, these coffins were all hidden deeply afraid that they would be discovered and destroyed by the Dao soldiers guarding the tomb. You can't escape. A roar that sounded like muffled thunder resounded throughout the entire serene corpse extremity. It was like rolling profound thunder that flowed endlessly and echoed endlessly. Not good. Kid, hurry up and seal this crack. Otherwise, this door definitely won't be able to withstand the attacks of the tomb guards and shatter. Xiaohei's face changed dramatically as he roared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy, but his hands did not slow down. He hurriedly took out the scroll he had obtained from old Yen and opened it. There was an inexplicable rune drawn on the scroll. However, this rune was emitting an extremely powerful sealing force. Seal! Zhuowen pressed the scroll into the crack. Immediately, the crack began to close gradually. This crack has been completely sealed. The tomb guards shouldn't be able to break through. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief after doing all this. Rumble. As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, an extremely violent rumble came from the huge bronze door in front of them. It was as if someone was violently pounding on the other side of the door. The tomb guards are here. Xiaohei said with an ugly expression. Rumble. Suddenly, the frequency of the pounding on the bronze door increased by hundreds and thousands. Then, a deafening and terrifying rumble rang out, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the bronze door. Crack! Then the bronze door collapsed. The huge body of the tomb guards appeared in front of Zhuowen. What kind of joke is this? The seal has been broken? Zhuowen retreated rapidly amidst the countless fragments and strong winds. He squinted his eyes and stared at the huge tomb guards that appeared at the bronze door in shock. His heart was trembling. Blasphemer, kill without mercy. The Dao soldier guarding the tomb raised his head and roared. A huge palm slammed down towards Zhuowen. Run! Zhuowen immediately bounced off with his legs. At the same time, the spirit-devouring lava river surrounded his body to resist the terrifying aura of the tomb guards. He immediately fled towards the cave. As he fled, Zhuowen took out his communication jade charm and informed Lo's outside to leave as soon as possible. Run! Outside the cave, Lo's, who was originally standing at the entrance of the cave, naturally received Zhuowen's message. He roared and waved his right hand. Jia Nan, Gatha, and Elder Yen were pulled into Lo's palm without any resistance. Lo stomped on the ground and shot away from the cave like an arrow. Rumble! The moment Lo's left the cave began to collapse. Or rather, the side of the mountain where the cave was located began to collapse. Countless rocks fell to the ground. What's wrong? What's going on? Jia Nan, Gatha, and Elder Yen were confused. They were even more at a loss when they saw the collapsing cave. I don't know either. Zhuowen sent me a message earlier and told me to leave quickly. So I took you and left first, Lo said with a serious expression. Will Brother Zhuo be all right? Gatha asked worriedly. Rumble. As soon as Gatha finished speaking, a river of lava gushed out from the cave below and filled the sky. Within the lava river, a rather miserable figure suddenly shot out. This figure was none other than Zhuowen, who was constantly fleeing. Xiaohei, what should we do? Isn't this tomb guardian too terrifying? Even the soul-devouring lava river can't stop it. Zhuowen stepped on the river of lava. At the same time, the power of the void spread under his feet. It was as if he had entered the void as he fled at an extremely fast speed. Die! A huge hand reached out from the endless river of lava and grabbed at Zhuowen from all directions. The hand seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun. The sun and the moon dimmed. It was as if the hand could grab the sky. Even Liao Si and the others, who were floating in the distance, felt their hearts tremble and fear when they saw the giant hand. D****. Zhuowen's face turned pale. The huge hand was too terrifying. When the hand reached out, the surrounding void was sealed. There was nowhere for his void rules to hide. Let's go all out. Zhuowen made up his mind. The golden runes on his chest flew out and surrounded his body, causing his divine body to reach its strongest state. At the same time, the 7 rules merged into Zhuowen's right fist. Zhuowen took a deep breath. He lifted his head to look at the incoming palm that was even larger than his body and violently punched out. Rumble! There was a terrifying explosion. Then Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. His punch hit the huge hand but was unable to shake it. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. He landed heavily on the ground. Blasphemer, kill without mercy. A majestic voice resounded in the area. The huge hand was like a 5-finger mountain descending from the sky. It wanted to completely suppress Zhuowen under the huge hand. Oh no, what the hell is this? It is so powerful. Even a god-defying sacred weapon can't stop it. Lo's face changed. He wanted to help, but found that he was too far away and there was not enough time. Rumble. In the end, the huge hand did not land. This was because there was a huge and majestic palace floating quietly above Zhuowen, blocking the killing blow of the huge hand. Phew! I almost forgot that this kid has such a treasure. Looking at the hall that blocked the giant hand, Liao Si let out a sigh of relief, and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. The Azure Dragon Hall was an immortal, sacred artifact. Even if Zhuowen hadn't completely unleashed the Azure Dragon Hall's supreme power, just the defensive power of the hall alone wasn't something an ordinary sacred artifact could compare to. Cough, cough, cough! Zhuowen coughed out a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with his right hand and looked at the Black Dragon Hall in the sky. This was because he did not summon the Black Dragon Hall before this. Instead, the Black Dragon Hall came out on its own. Who is that? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall and straight figure with his hands behind his back at the top of the Black Dragon Hall. The figure had long hair and was dressed in a black robe. His back alone gave off a magnificent and imposing feeling. It was as if he could hold up the entire sky. Is that the first mountain god? How is this possible? Liao Si couldn't help but cry out in surprise, his eyes staring fixedly at the figure, his face full of disbelief. Although Lowe's had never met the first mountain god, he had seen the back of the first mountain god from afar. The back of the first mountain god was very similar to the back of the first mountain god. The first mountain god? He is the most mysterious first mountain god in the upper realm. However, what method did he use to leave the upper realm of the Black Dragon Hall and come out? Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes darkened. This first mountain god was too mysterious. Not only was the first mountain god terrifyingly powerful, but it was also because the first mountain god could leave the Black Dragon Hall without permission. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to be able to control the Black Dragon Hall. This was too unbelievable. The first mountain god slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuowen. Then his attention fell to the front. At this moment, the spirit-swallowing lava river had returned to Zhuowen's side and turned into his belt. In the shattered cave, a huge human-shaped statue walked out step by step. Its eyes, which were filled with ghost fire, narrowed as it stared at the first mountain god on the Black Dragon Hall. Black Dragon Hall? The cave of the Black Dragon Taoist? The tomb guard slowly stopped about 100 meters away from the Black Dragon Hall. His empty eyes, which were filled with ghost fire, slowly narrowed, as if he was afraid of something. Dongfang, it's just a small matter. Why did you send your tomb guard to chase after me? Chapter 1531. The First Mountain Godnam? Who are you? Where's Cultivator Tsonglong? He wasn't buried in the serene corpse forbidden ground, was he? The Tao soldier guarding the tomb came to a stop. His eyes were filled with ghostly flames as he stared at the first mountain god standing above the Blue Dragon Palace. You mean Cultivator Tsonglong? He died a long time ago. As for where he died, it's better that you don't know. Now, if you back off, I won't trouble your Tao soldier guarding the tomb. After all, this Tao soldier is extremely precious to you, the first mountain god said calmly. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? The Tao soldier guarding the tomb's voice gradually turned cold. A sharp aura swept across the place, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The surrounding mountains crumbled under the influence of the aura. You're right, I'm threatening you, the first mountain god said calmly. The first mountain god does have a personality. Xiao He could not help but raise his thumb and comment in his divine sense. Roar. The Tao soldier guarding the tomb let out a furious roar. The terrifying sound wave almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Kainin, Gatha, and Elder Yen subconsciously covered their ears. Meanwhile, Lowe's was a lot stronger. Even though he was slightly affected, he did not lose his composure. Impudent prick, you're courting death. The Tao soldier guarding the tomb could no longer endure the first mountain god's disdain. With a shrill howl, it charged toward the first mountain god with heavy footsteps. It clenched its right fist and punched out. It seemed as though it could even shatter the sky. The first mountain god did not dodge. He stomped his foot in the air as his body emitted a golden glow. At the same time, 9 abstruse golden runes circled the first mountain god like a demon. The first mountain god threw a punch too. It felt like his punch was able to shatter the sky. On the other hand, Zhuowen's eyes glittered, especially when he saw the 9 abstruse golden runes floating around the first mountain god. He knew the 9 golden runes were the 9 golden split runes. Bang! The 2 fists collided. An invisible pressure spread rapidly into the surroundings. Following it, the walls on both sides of the ravine began to crack. The cracks eventually widened into countless rocks. Thud, thud, thud. The Tao soldier guarding the tomb roared as he backed off. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. He did not expect the first mountain god to be so powerful that he was knocked back with a single punch. Whoosh! Whoosh! After knocking back the tomb guarding Tao soldiers, the first mountain god kept kicking his legs in the air. His movements were like a zigzag line, constantly changing, making it impossible for anyone to figure out his movements. Boom! When the first mountain god reappeared, his fist slammed into the chest of the Tao soldier guarding the tomb. Whoosh! The Tao soldier guarding the tomb was sent flying backwards, nearly embedding himself hundreds of meters into the stone wall behind him. Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you humiliate my tomb guards like this? The tomb guard leapt to his feet, staring at Zhuowen with dread in his eyes. Then he retreated dozens of steps, and a voice rang out from his mouth. This voice should belong to the tomb master of the true immortal's tomb. Do I know who you are? Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you Dongfeng. However, I advise you not to do anything rash. The serene corpse extremis is a world of its own. If something intrudes into the heavenly armor continent, it will attract the attention of those ancient inheritances. By then, I'm afraid you won't be able to return, the first mountain god said calmly. Then who are you? The tomb guard asked, unwilling to give up. I'm just a nobody. Even if I tell you, you won't know me. I advise you to return as soon as possible. The first mountain god shook his head and smiled. The tomb guard's eyes flickered. In the end, he snorted coldly and retreated. The first mountain god who appeared in front of him was very powerful. Although his Tao soldier was not weak, it would be difficult for him to defeat the first mountain god. Lord First Mountain God! After the tomb guard left, Lowe's hurried to the side of the first mountain god and cupped his hands excitedly. Lowe's! The first mountain god nodded slightly. Then he looked at Zhuowen and said, You have Lawrence's ore on you. Lawrence must have passed on his sacred bone to you, right? Even the 9-cycle golden crack pattern was passed on to you. Lawrence really thinks highly of you. Zhuowen's expression was not very good. He leaped up and landed in front of the first mountain god. He said in a deep voice, How did you get out of the Azure Dragon Hall? Without my permission, it's almost impossible for the living beings of the Azure Dragon Hall to come out. At this moment, Zhuowen finally saw the true face of the first mountain god. After seeing the true face of the first mountain god, Zhuowen was stunned. It was a face that was almost full of scars. Those scars were like wriggling worms all over the first mountain god's face, making him look ferocious and evil. The first mountain god stared at Zhuowen in a mocking manner and said, Perhaps other living beings need your permission to leave the Azure Dragon Hall. However, I'm an exception. My freedom is not something you can restrict. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he stared at the first mountain god. The latter's words had already made it clear that the first mountain god could freely enter and leave the Azure Dragon Hall. Although Zhuowen knew that the first mountain god was extremely mysterious, he was at least a living being from the upper realm. Since he was a living being from the upper realm, it was impossible for him to break free from the shackles of the upper realm and enter the Azure Dragon Hall freely. However, the first mountain god was an exception. You don't have to look at me like that. I'm the first mountain god, and I command the other 17 mountain gods in the upper realm. If I didn't turn a blind eye, do you think you could have gotten Liao Xi's help? The first mountain god said calmly. Just as Zhuowen was about to say something, the first mountain god continued, Let's not talk about this for now. The broken exit of the serene corpse extremity should be sealed first. Otherwise, if something escapes from inside, it won't be a good thing. With that, the first mountain god rushed into the ruins of the cave. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, he came out again. Is the seal done? Zhuowen asked. Of course. The first mountain god said with a faint smile. Then you should tell me about yourself now, right? Zhuowen stared at the first mountain god and said. The first mountain god cast a sidelong glance at Zhuowen and said, I say, boy, if it wasn't for me, do you think you could survive the attack of the tomb guards? You are far from qualified to know about my affairs. With that, The first mountain god ignored the gloomy Zhuowen and turned into a stream of light, re-entering the azure dragon hall. "Wait!" Zhuowen shouted. With a thought, he planned to pull out the first mountain god who had entered the upper realm. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's thought was just a drop in the ocean in front of the first mountain god's powerful strength. Before Zhuowen's thought could completely enter the upper realm, it was forcefully cut off by the first mountain god. This made Zhuowen so angry that his teeth itched. When Zhuowen's thought re-entered the upper realm, he had completely lost track of the first mountain god. Zhuowen, the first mountain god, usually appears and disappears like a ghost. It's very difficult to find him unless he appears on his own. Loz came to Zhuowen's side and sighed softly. "Sigh, the first mountain god. Who is he?" Zhuowen sighed softly. In his heart, he was even more curious about the first mountain god's identity. At this moment, the tomb guards who had been driven away by the first mountain god returned to the tomb in the serene corpse extremis. The tomb of the true immortal in the east suddenly trembled. It was unknown when, but a large coffin quietly floated above it. This coffin was surrounded by intertwined darkness and coldness. The surface of the coffin was covered with many complicated immortal patterns. Creak! The immortal runes on the surface of the coffins emitted a dazzling light. A terrifying immortal aura filled the entire serene corpse impasse, causing the countless coffins to tremble and tremble. The coffin slowly opened. The tomb guards immediately went up to the coffin and dropped to their knees in front of it while trembling in fear. "It's not your fault. The guy who showed up out of nowhere is no ordinary person. His flesh is comparable to a powerful celestial sacred." A calm voice came from the coffin. Following it, a figure wearing a mask with patterns slowly rose to his feet. The figure's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had fallen asleep. "However, I'm very curious. Who is that guy? I remember that Taoist Song Long managed to escape from the calamity 10,000 years ago. I wonder if he's a genius that Taoist Song Long has been nurturing?" Saying this, the figure slowly rose to his feet. The immortal aura lingering in the surroundings grew stronger. The entire serene corpse extremis became restless. "Dongfang, there's no need to look into this matter. Song Long has his own plans. 10,000 years ago, he could have broken through to the martial god realm, but he encountered a great calamity at the crucial moment. It's understandable that he's unwilling to accept his fate." Suddenly, a calm voice came from the west of the godly mausoleum. A strange coffin also floated out from there. "Oh, Shimin, do you know that fellow's identity?" The masked figure turned his head slightly and looked at the coffin. "I don't know, but Master knows. Didn't you understand what he meant?" The coffin in the west said calmly, "The four of us are here to protect Master. Even though we're dead, we'll still be useful in the future. There's no need to waste too much of our lifespan at this time. The loss outweighs the gain." Hearing this, the masked figure fell silent for a moment before lying back down in the coffin. "Then we'll listen to Master. Sleeping for 10,000 years is just a little bit of lifespan. I hope it'll come in handy in the future." A faint sigh was heard. The coffin slowly closed. With the help of the tomb guards, it returned to the mausoleum. The immortal aura gradually disappeared. The restless coffins in the serene corpse extremis fell silent. Can Song Long really succeed? Chapter 1532. Incineration Tower. He really did seal the entrance to the serene corpse forbidden ground. In the depths of the shattered cave, Zhuowen, Liao Si, and the others stood quietly. Before them, the copper door that originally stood there had already been shattered by the tomb guards. However, at this moment, the shattered pieces of bronze miraculously reformed into a door covered in cracks. At the center of the door were 9 shining golden patterns. They were imprinted on the surface of the door in 9 different directions, preventing the door from shattering. 9 cycle golden split runes, Zhuowen could not help but murmur softly when he saw the 9 shining golden patterns. He did not expect the first mountain god to use the 9 cycle golden split runes he had refined to seal the entrance to the serene corpse forbidden ground. Brother Joie, what kind of monster was that just now? It actually shattered the cracked door here. Isn't that too terrifying? Jia Nan asked with lingering fear. The Tao soldier guarding the tomb was indeed very powerful. Even Zhuowen was unable to do anything against it. If it weren't for the appearance of the first mountain god, Zhuowen would most likely be in danger. That was the tomb guardian of a true immortal's tomb. Even heavenly saints would die if they attacked, Zhuowen said with a wry smile. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, especially Elder Yin. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "The ancestral teachings of our Jia clan mentioned that there is a powerful tomb in the serene corpse forbidden ground. A god is buried there. The divine mausoleum is surrounded by 4 tombs of true immortals, and each tomb has powerful tomb guards. Could it be that the tomb guard you encountered, young Master Joie, is one of the tomb guards of one of the 4 tombs of true immortals?" Zhuowen nodded. There was no need to hide this. He said, "You're right. That tomb guardian is from the tomb." Jia Nan and Gatha exchanged glances. They both said in disbelief, "There really is a god buried in the serene corpse forbidden ground. This is truly unbelievable. Young Master Joie, compared to the tomb of the god of sin, I'm actually more curious about the mysterious person who suddenly appeared. Who is that person to you?" Old Yen stared at Zhuowen and thought of the terror of the first mountain god. There were only a handful of people in the world who could stop the tomb guards of a true immortal. "You mean him? Speaking of which, I don't know much about that person. I don't know who that person is." Zhuowen shook his head. He was not lying. Other than the title of the number 1 mountain god, he truly did not know anything about the number 1 mountain god. Even Lo's, the 18th mountain god, did not know anything about the number 1 mountain god. The first mountain god was too mysterious. He could enter and exit the Azure Dragon Hall freely, and he could even defeat the powerful tomb guards. In front of the first mountain god, Zhuowen realized that he, the controller of the Azure Dragon Hall, seemed like a joke. As the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, not only could he not completely control the upper realm of the 3 worlds, he could not even detect the location of the number 1 mountain god in the upper realm. He did not even know that the number 1 mountain god could enter and leave the Azure Dragon Hall freely. Zhuowen, the number 1 mountain god, is not someone we can speculate about. Speaking of which, the other 17 mountains are closely related to the number 1 mountain god. Perhaps when you have the strength of the Azure Dragon Taoist, you might be qualified to speak with the number 1 mountain god as an equal. At that time, he will tell you what you want to know. Lo's landed beside Zhuowen and stared at the dazed Zhuowen, sighing softly. Perhaps. Zhuowen shook his head and stopped thinking about the number 1 mountain god. He always felt that the number 1 mountain god was a little distant from him, as if they were not people of the same world. Cheng Huang, perhaps Senior Fushi, is not in the Nether Corpse forbidden ground. "Aye, in his sea of consciousness," Zhuowen said to Cheng Huang guiltily. Speaking of which, it was him, Zhuowen, who had attracted the tomb guard of the true immortal's tomb. Master has been missing for 10,000 years. It's easier said than done to find him. Perhaps it's really like what that Xiaohei dog said. We might be able to find clues about Master after entering the Central Plains. Cheng Huang was rather open-minded. Yes, now that this matter is over, we should go to the southern wilderness. Zhuowen nodded and turned to look at the other side of the ravine. After crossing this ravine, they would be completely out of the territory of the eastern lands and arrive at the territory of the southern wilderness. However, Zhuowen did not set off immediately. Instead, he returned to the Jia family with Elder Yen, Jia Nan, and Gatha. This time the curse had been removed, and the Jia family was overjoyed. They sang and danced. The only flaw was the death of Elder Song. After staying at the Jia family for a few days, Zhuowen boarded the 4 bronze chariot again and prepared to go to the southern wilderness. Miss Gatha, young Master Jianan, you must be careful when you go to the southern wilderness. According to this old man's knowledge, the Burning Heaven sect has been bustling with activity during this period of time. It seems that they are preparing for a joyous occasion. It's best not to cause trouble when you go there. Before leaving, Elder Yen held Jianan and Gatha's hands and was extremely reluctant to part with them. Regarding the matter of going to the Burning Heaven sect to snatch people, Jianan and Gatha did not mention it. If they did, how could Elder Yen let them go? Joyous occasion? Elder Yen, do you know what this joyous occasion of the Burning Heaven sect is about? Zhuowen's mind moved, and he couldn't help but ask. Elder Yen was startled, and then he said in a deep voice, "It's said that it's related to the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. Some time ago, I heard from the clansmen who returned from the southern wilderness that the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace want to form a marriage alliance. The joyous occasion during this period of time should be this marriage alliance." Marriage alliance? Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed, and a strand of killing intent gushed out. This caused Elder Yen to involuntarily tremble, and he didn't dare to look directly at Zhuowen. He didn't understand why Zhuowen revealed such an expression. Jianan and Gatha looked at each other and revealed bitter smiles. How could they not understand why Zhuowen revealed such an unusual expression? This time, Zhuowen went to the southern wilderness directly to the Burning Heaven sect to snatch Mu Qinxiue, and Mu Qinxiue was the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. Anyone who heard that the woman they loved was forming a marriage alliance with someone else would have a murderous intent in their heart. Jianan, Gatha, let's go. We have to go to the southern wilderness as soon as possible, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Jianan and Gatha didn't dare to say anything. They chatted with their clansmen for a while, and then stepped into the 4 bronze chariot. Rumble. The 4 bronze chariot's wheels rumbled like thunder, and it instantly disappeared from the sight of the Jia clan. After the 4 bronze chariot crossed the ravine and entered the southern wilderness, Jianan and Gatha handed over the detailed map of the southern wilderness to Zhuowen, and then under Zhuowen's instructions, they entered the Azure Dragon Palace. The Burning Heaven sect is really domineering. They built their sect in the central area of the southern wilderness, and they are worshipped by countless forces and warriors in the southern wilderness. Sitting in the 4 bronze chariot, Zhuowen's gaze fell on a towering tower surrounded by flames in the distance. That towering tower was the symbol of the southern wilderness, and it was called the Burning Flame Tower. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and Long Xiaotian appeared beside Zhuowen. Zhuowen! Long Xiaotian looked at Zhuowen with some confusion. Father, that's the Burning Flame Tower. Zhuowen pointed at the towering tower in the distance and said in a deep voice. Long Xiaotian was silent, but his gaze fell on the towering tower, and his eyes were full of sharpness. The Burning Flame Tower is Xiao in that tower. Long Xiaotian clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of tyranny. Father, I will break through that towering tower. Zhuowen also stared at the towering tower and muttered these bold words to himself. Long Xiaotian shook his head and said, Zhuowen, leave Xiao's matter to me. I will break through the Burning Flame Tower. Zhuowen looked deeply at Long Xiaotian and finally said with a smile, Father, I want to see Mother. I will leave everything to you. Saying so, Zhuowen firmly grasped Long Xiaotian's hand. Haha, when the time comes, Xiao, you, my daughter-in-law, and your father will be reunited. We will return to Ryuka to celebrate, Long Xiaotian said with a smile as he wrapped his left hand around Zhuowen's neck and rubbed Zhuowen's head with his right hand. Haha, that's only natural. When the time comes, I will let you and Mother hold a chubby grandson, Zhuowen said with a mischievous smile. Lowe's, who was sitting in the back seat, silently watched the father and son play with each other. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. This scene in his eyes was exceptionally heartwarming. In the central region of the southern barbarian lands, there was an extremely magnificent city. The city was surrounded by flames that soared to the sky, as if these terrifying flames could even burn the sky. As for the name of the city, it was called Burning Sky City. Burning Sky City had a colossal force, and its name was Burning Heaven Sect. When the Burning Heaven Sect was mentioned, countless sects and forces in the southern barbarian lands had a change in expression. This was because it was the most powerful and terrifying force in the southern barbarian lands. The southern barbarian lands were not like the eastern barbarian lands that had the 9 secluded realms. The 9 secluded realms restrained and feared each other. Countless forces in the southern barbarian lands reigned supreme over the Burning Heaven Sect. The reason was that the Burning Heaven Sect's foundation was too powerful. There were many powerhouses in the sect, and they stood out among the crowd, almost suppressing all the other forces in the southern barbarian lands. In Burning Sky City, there was an extremely luxurious pavilion. Golden fireballs floated around the pavilion, and the gauze that fluttered in the wind was golden in color. From the swaying gauze, a beautiful figure slowly walked out. This beautiful figure wore a phoenix crown on her head and wore a phoenix brocade robe. Her pair of beautiful eyes were burning with golden flames, as if she was a phoenix spreading its wings and flying. Her entire body was filled with a noble and gorgeous aura. Under the phoenix crown, her peerless appearance was like a plum blossom in the snow. Even the whole world was overshadowed by her beauty, causing hundreds of flowers to wither and not dare to compete with her. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps came from the depths of the pavilion. A maid walked to the back of this beautiful figure and knelt on the ground. She said in a low voice, "Saintis, the sect master, said that the young palace master of the Snow Palace will arrive in Burning Sky City soon. Before that, the sect master hopes that Saintis can prepare well." The beautiful figure leaned against the railing and quietly stared at the blue sky. She didn't answer the maid behind her. The Saintess didn't speak, and the maid didn't dare to move. She could only kneel on the ground and wait for the Saintess' response. The sect master doesn't have the right to restrict my actions. Also, I'm going to bathe and change my clothes tonight before heading to the Burning Flame Tower. You can talk to Zhou Tianzong about this. If he agrees, then I can consider meeting the young palace master of the Snow Palace. Chapter 1533. Qiu Lao the maid knelt on the ground and said, "This servant understands. This servant will tell the sect master about this matter. Then you can leave first." The holy maiden said indifferently. The female servant responded. Immediately, she slowly withdrew and quickly exited the building. After returning from the eastern lands, I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. What exactly have I forgotten? The holy maiden leaned on the railing and looked in the direction of the eastern lands. She frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but she felt like she had forgotten something important. Then, what was that important thing? Every time she tried to remember, she would always have a splitting headache. She just couldn't remember. The holy maiden stroked her forehead and muttered to herself weakly, "Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Let's not think about it anymore. I'll go see Qiu Lao tonight. Ever since I returned, Qiu Lao has become crazy. I wonder who did it." Thinking of Qiu Lao's crazy appearance, the holy maiden's beautiful eyes were filled with a cold light. Ever since she returned from the eastern lands, Qiu Lao had been locked up in the Burning Flame Tower. The main reason was that Qiu Lao had gone crazy and caused chaos in the sect. Therefore, Zhou Tianzong ordered him to be locked up in the Burning Flame Tower. Qiu Lao was the first elder to follow her. Since she was weak, he had always taken care of and protected her. Their relationship was like a teacher and a friend. When she heard that Qiu Lao had gone crazy, she was extremely angry. However, Zhou Tianzong had never allowed her to enter the Burning Flame Tower to see Qiu Lao. This made her extremely puzzled. At night, the sky was covered with an inseparable curtain. Darkness invaded the entire land. However, the Burning Sky City was as bright as day, and all kinds of flames rose from every building in the Burning Sky City, creating a dazzling brilliance. Burning Sky City, as its name suggested, was a city that was set on fire. Whether it was the entire city or the surface of the buildings in the city, they were all covered in flames. Even if it was night, under the flames of various colors, it was as bright as day. The flames burned fiercely, making the city look like a city of fire. In the depths of the pavilion, filled with golden flames, a beautiful figure walked out of a crystal-clear pool. 2 maids hurried over and draped a phoenix brocade robe over the beautiful figure. After putting on the brocade robe, the 2 maids respectfully combed the silhouette's hair. After combing her hair, the maid brought over a rather luxurious phoenix crown and placed it on her head. Thud, thud, thud! The crisp sound of footsteps rang out once more. The maid who had come earlier in the day walked over once more and knelt before the beautiful figure. Saintess, Lord Sect Master, said that if you are willing to meet the young palace master of the Snow Palace, he will allow you to enter the burning flame tower. The maid said respectfully, Yes, I understand. Tell the sect master that I will prepare to meet the young palace master of the Snow Palace. The saintess put on the phoenix brocade robe, removed the gauze, and left the pavilion. The burning flame tower was located in the center of the burning sky city. The surface of the burning flame tower was covered in blood-red flames. It looked as if it was formed from blood and would not stop burning throughout the year. When the saintess arrived at the bottom of the burning flame tower, 2 heavily armored guards, standing guard outside, blocked her path. Saintess, the burning flame tower is a forbidden area. Without the sect master's permission, no one can enter. One of the guards lowered his head and said, The sect master has allowed me to enter the burning flame tower. If you have any questions, you can ask the sect master. The saintess' autumn eyes were as cold as ice. Her body emitted an imposing aura without being angry. The 2 guards looked at each other and revealed a troubled expression. The saintess had come to the burning flame tower a few times before. However, without the sect master's permission, she had been blocked outside by them. In their opinion, the saintess' visit this time should be the same as the last time. She had come without the sect master's permission. Although the saintess had said that the sect master had allowed her to enter, the 2 guards still did not dare to let her in. Let her in! Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out in the minds of the 2 guards. The 2 guards trembled. Soon after, they respectfully said to the saintess, Saintess, please enter. The saintess raised her head slightly. Her autumn eyes fell on the top of the burning flame tower. There, a stalwart figure stood quietly like an eternal statue, overlooking the saintess below. The saintess turned her head. Her expression was normal. She stepped forward and entered the burning flame tower. On the top of the burning flame tower, Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice, It seems that most of Chen Shui's memories of the eastern lands have been completely sealed. Zhou Ming, you have done well this time. Thank you for your appreciation, sect master. Behind Zhou Tianzong, a figure knelt on one knee. His eyes were burning with a strange black flame. Sect master, while you were in seclusion, something big seemed to have happened in the eastern lands. Zhou Ming suddenly said in a secretive tone, Something big? Could it be that something happened to Raiwa and Yan Ruhua? However, if something really happened, I think Raiwa would have sent a message to inform me in time, Zhou Tianzong said in surprise. Elder Raiwa probably didn't have the chance to send a message because the heavenly worm of the eastern lands, 9 Netherworld Realm, appeared. It said that the 9 Netherworld Conference this time was hosted by someone from the Chaos Temple, a Sun Sky Saint Realm saint named Chao Rong. Zhou Ming said slowly. However, Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes slowly. It's a heavenly worm. Why would such a thing appear in the 9 Netherworld Realm? Isn't it suppressed by the Chaos Temple in the Middle Lands? Also, what happened to Raiwa and Yan Ruhua? Zhou Tianzong asked in a deep voice. Zhou Ming was silent for a moment before he said, The heavenly worm isn't its original body. It's a clone. It said that the hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, raised it. As for Raiwa and Yen Ruhua, I'm afraid they've already died. Creak! Zhou Tianzong slowly clenched his right fist and said coldly, Sapphire Shore is really daring to raise such a dangerous thing like the heavenly worm. I'm afraid the heavenly worm's existence has seriously threatened the entire 9 Netherworld realm. Also, Chao Rong from the Chaos Temple should have come for the heavenly worm, right? Chao Rong did come for the heavenly worm, but he died in the end. Sapphire Shore wasn't spared either. Also, I heard that Zhuowen, whom Sect Master has been looking for, appeared at the 9 Netherworld Conference. Raiwa and Yen Ruhua didn't die at the hands of the heavenly worm. They died at the hands of Zhuowen, Zhou said in a deep voice. Zhuowen, that little bastard, really did appear. He even killed Raiwa and Yen Ruhua. He deserves to die. Zhou Tianzong's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he continued, What happened after that? I don't know what happened after that. It's said that the heavenly worm was finally sealed by a mysterious person and brought back to the central region. That mysterious person seems to know Zhuowen. However, this is after all what I heard from the eastern region. As for whether it's true or not, I'm not too sure, Zhou said with some uncertainty. Zhou Tianzong waved his hand and said, Whether the news is true or not, Zhuowen has finally appeared. Mu Qinxue and Feng Xiao are both in my Burning Heaven sect. That little bastard will definitely come to the Southern Burning Heaven sect. It's best if he really comes. I won't let that little bastard return. Zhou Ming's eyes flickered as he said, Cautiously, Sect Master. It's said that Zhuowen has an immortal sacred tool on him. With the power of an immortal sacred tool, I'm afraid that Zhuowen won't be so easy to capture, right? Don't worry. The immortal sacred tool on that little bastard is only an auxiliary tool. Its destructive power isn't that strong. Moreover, how can an immortal sacred tool be so easy to master? Even a heavenly saint would have to spend a lot of effort to master an immortal sacred tool, let alone that little bastard. Zhou Tianzong's eyes were full of contempt as he continued. Moreover, Mu Qinxue has the precious phoenix bloodline in her body, while the young palace master of the Snow Palace has the black tortoise bloodline in her body. If the two are combined, perhaps our 2 great forces will be accepted back into the central region. It's precisely because of the special bloodlines in Mu Qinxue and Yen Ruhua. That family in the central region has sent several old guys. I'm afraid that Zhuowen won't come. If he comes, he won't be able to return. At this point, Zhou Tianzong chuckled coldly. Behind him, Zhou Ming's heart trembled. He had heard about the origins of the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. However, he had always thought that it was just nonsense. Now that Zhou Tianzong said it, the rumors might really be true. If the origins of the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace really came from the families in the central region, then if the 2 great forces really obtain the support of that family, they would probably be able to sweep away any forces outside the central region. Zhou Ming, let's go. Since the eastern region's Blue Dragon Hall no longer exists, then send an invitation to the western region's Fierce Tiger sect on my behalf. Invite the sect master of the Fierce Tiger sect to come and witness the marriage between our Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. After Zhou Tianzong finished speaking, he stepped out of the Burning Flame Pagoda. Zhou Ming knelt on one knee and respectfully said, This subordinate obeys. The Burning Flame Pagoda had a total of 100 floors. In the center of the pagoda, there was a spiral staircase. The surface of the staircase was burning with purple flames, looking mysterious and distant. The interior of the Burning Flame Pagoda was incomparably gloomy. Under the illumination of the purple flames, the interior of the Burning Flame Pagoda appeared particularly strange. Save me! Let me out! I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you imprisoning me? Let me out! Around the central staircase, there were iron fences. The surface of these iron fences was also burning with purple flames. On the other side of the iron fences, there were countless flickering silhouettes. These countless silhouettes were the prisoners that had been imprisoned by the Burning Heaven sect for countless years. In the eyes of the Burning Heaven sect, those who disobeyed the Burning Heaven sect were all prisoners, regardless of whether they were inside or outside the sect. The prisoners who had been imprisoned here had been imprisoned for thousands of years. Some cultivators with insufficient cultivation were even imprisoned until they died of old age. Chapter 1534. God, binding chains the burning flame tower, was filled with many negative emotions. Countless howls that sounded like the howls of wolves in the middle of the night were exceptionally horrifying. The holy maiden's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. She stepped forward and walked up the spiral staircase. The phoenix brocade robe that the saintess was wearing was engulfed by the purple flames. The phoenix pattern on the robe emitted a blazing light, as if it had spread its wings and soared into the sky. A huge phantom of a phoenix floated behind the saintess. The terrifying purple flames on the stairs all retreated, not daring to approach the saintess. Thud, thud, thud! The crisp sound of footsteps reverberated throughout the empty interior of the burning flame tower, like a ghost in an empty valley. The instant the footsteps sounded, the countless howls in the burning flame tower seemed to have been drowned out. All of the prisoners turned silent as they quietly listened to the rhythmic footsteps. The saintess' expression remained the same. Step by step, she walked up the stairs. Her autumn eyes were as still as ice, as if she would never be affected by anything. When the saintess reached the 70th floor, she stopped. The space on this floor wasn't very big, and it was surrounded by extremely dense flames. These flames were black with a tinge of red, as if they were the flames of hell. At the top of this floor, there was a huge iron cage. The iron cage was made of meteorite rocks from outer space. This kind of rock was extremely tough, and it was indestructible. Even for a saint, it would be extremely difficult for him to destroy an iron cage made of meteorite stones from outer space. Many figures were locked up in these iron cages. The auras of these figures were not weak at all. Rumble! The saintess stomped her foot, and all the flames on the 17th floor surged. The phoenix phantom behind her soared up and engulfed all the flames on the 17th floor. In an instant, the flames on the 17th floor disappeared and gathered on the phoenix's shadow, causing the phoenix to become more and more substantial. Thud! The saintess lightly stepped onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix raised its head to the sky and let out a cry. It spread its wings and flew to the top of the 17th level. This scene shocked the figures in the cages, especially when they saw that the Holy Maiden had actually dispersed the hellfire on the 70th level. All of them revealed astonishment in their eyes. The hellfire on the 70th level was extremely powerful and terrifying. It suppressed them and made them suffer the torment of being burned by the hellfire at every moment. Such a powerful flame had actually dissipated under the feet of this peerless beauty who was capable of causing the downfall of a nation. Phoenix? This woman possesses the bloodline of the phoenix and has the ability to control all flames in the world. I heard that only the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Mu Chinchue, possesses such a bloodline. Inside the cages, many people opened their eyes and looked at the saintess. Some of them even exclaimed when they recognized the saintess. The saintess did not pay any attention to the shocked figures in the cages. She squatted on the back of the phoenix and carefully scanned the cages around her. It was as if she was looking for something. Lord Saintess, did you come here to release us? I've been trapped here for hundreds and thousands of years. It's time to let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. I just had a conflict with the disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. I know my mistake. Lord Saintess, I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the disciple of the Burning Heaven sect had taken a fancy to my sister and wanted to snatch her away. In my anger, I killed him by mistake. This is something I didn't expect. I didn't do anything wrong either. It's clearly the law enforcement team of the Burning Heaven sect who forcefully demolished our home and broke up my family. I just resisted a little and was imprisoned here. Why? Voices came from the cages. They were all eager to get out, but they didn't think that they were wrong. It was the Burning Heaven sect who was in the wrong first. Muchinchiwa was as cold as ice. She seemed to not hear the voices around her. Her eyes were still scanning the cages around her. Finally, her gaze fell on a cage hanging in the corner. Elder Chiao? When she saw the lonely figure in the cage, Muchinchiwa's calm expression finally melted like a glacier. Whoosh! The phoenix flew over and landed in front of the cage where Elder Chiao was. At this moment, Elder Chiao's body was dirty. His hair was disheveled and his face was stained with blood. His body was bound with black chains that seemed to be restricting his movements. Elder Chiao, how are you? Looking at Elder Chiao's appearance, Muchinchiwa revealed a shocked and angry expression for the first time. She clenched her fists tightly. Hee, play with me? Will you play with me? I want someone to play with me. Elder Chiao revealed a silly smile. His body wriggled like a worm as he crawled toward Muchinchiwa. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. However, the moment Chiao Lao approached the edge of the cage, he suddenly cried out in shock. The chains on his body actually contracted and tightened, cutting his flesh into pieces. Cherry red blood continuously flowed out from Chiao Lao's wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Elder Chiao, are you all right? Muchinchiwa's beautiful eyes changed slightly. Looking at the miserable figure rolling on the ground, the coldness in her eyes became more intense. Open. Without hesitation, Muchinchiwa attacked. She waved her sword finger, and the phoenix under her feet let out a cry. Its huge phoenix claws brought with it the fire of hell as if it was going to destroy the world. Boom! A dull sound was heard. Immediately, cracks appeared on the surface of the cage, made of meteorite, before it finally collapsed. Seeing this scene, the prisoners in the other cages were inexplicably horrified. They knew very well how tough the cages made of meteorite were. However, now, in Muchinchiwa's hands, they were shattered like paper. This was too unbelievable. Whoosh! The phoenix flashed over and caught Elder Chiao, who fell from the iron cage. At this moment, Elder Chiao screamed again and again. The chains on his body tightened as if they were going to crush Elder Chiao into pieces. Countless amounts of red blood spurted out, making Elder Chiao look like a man made of blood. He looked exceptionally ferocious. God-binding chains? Who is so vicious to use such a thing on Elder Chiao? Muchinchiwa's jade-like hands landed on the chains. She felt her soul tremble and quickly thought of the God-binding chains. The God-binding chains were a taboo torture tool used to imprison prisoners. The reason why it was called a taboo torture tool was because the chains had the terrifying ability to bind the soul. Once a prisoner was bound by the God-binding chains, their soul would be firmly imprisoned in the chains. As the chains pressed on the physical body, their soul would also be damaged. Using such a torture tool on a prisoner was definitely an inhumane punishment. Generally, the Burning Heaven sect would only use it on those who had committed the most heinous crimes. However, this torture tool was used on Elder Chiao. How could Muchinchiwa not be enraged? Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Elder Chiao, don't worry. I will help you break the God-binding chains. Muchinchiwa said softly. Her jade-like hands pinched together and her eyes burned with golden flames. The golden flames burned fiercely and finally shone on her sword fingers, turning into a small golden sword. Slash! With a wave of her sword fingers, the small golden sword emitted a radiance that even made the sun dim. It was as if everything in the world would be overshadowed by this sword. Clang! However, under this sword, the God-binding chains did not move. Apart from a few sparks, there was no other movement. What? The God-binding chains are actually so tough? Muchinchiwa's face changed. Seeing Elder Chiao cry out in pain, She also felt a trace of panic. I want to see the sect leader. He will definitely be able to break the God-binding chains on Elder Chiu. Seeing Elder Chiu in pain, Mu Chinchue felt a little uncomfortable. In the end, she decided to see Zhou Tianzong. Squeak! The phoenix let out a cry. Under Mu Chinchue's command, it flew up and left the burning flame pagoda. Saintess, who is behind you? Could it be that you took a prisoner from the burning flame pagoda? A sharp-eyed guard immediately saw Elder Chiu behind Mu Chinchue and immediately shouted to stop them. I will tell the sect leader about this matter. You better not block my way. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Mu Chinchue's eyes were filled with frost. She placed her jade-like hands on the back of the phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings, and endless flames fell from the sky onto the ground. The guards who were blocking the road in front were immediately flustered and retreated continuously. The phoenix took advantage of this gap and flew up with the wind. Even if the guard wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up to the phoenix's speed. Squeak! The cry of the phoenix soared into the sky and attracted the attention of countless warriors in the burning sky city. It's a phoenix. The one sitting on top of the phoenix should be the saintess of the burning heaven sect. It's said that the saintess is the first person with the phoenix bloodline to appear in the burning heaven sect in thousands of years. She is the pride of our burning sky city. Countless warriors in the burning sky city looked up at the huge phoenix that flashed past. They all revealed yearning expressions. There were even many warriors who had infatuation in their eyes as they fantasized about the chance to get intimate with the saintess of the burning heaven sect. However, a fantasy was still a fantasy. The phoenix's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Not far away from the burning flame tower, there was a great hall. This great hall was called the Burning Heaven Hall. The Burning Heaven Hall was the place where the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect lived. This terrifying great hall that was like a wild beast was empty. Only the black flames burning at the top of the great hall indicated that this great hall was extraordinary. The Burning Heaven Hall was a taboo existence in the eyes of many warriors in the Burning Heaven City. All the warriors would choose to take a detour when they passed by the surroundings of the Burning Heaven Hall. This was because the person who lived here was the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect. This was a powerful existence that countless warriors in the Burning Heaven sect respected and even feared. Squeak! The phoenix landed on the ground. Mu Chinchue slowly walked down from the phoenix and stood in front of the Burning Heaven Hall. So. Chapter 1535. 18 Black Flame Envoys. 18 Black Flame Envoys. Mu Chinchue's eyes were as cold as ice. The 18 figures in front of her were all wearing black robes with strange black flames burning on them. The 18 of them were all wearing black masks. Blazing black flames covered their true faces. The 18 Black Flame Envoys were very famous in the Burning Sky City. They were the left and right arms of the Burning Heaven Sect's sect master, Zhou Tianzong. All 18 of them were peak profound sages, fragmented sages. When the 18 Black Flame Envoys worked together, they had once killed a Yin Sky Sacred Realm expert. The 18 of them had a tacit understanding of each other, and their combined attacks were flawless. Ordinary heavenly saints would have a headache if they encountered the 18 Black Flame Envoys. Lady Saintess, may I know why you have come to the Burning Sky Palace tonight? The 18 Black Flame Envoys spoke at the same time. It was as if 18 voices were echoing in the square in front of the Burning Sky Palace. I'm looking for the sect master. Ask him to release the God-binding chains on Elder Chiu. Mu Chinchue's beautiful eyes were filled with frost, and her golden eyes were burning with golden flames. The phoenix flew over and landed beside her. It bent down and placed Elder Chiu, who was struggling in pain, on the ground. Lady Saintess, this Chiurin is a prisoner of the Burning Flame Tower. Isn't releasing him against the rules of the sect? If the sect master knows about this, How will you explain it? A figure walked out of the 18 black flame envoys. The black flames on this figure were extremely fierce, and there was even a huge beast made of black flames floating behind him. It seemed to be able to devour the heavens and the earth. The first black flame envoy. The moment this figure walked out, the other 17 black flame envoys lowered their heads and placed their right hands in front of their chests to show respect. I don't care about any explanation. I want to see the sect master right now. Mu Chinchua was not afraid. The golden flames in her eyes burned even more fiercely. The phoenix beside her let out a long cry and spread its wings, soaring into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The phoenix's wings flapped like the wind. Dense golden flames covered the sky, as if it was going to burn the sky to ashes. The golden flames spread across the sky and dyed the night sky golden. At this moment, the burning sky city was no longer dark. It was completely lit up by the golden flames. What's going on? That is the golden phoenix flame, the might of the phoenix bloodline of the burning heaven sect's holy maiden. At this moment, countless warriors in the burning sky city raised their heads and stared at the golden flames that filled the sky, as well as the enormous phoenix that was reborn from the flames. Shock was revealed in their eyes. When everyone's gazes landed in the direction of the golden phoenix flame, they all revealed strange expressions because the golden phoenix flame was in the burning sky hall, and the burning sky hall was the palace of the sect master of the burning sky sect, Zhou Tianzong. Lady Saintess, what do you mean? You want to use force in the burning heaven great hall. Do you know the consequences of using force in the burning heaven hall? The first black flame envoy's face turned dark as he spoke. Mu Chinchua had the phoenix bloodline in her body, so they were very clear on how terrifying the phoenix bloodline was. If Mu Chinchua really went all out, although they could block her, they would have to pay quite a large price. I've said it before. I want to see the sect master. If you still want to stop me, I won't hesitate to fight. Mu Chinchua's face was as cold as ice. Although her golden eyes were covered in golden flames, they were incomparably cold. The first black flame envoy's face froze. He stood there, not knowing what to do. Chen Shui, you're causing trouble. Why aren't you stopping? While the two sides were in a deadlock, an indifferent voice rang out. The black flames on the surface of the burning sky palace suddenly became wild. These black flames surged into the deep and serene burning heaven hall and landed on the ground, turning into a black blanket. At the end of the black blanket, a slender figure slowly walked over. With every step the figure took, the black flames would soar into the sky. The flames would bow under his feet, as if they were a subject seeing their king. When the figure finally arrived at the entrance of the main hall, his sharp, eagle-like gaze landed on Mu Chinchua. His gaze contained a powerful aura that radiated without anger. Mu Chinchua's face was as cold as ice. She stubbornly said, "Elder Chiu has been taking care of me since I was young. He is the closest person to me in the Burning Heaven sect. If you don't release the God-binding chains on him today, don't expect me to cooperate with you and that bathing thing." Zhou Tianzong's eyes slowly narrowed. The black flames soared into the sky and turned into a giant brush. When the brush appeared, the phoenix soaring in the sky let out a cry and revealed a fearful expression. The brush was Zhou Tianzong's Ascended Saint artifact, the Dark Flame Brush. However, the Dark Flame Brush was not a high-ranked Ascended Saint artifact. It should be around the level of a Heavenly Young Saint artifact. However, even if it was a Heavenly Young Saint artifact in Zhou Tianzong's hands, it could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chen Shui, don't cause trouble. Elder Chiu is a sinner. It's natural for him to be tortured by the God-binding chains. Zhou Tianzong calmly said. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. If you think that Elder Chiu is a sinner, then you can also think of me as a sinner. I'm willing to be imprisoned in the burning flame tower. I don't want to see that bathing thing at all. Mu Chinchua coldly said. Zhou Tianzong frowned. Naturally, he could not imprison Mu Qinxue in the burning flame tower. After all, the main character of the marriage between the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace was Mu Qinxue. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tianzong said in a deep voice, "If I release the God-binding chains on Elder Qiu, you must listen to me. This marriage is extremely important. You should know that." Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes flickered. In the end, she sighed and said, "If you let Elder Qiu go, I'll listen to you." Mu Qinxue felt helpless. She was very clear that in a huge sect, like the Burning Heaven sect, if the sect master gave the order, even if she was the saintess and had a high position, she still could not go against the sect master's order. This marriage is very important. You have to listen to me. I'll release the God-binding chains on Elder Qiu. However, if you go against me, Elder Qiu will die without a doubt. Zhou Tianzong calmly said. Mu Qinxue's beautiful face changed slightly. In the end, she still compromised. She knew that she had no other choice but to do so. Seeing that Mu Qinxue had agreed, Zhou Tianzong took a step forward and landed beside Elder Qiu. His right hand made a grabbing motion, and the dark blaze brush that was floating in the air landed in his palm. Then he used his left hand to tap on Elder Qiu's acupuncture points. Elder Qiu, who was originally struggling in pain, immediately calmed down and stopped struggling. Zhou Tianzong held the dark blaze brush in his hand and drew some mysterious characters in front of Elder Qiu. The characters were floating in the air. The strokes were like dragons and snakes. There was an indescribable charm to them. When Zhou Tianzong drew the last stroke, the characters seemed to be alive and nailed onto the God-binding chains that bound Elder Qiu. Crack! When the characters finally sank into the God-binding chains, the chains automatically shattered into countless pieces. The pain on Elder Qiu's face finally eased. Mu Qinxue quickly squatted down. With a wave of her hand, golden flames surged out and enveloped Elder Qiu. The strange thing was that Elder Qiu's terrible injuries were miraculously recovering under the cover of the golden flames. When Elder Qiu's injuries were all healed, he fell to the ground and fainted. Due to the God-binding chains, Elder Qiu had been suffering from both physical and spiritual pain. Now that he was suddenly released, it was natural for him to faint. Go back. The God-binding chains are just a torture tool to make the prisoner suffer. It's not fatal. Elder Qiu, go back and have a good rest. Then you will slowly recover. Zhou Tianzong held the dark blaze brush and quietly looked at Mu Qinxue and Elder Qiu. Behind him, the 18 black flame envoys bowed, and their black flames soared into the sky. Mu Qinxue did not reply. She waved her hand, and the phoenix in the sky let out a long cry. The golden flames that filled the sky immediately retracted and returned to Mu Qinxue's side. The phoenix followed Mu Qinxue's instructions and gently lifted the unconscious Elder Qiu onto its back. Remember what you promised before. For this marriage, you must listen to my orders. Zhou Tianzong said faintly. Mu Qinxue responded and leaped onto the phoenix's back. Shortly after, the phoenix let out a sharp cry and soared into the sky, leaving the burning sky hall. Sect Master, is it really okay for you to release Elder Qiu? After all, Elder Qiu is the clearest about the saintess. If Elder Qiu regains his consciousness, he might tell the saintess some things that he shouldn't. Then, a figure landed beside Zhou Tianzong. A pair of eyes that were suffused with black flames stared at the phoenix in the sky. Zhou Ming, since I've released Elder Qiu, it means that Elder Qiu is unable to recover. Zhou Tianzong revealed a cold smile as he continued. Back then, when Ruhua forcefully searched Elder Qiu's soul, it caused Elder Qiu's consciousness to become rather unstable. Many of his memories became chaotic, and he fell into a state of insanity. Therefore, I imprisoned him in the burning flame tower at that time. However, after bringing back Mu Qinxue and sealing most of her memories regarding the Eastern lands, I made another trip to the burning flame tower. As a result, Elder Chiu has completely become an idiot. It's basically impossible for him to recover. With that, Zhou Tianzong turned around and entered the burning sky hall. The black blanket, formed by black flames, also followed his footsteps and gradually disappeared from the burning sky hall. Zhou Ming's heart shivered. He clearly understood the meaning behind Zhou Tianzong's words. Back then, Elder Chiu had probably not become an idiot. He was only delirious. However, in order to prevent Mu Qinxue from being affected by Elder Chiu, Zhou Tianzong made another trip to the burning flame tower and turned Elder Chiu into a complete idiot. The phoenix streaked across the sky and stopped in a luxurious pavilion. Mu Qinxue brought Elder Chiu into the pavilion and instructed the maidservants in the pavilion to bring Elder Chiu to have a good rest. After Elder Chiu was brought away, Mu Qinxue leaned against the railing at the edge of the pavilion. She slowly narrowed her eyes and revealed a sliver of coldness. Elder Chiu's sea of consciousness has completely dried up. Mu Qinxue looked at the night sky and softly murmured. She tightened her grip on the railing. Chapter 1536. Spirit protecting elixir in the hazy night sky. The 4 bronze war chariot streaked across like lightning. At this moment, the 4 bronze war chariot was not being driven by Zhuowen, but by Long Xiaotian. Ever since leaving the Jia family, Zhuowen had been sitting cross-legged in the back seat, as if he was silently comprehending something. Long Xiaotian and Lo's did not disturb Zhuowen, but Lo's eyes flickered as he recalled the seal that the first mountain god had set up in the Serene Corpse Extremis. That seal was set up using the 9-turn golden split rune, and Zhuowen himself had cultivated the 9-turn golden split rune. The seal set up by the 9-turn golden split rune might have inspired Zhuowen quite a bit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light gushed out from Zhuowen's body and condensed into a complicated golden rune. This is the 2nd-turn golden rune of the 9-turn golden split rune. Looking at the golden rune, Lo's pupils shrank, and he could not help but exclaim. Although he had not successfully cultivated the 9-turn golden split rune, he was quite familiar with it. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, looked at Long Xiaotian, and said, "Father, how long will it take to reach the burning sky city in the central region of the southern wilderness?" "I'm afraid it will take more than half a month." Long Xiaotian stared at the burning flame pagoda in the distance and said indifferently, "Half a month, huh?" Zhuowen murmured, and then said to Lo's, Senior Lo's, "I am preparing to cultivate the 2nd-turn golden rune. I hope you can protect me." "The 2nd-turn golden rune? So soon?" Lo's was a little surprised. Zhuowen had just successfully cultivated the 1st-turn golden rune not long ago, and now he was trying to cultivate the 2nd-turn golden rune. Wasn't this a little too fast? The 9-turn golden split rune was originally a secret technique that targeted the soul. If one was not careful, one's soul might be destroyed. Generally, after cultivating the 1st-turn golden rune, a martial artist would rest for a long time before attempting the 2nd-turn golden rune. Of course, Zhuowen should be able to comprehend a lot of things from the 1st-turn golden rune in split time, which was why he was trying the 2nd-turn golden rune in such a short time. After all, this was the opportunity, and Zhuowen was the 1st-turn golden rune. Lo's studio was is studio is his time is studio is studio is studio is studio is. At this moment, Zhuowen's soul floated quietly in the air above the golden sea of consciousness. Xiao He stared at Zhuowen with a grave expression and said, "Zhuowen, are you sure you can withstand the 2nd golden pattern?" "I'm sure. The first mountain god must have purposely used the 9 revolution golden runes to seal the crack in the nether corpse extremity. I've learned a lot from it. If I don't try it this time, I'm afraid it will take a long time for me to do it again." Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then be careful. There are a total of 6 strokes in the second golden pattern. The pain of each stroke is probably greater than the pain of the first golden pattern. You have to be mentally prepared, Xiaohei said calmly. Zhuowen nodded seriously. Soon after, golden light surrounded his body as he prepared for battle. Xiaohei did not waste any time. With a wave of her little claws, she began to slowly draw the second golden pattern on Zhuowen's back. The first golden pattern was drawn on his chest, while the second one was drawn on his back. Although Xiaohei's drawing speed was very slow, Zhuowen was still in so much pain that he almost fainted. When she reached the last stroke, Xiaohei said solemnly, "Brat, hang in there. It's the last stroke." After saying that, Xiaohei suddenly carved the last stroke on Zhuowen's back. In the end, Zhuowen could not hold it in any longer. He held in pain as cold sweat dripped from his forehead like raindrops. His entire body trembled as he leaned weakly against the back seat. "Zhuowen, are you all right?" Lo's quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. Even Long Xiaotian, who was sitting in the front, looked at him with concern. Zhuowen waved his hand and took out a porcelain bottle from his spirit ring. He swallowed the elixir inside, and his complexion became slightly better. The second golden pattern has been successfully drawn. I can clearly feel that my holy body is constantly strengthening. But why haven't I broken through to the great success, holy body? After calming down, Zhuowen discovered that the second golden pattern on his back was constantly pouring powerful energy into his body, causing his holy body to constantly strengthen. However, compared to breaking through to the great success holy body, it was still a little bit lacking. If you want to break through to the great success holy body, I'm afraid you will need the third golden pattern, Lo said softly. Is there still a little bit left? Zhuowen frowned. In the end, he gritted his teeth and his mind entered his sea of consciousness again. He said to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei," continued drawing the third golden pattern on my soul. "I want to break through to the great success, holy body in one fell swoop." "You are crazy. The second golden pattern has already seriously injured your soul. It will take a long time for you to recover. If you immediately draw the third golden pattern, your soul will directly collapse," Xiaohei exclaimed. Zhuowen took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. I have the spirit protection celestial elixir with me. I obtained it on the 4th floor of the elixir room. Even if you have the spirit protection celestial elixir, this is still an extremely risky move." Xiaohei naturally knew about the spirit protection celestial elixir that Zhuowen had. The spirit protection celestial elixir was a peerless elixir. Its main effect was to form a thin film shield around a warrior's soul. It could protect a severely injured soul from collapsing and dissipating. Generally speaking, the spirit protection celestial elixir could indeed protect Zhuowen's soul that had been injured by the second golden pattern. However, the third golden pattern's power was much more terrifying than the second golden pattern. Zhuowen's soul had just been injured, and he had not recovered yet. If he immediately used the third golden pattern, Xiaohei was worried that even the spirit protection celestial elixir might not be able to protect Zhuowen's soul. "Don't worry too much. With the spirit protection celestial elixir, I should be able to survive the third golden pattern." Having said that, Zhuowen suddenly became silent for a moment. Then he continued, "Moreover, we are about to reach the southern wilderness. Before that, I want to break through to the great success holy body." Xiaohei looked deeply at Zhuowen. Finally, he sighed and said, "You are still so stubborn. Since you want to go crazy, then I will go crazy with you." With that, Xiaohei stretched out his little paw. The third golden pattern was absorbed into his palm. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. With a flick of his finger, he took out the spirit protection celestial elixir from his spirit ring. A surge of medicinal power turned into a powerful halo. This halo went deep into Zhuowen's soul and finally surrounded Zhuowen's soul. "Let's start," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. "Be careful, kid." Xiao He took a deep breath and began to draw the pattern of the third golden pattern on Zhou right arm, stroke by stroke, imitating the trajectory of the third golden pattern. The third golden pattern had a total of 7 strokes. Each stroke was several times more painful than the second golden pattern. The pain was indescribable. Under such pain, even the strong-willed Zhou could not help but scream. Lows and Long Xiaotian were so scared that they looked at him with worry. When Xiao He drew the 5th stroke, Zhou mind began to blur. His ears were full of noise. With the 6th stroke, cracks began to appear on the surface of the halo around Zhou. With the 7th stroke, the soul protection formed by the spirit protection celestial elixir finally collapsed into countless pieces. Zhou directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The most direct reaction was that countless cracks began to appear on the surface of Zhou body. Blood mist spewed out, making Zhou a bloody man. Oh no, Zhou soul is about to collapse. The moment the halo collapsed, the surface of Zhou soul in the depths of his mind began to crack like a porcelain bottle. At that moment, Zhou soul was at the point where it could vanish at any moment. It was extremely dangerous. Old fox, what should we do now? Zhou has already lost consciousness. His soul has begun to collapse. Xiao He began to panic. He could not help but ask Qing Huang for help. Quickly put this kid's soul into the Fushi cauldron. However, the Fushi cauldron can only slow down the rate at which his soul is collapsing. Whether or not he can survive this will depend on himself. Qing Huang said with a sigh. Xiao He was a little disappointed. He said, "If I had known this would happen, I would not have listened to this kid's crooked idea. Otherwise, this would not have happened." Qing Huang sighed softly and said, "Now, we can only depend on this kid. If he can make it through, then he can directly break through and attain the great success holy body. If he can't make it through, then I'm afraid his soul will scatter." Xiao He nodded helplessly. Qing Huang was right. Now, everything depended on Zhou. In the outside world, the 4 bronze chariot that had been galloping in the sky suddenly stopped in midair. Long Xiaotian rushed to the back seat and stared at Zhou. "What's going on? What's wrong with Zhou?" Long Xiaotian asked in shock and anger. At that moment, Zhou's face was as pale as snow. His eyes had turned white, and the aura on his body was faintly discernible. It was as if he would disappear from the world at any moment. This kind of state usually only appeared on people who were about to die. Now that it had appeared on Zhou, did it not mean that Zhou was in a state of near death? Loza's expression was ugly. He said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that Zhou has failed to draw the 3rd transformation golden pattern on his soul." Long Xiaoyan's pupils shrank. He asked, "What are the consequences of failure?" According to common sense, if he fails, his soul will be severely damaged at most. It may take a long time to recover. However, Zhou immediately drew the 3rd transformation golden pattern after drawing the 2nd transformation golden pattern. This is too crazy. After drawing the 2nd transformation golden pattern, his soul was already injured. If he immediately tried to draw the 3rd transformation golden pattern, I'm afraid that his soul will collapse. At this point, Loz fell silent. Long Xiaotian was stunned. The latter is so serious? What should we do now? What should we do? Long Xiaotian almost lost control. Zhou was his son and the main force of this expedition against the Burning Heaven sect. If Zhou died on the way, he did not know what to do. Chapter 1537. Great completion Saint Physique Loz and Long Xiaotian waited for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Zhou was in a half-dead state. Moreover, as his soul continued to collapse, Zhou's aura became increasingly weak. It was as if he would die at any moment. This made Loz and Long Xiaotian, who were guarding Zhou, so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. However, this state only lasted for 3 days. On the morning of the fourth day, when rays of sunlight shone down from the sky, Zhuan's aura, which was originally weak, suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. It was like bamboo shoots after a rain, full of vitality. Zhuan's aura is strengthening. Lo's and Long Xiaoyan's eyes burst with light. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and relax. Rumble. Thick, dark clouds began to fill the sky. These dark clouds were like ancient beasts covering the sky and the sun. In the depths of the dark clouds, countless golden thunderbolts filled the air. However, other than the golden thunderbolts, two other colors of thunderbolts appeared at the same time. They were the red thunderbolts and the blue thunderbolts. The three colors of thunderbolts intertwined with each other, creating a colorful scene. A terrifying power that shook the heavens, and the earth came crashing down from the sky. It was as if it wanted to crush the entire world into fine powder. It's a three-colored thunderbolt. It seems like Zhuowen is about to successfully break through to the great completion Saint Physique. Lo's face was full of joy, and his eyes were filled with joy. The three-colored thunderbolt was a thunderbolt tribulation unique to the great completion Saint Physique. When Lo's advanced to the great completion Saint Physique, the thunderbolt tribulation he went through was the three-colored thunderbolt tribulation. Long Xiaotian let out a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Zhuowen wouldn't be able to make it, and his soul would really scatter. Now that Zhuowen was about to go through the tribulation, it meant that Zhuowen had finally made it through. Whoosh! Zhuowen suddenly stood up from the back seat of the four-bronze chariot. 3 golden runes floated around him. He looked up at the sky and stared at the tricolored lightning flashing in the tribulation clouds. He was not afraid at all. The energy of the 3 golden runes pushed my second-rate holy body to the great success holy body in one fell swoop. This is really unexpected. Zhuowen cracked his knuckles. At this moment, Zhuowen felt as if his entire body was filled with power, as if he couldn't use it all. Rumble. Zhuowen's right foot suddenly stomped in the air, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions from his right foot as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Wherever the airwaves passed, countless floating clouds dispersed, countless dense forests collapsed, mountains and hills shattered, and rivers dried up. The power of this kick was so terrifying that even Zhuowen himself was shocked. Is this the physical strength of a great success saintly being? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he stomped out like a cannonball, and he shot towards the tribulation clouds in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blood-colored, blue and golden tricolored tribulation lightning bombarded down from the clouds and landed on Zhuowen's body. It was as if the entire sky was about to fall. This is the power of a great success saintly being. I feel that I can fight against Yin Tian Saint with one punch. In the tribulation clouds, Zhuowen shouted out loud amidst the terrifying, tricolored lightning. His voice almost covered the sound of the thunder as it resounded through the clouds. Long Xiaotian and Lo's were stunned by this scene, especially Lo's, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. When he had just advanced to the great success saintly being, he hadn't dared to act so recklessly. He had dared to rush into the tribulation clouds alone and resist thousands of lightning bolts. This was really unbelievable. Generally speaking, the power of a great success saintly being wouldn't be too strong. Back then, Lo's had suffered a lot under this tricolored tribulation lightning, and he had almost cried for his parents. However, Zhuowen was the exact opposite. The endless tricolored lightning seemed to be tickling Zhuowen. It should be because of the third turn golden pattern. Lo's quickly noticed the 3 golden patterns floating around Zhuowen's body. He also understood why Zhuowen's physical body was much stronger than an ordinary great success saintly being, even though he had just advanced to the great success saintly being. The 9-turn golden pattern was originally a secret technique that complemented the 10,000 Tao indestructible divine body. Back then, Lowe's hadn't practiced the 9-turn golden pattern, so he had been embarrassed by the tricolored tribulation lightning when he had just advanced to the great success, saintly being. However, Zhuowen was different. He had practiced the first 3 turns of the 9-turn golden pattern. Even though he had just advanced to the great success, saintly being, his power was probably much stronger than an ordinary great success, saintly being. It was understandable that the tricolored tribulation, lightning, couldn't do anything to Zhuowen. Boom! 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 At this moment, the tricolored tribulation, lightning became even more violent and turbulent. Zhuowen was bathed in this terrifying tribulation, lightning. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. He bombarded the tribulation clouds with his fists, directly annihilating all of the tribulation clouds that were sweeping over. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a god in the sky, stepping on the tricolored lightning and descending to the human world. Break! In the tribulation clouds, there was a heavenly roar. The thick tribulation clouds collapsed in an instant, revealing the blue sky above the tribulation clouds. In the blue sky, a black shadow fell like a meteorite and finally hit the ground heavily. The ground collapsed in an instant, forming a terrifying gully. Lowe's and Long Xiaotian quickly jumped into the 4-bronze chariot and controlled it to retreat thousands of miles away. Only then did they look at the scene in front of them with some shock. In the depths of the earth, a huge gully appeared. At the bottom of the gully, a tall and straight figure slowly stood up. The 3 golden patterns were like a protective shield, constantly revolving around the figure. Whoosh! Long Xiaotian quickly controlled the 4-bronze chariot and landed in the depths of the gully, stopping in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen, are you okay? Long Xiaotian asked with concern. Zhuowen raised his head, smiled, and said, I'm fine. A saint body that has cultivated the 9-cycle golden crack pattern is indeed extraordinary. It is so easy to go through the tricolored lightning tribulation. Lowe's sighed with emotion. Senior Lowe's, do the 2 of us want to give it a try? Zhuowen shouted and looked at Lowe's, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Lowe's had cultivated the saint body to the great success level for some time. Generally, the longer the saint body was cultivated, the more powerful it would be. Lowe's had cultivated the saint body to the great success level for almost 100 years. During this time, he had been tempering his saint body, so Lowe's strength should be equivalent to the peak of the sun-sky sacred realm. The strength of the 2 mountain gods of the 16th and 17th mountains, Mais and Lucy, was above Lowe's. The 2 of them had cultivated the saint body to the great success level longer than Lowe's. The saint body was like a treasure sword. Only after a long period of polishing could it reveal its powerful edge. Haha, you can't wait to challenge me after cultivating the saint body. I like your character. You are straightforward enough. Come on, then. Don't blame me for not warning you when I beat you up, Lo said with a smirk. That's not necessarily true. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He bounced his legs and stomped on the ground. The gully collapsed and shattered into ruins. Zhuowen was like an arrow that had left the bow, rushing toward Lowe's. Lowe's was not afraid. He jumped up, and a terrifying airwave exploded in the sky. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 2 of them fiercely collided. Their fists collided, and countless airwaves swirled in the air. The space collapsed as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Long Xiaotian hurriedly drove the 4-bronze chariot away from the battlefield of Zhuowen and Lowe's. He was shocked as he watched the battle between the 2 of them. There was no doubt that Zhuowen and Lowe's did not use any power of law at all. They were fighting head-on with their physical strength. Moreover, the power generated by the battle between the 2 of them made even Long Xiaotian tremble. Although he was in the in-sky saint realm, if he interfered in the battle between the 2 of them, he would be suppressed even if he summoned the dragon soul. Unless he took out the 10,000 sacrifice sword, which was a heaven-defying sacred weapon. Long Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, although I have also cultivated the myriad Tao indestructible divine body. Compared to the two of them, it is like heaven and earth. When Zhuowen had first obtained the myriad Tao indestructible divine body, he had opened it to the Ryuka disciples to cultivate. The main reason for this was that there was no threshold to cultivate the myriad Tao indestructible divine body. It required diligence, hard work, and tenacity. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two of them in the sky became fiercer and fiercer. The aftershocks that spread out caused a huge crack in the sky. It was as if the sky was being torn apart at this moment. Boom! The two of them punched each other again. Immediately, the two of them retreated a few thousand meters at the same time and faced each other from a distance. Lo stared at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "Is the 9-turn golden crack rune really so magical? You have just broken through to the great success, sacred body. But you are already on par with me?" At this moment, Lo's was really shocked. One had to know that Zhuowen was only fighting with his physical strength. The sacred body was only one of Zhuowen's means. If Zhuowen used the 7 types of laws and the saint qi in his body to combine with the sacred body, his strength would probably reach an unprecedented level. At that time, even if Lo's took out the 18th mountain, he might not be able to defeat Zhuowen. "Boy, your progress is too fast, isn't it?" Lo's muttered to himself, dumbfounded. Zhuowen was a little embarrassed as he scratched his head. Advancing to the great success, saintly body, had given him a big surprise. He had just advanced, but his saintly body's power was already on par with Liao Ci's. This was beyond his expectations. "Let's go. The commotion you created just now was a bit big. I'm afraid it attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. Let's hurry to the burning sky city." Long Xiaotian drove the 4 bronze chariot and landed next to Zhuowen and Lo's. "Let's go." Zhuowen and Lo's did not have any objections. After the two of them entered the 4 bronze chariot, Long Xiaotian drove the chariot in the direction of the burning flame tower. Not long after the 3 of them left, the forces within a radius of 10,000 miles sent cultivators to investigate. When the cultivators who were sent out saw the dilapidated scene, they were all stunned and at a loss for what to do. Who caused this? Isn't it too terrifying? I'm afraid only a saint can cause such a terrifying power. Moreover, it must be an extremely powerful saint. Chapter 1538. Xia Bingyu Burning Sky City is right in front of us. On a hillside, the 4 bronze chariot stood quietly. Long Xiaotian pointed at the huge city that was burning with flames that soared into the sky thousands of meters away. "We're finally here." Looking at the enormous city, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of bright light. He knew that he was only a city away from the beautiful figure that he yearned for day and night. Chun Shui and Mother are both in this city. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, his eyes blurred. "That's right. Xiao is in the burning flame tower. I've said it before, I will definitely save Xiao with my own hands." Long Xiaotian slowly clenched his fists, his entire body trembling because of excitement and anticipation. "Yes, this day will come soon. Father, you don't have any concealment techniques. Why don't you enter the Azure Dragon Palace first?" Zhuowen said to Long Xiaotian. Hearing this, Long Xiaotian did not refuse. Zhou Tianzong had seen him before, and if he were to openly enter Burning Sky City like this, Zhou Tianzong would probably recognize him. However, Zhuowen was different. He had the 100 transformation divine arts, so he could change his aura and appearance at will. He could completely change his appearance after entering Burning Sky City, and Lo's had never seen Zhuowen before, so he could naturally follow Zhuowen into Burning Sky City without being noticed. After keeping Long Xiaotian in the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen and Lo's walked towards Burning Sky City. At this moment, the entrance of Burning Sky City was extremely lively. There was an endless stream of people and carriages. In this long stream of people, there were many powerful Saint Martial artists and semi-saints. However, most of them were Emperor realm experts. It's so lively today. There are actually so many martial artists gathered at the entrance of Burning Sky City. Zhuowen muttered to himself in surprise. Hee, could it be that this brother doesn't know that a joyous event has happened in Burning Heaven City recently? Just as Zhuowen was talking to himself, a low voice sounded. Then, Zhuowen turned around with a strange expression on his face. Behind him, a group of young women with graceful figures slowly walked over. This group of young women had bright eyes, a face like a flower and a face like the moon. Their graceful bearing was a feast for the eyes. Every single one of these young women was a target that countless men would crazily pursue. At this moment, there were countless gazes in the surroundings that landed on this group of women. These gazes were all filled with passion. In the center of this group of young girls, there was a proud figure. This figure was dressed like a scholar and held a folding fan in his hand. He had delicate features and cheeks that were as red as peach blossoms. He had a graceful bearing and was a beautiful beauty. Zhuowen looked at the scholar in front of him with a strange gaze and carefully sized him up. The reason why he did this was mainly because the scholar in front of him did not have an Adam's apple on his neck. Moreover, looking at his face, he could tell at a glance that this guy was a woman dressed as a man. However, such a woman dressed as a man was actually imitating the playboy's attitude, hugging left and right. She was having fun teasing the young women around her. It's the successor of the Nine Saint, Heavenly Gate, Xiaobingyu. The Nine Saint, Heavenly Gate has produced 9 saints. Although they are from different eras, and it is unknown how many saints there are in the sect now, its foundation is extremely deep and terrifying. It is not something that ordinary forces can compare to, especially this Xiaobingyu. It is said that she was born in the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate under the protection of the 9 Saints. Her Heavenly Saint armor soul was once one of the 9 Saints of the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate. It is extremely terrifying and is the next leader of the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate. However, although this Xiaobingyu is a woman, she has the heart of a man. Every time she goes out, she dresses as a man and has beautiful maids by her side. She looks like an elegant and frivolous young master. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhuowen also knew the identity of the woman dressed as a man in front of him. Before coming to the southern barbarian land, Zhuowen had naturally inquired about the situation in the southern barbarian land. He had indeed heard of the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate. In the southern barbarian land, the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate was considered a great power with an extremely deep foundation. I really don't know what the good news is. I wonder if this young master can tell me a thing or two. Zhuowen asked with a faint smile. Since this Xiaobingyu liked to dress as a man, then Zhuowen would accompany her. Anyway, he also knew that he would not have any interaction with the Xiaobingyu. This time, he would naturally try to get more information from her. Hearing Zhuowen's address, Xiaobingyu's beautiful mouth curved into a smile. She stepped in front of Zhuowen and pressed her folding fan against Zhuowen's chest. She moved closer to Zhuowen and said with a wretched smile, "Brother, what do you think of my maids?" Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect this Xiaobingyu to suddenly ask such a question. Captivating beauty, devastatingly beautiful, graceful, and virtuous. Zhuowen commented without blushing or skipping a beat. "Haha, brother's evaluation is very pertinent, very pertinent. Wonderful, wonderful. The maids of Xiaobingyu, are naturally peerless beauties. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to stay by my side?" Xiaobingyu laughed and returned to the maids behind her. She hugged them left and right and even sucked the clavicles of the maids in an exaggerated manner. She really looked like a thirsty wolf. However, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Although he wanted to scold this Xiaobingyu for being crazy and perverted, he held back in the end. "I am Xiaobingyu from the 9 Saints, Heavenly Sect. How should I address you?" Xiaobingyu came back to her senses and smiled at Zhuowen. I am just a wild crane. My name is Miafun. This is my brother Lo's. Just now, Young Master Xia did not tell me. What is the joyous occasion in Burning Sky City? Zhuowen smiled faintly. Xia Bingyu raised her beautiful eyes and said, Miaflin? This name was a little interesting. Wasn't this a joyous occasion already known to everyone in Burning Sky City? Seeing that Brother Miafun is new here, I will tell you about it. This time, the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect and the young palace master of the Snow Palace of the North Pole are going to be married. For this reason, the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect is holding a grand banquet. All the major forces of the South Pole have invited this joyous occasion. It is said that even the fierce tiger sect of the western region has been invited. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as a chill surged. It seemed that Elder Yen was right. The Burning Heaven sect was indeed planning to marry the Snow Palace. Zhuowen's strange behavior naturally did not escape Xia Bingyu's eyes. She was a little surprised that the young man in front of her suddenly revealed a cold expression. Hee, I also heard that in a few days the palace master of the Snow Palace will bring many experts to Burning Sky City. At that time, the Burning Heaven sect master will personally come out to welcome them. At that time, there will be a grand banquet. That is truly a joyous occasion. At this point, Xia Bingyu giggled. That charming chuckle, coupled with the incongruity of her male disguise, had a special charm that attracted the gazes of the surrounding warriors. Xia Bingyu was originally a beautiful woman. Even if she deliberately disguised herself as a man, it was still difficult to conceal her peerless beauty. On the contrary, it added a strange charm to her. I see. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Xia. I still have some urgent matters to attend to in the city, so I will take my leave first. Zhuowen cupped his hands. He originally intended to step into Burning Sky City, but Xia Bingyu obviously did not want to let Zhuowen leave just like that. She actually blocked his path. Young Master Xia, is there something else? Looking at Xia Bingyu in front of him, Zhuowen asked indifferently. Even Zhuowen could not figure out why Xia Bingyu was suddenly so interested in him. It was a little strange. Of course, Zhuowen was not the only one who was strange. The surrounding warriors were also extremely puzzled. Zhuowen and Loz were alone in front of them, and their auras were concealed. Such ordinary people should be buried in the crowd and inconspicuous. But now, the dignified successor of the Nine Saints' heavenly gate, Xia Bingyu, was actually so friendly to them. This was extremely inconceivable to the crowd. Xia Bingyu liked to disguise herself as a man, and also liked to learn from the secular world's young masters. She liked to flirt with hundreds of flowers. However, Xia Bingyu was extremely arrogant. She would not even bother with ordinary people. But now, Xia Bingyu actually took the initiative to chat with the two ordinary people in front of her. She even seemed to be quite friendly. This was extremely inconceivable to the crowd. Brother Miefin, your attitude is a little bad. Can't I find you for no reason? Just now, the two of us hit it off so well. From now on, you are my brother, Xia Bingyu. At this point, Xia Bingyu moved closer to Zhuowen and revealed a wretched smile. She whispered, Brother Miefin, these maidservants of mine are all beautiful and beautiful. If you like them, I don't mind giving you one. I guarantee that she will serve you well. I only made this suggestion because I treat you as my brother. Otherwise, there won't be another chance like this. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed. This Xia Bingyu had been constantly talking to him from the beginning. Zhuowen felt a little strange. Now that he wanted to enter Burning Sky City, this Xia Bingyu was actually pestering him. This made him feel that something was wrong. Zhuowen glanced at the group of maidservants behind Xia Bingyu. With a hook of his right hand, he lifted Xia Bingyu's delicate chin without any warning. At this moment, Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu looked at each other. Their cheeks were so close that Xia Bingyu could even feel Zhuowen's heavy and warm breath. Xia Bingyu obviously did not expect such a turn of events. For a moment, She was stunned and could only stare blankly at the young man in front of her. Then, the young man in front of her spoke softly. "If I say that I want you, will you serve me well?" The voice that drilled into her ears had a trace of strange magnetism. It was also a little low, causing Xia Bingyu to feel numb all over. She almost lost her balance. "What are you doing?" Chapter 1539. Prince Raven. This sudden turn of events instantly petrified countless warriors in the surroundings. No one had expected the young man named Miafun to be so audacious. He lifted Xia Bingyu's chin in front of everyone and said such impudent words. Although Xia Bingyu looked unrestrained on the surface, she was extremely arrogant in her bones. She was the only one who teased others, and no one had ever teased her so brazenly. However, Miafun had done it. This shocked the surrounding people and made Xia Bingyu furious. It was so much so that many of Xia Bingyu's admirers in the surroundings looked at Zhuo with gazes that were filled with hostility and coldness. "What are you doing? Are you courting death?" Xia Bingyu's eyes were like frost as she stared at Zhuo. Her previous unrestrained manner was gone, and there was only a deep coldness. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the group of maidservants standing behind Xia Bingyu had unsheathed their cold swords. Sword Qi soared into the sky, scaring many cultivators around them into retreating. Xia Bingyu's maidservants were all talented disciples, nurtured by the 9 Saints' heavenly gate. They were all very powerful. Now that they saw Xia Bingyu being teased, their flirtatious expressions were instantly replaced by a biting cold. Zhuo was calm and said, "Why are you so angry, young Master Xia? I was just joking just now. You don't have to take it seriously." Xia Bingyu also slowly returned to normal. After she waved her hand to signal the maidservants to put down their weapons, she sized up Zhuo with her beautiful eyes. However, she did not dare to approach Zhuo like before. She had always been the one who teased others, but now she was being teased by this young man. This made Xia Bingyu feel embarrassed, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she had walked into the trap earlier. "Hee, it's really lively here." A slightly ear-piercing voice sounded. Then the crowd on the side opened up a path for a slender young man with a gloomy expression to walk over slowly. 2 black-robed old men followed behind the young man respectfully. The 3 of them were dressed in unique attire. A black crow with its wings spread out was embroidered on the front of their clothes. It looked very out of place. It's the Dark Crow sect. That's a force that's not any weaker than the 9 Saints' heavenly gate. Could this young man be Prince Raven? It's Prince Raven. Look at the 2 people behind him. They should be the 2 wise men. These 2 old men are basically inseparable from Prince Raven. As long as Prince Raven is around, there will be the 2 wise men. It's said that Prince Raven has always had a soft spot for Xia Bingyu. However, it's a pity that Xia Bingyu likes to dress up as a man. She doesn't like men, but she likes women. Prince Raven has always returned empty-handed. The moment Prince Raven walked over, many of the surrounding cultivators retreated. Prince Raven was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, looking at his posture, it was obvious that he was coming for Xia Bingyu. No one wanted to provoke him. Prince Raven. Seeing the dark crow-crowned prince walking over, Xia Bingyu wrinkled her jade-like nose and said somewhat unhappily, "Hee, Miss Xia has a good memory. I'm really flattered that you still remember me." Prince Raven ignored Zhuowen's existence and stepped in front of Xia Bingyu. Xia Bingyu said coldly, "It's indeed quite a coincidence. However, young Master Yin, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Xia Bingyu came to Zhuowen's side and smiled at Zhuowen. "Brother Miafun, how about we enter the Burning Sky City together?" Xia Bingyu's attitude immediately made Prince Raven's face turn gloomy. His gaze fell on Zhuowen, emitting a deep chill. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, Don't blame me for not reminding you when you die." Yin Yen said sinisterly. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed. He did not expect Prince Raven to threaten him so openly, and the surrounding martial warriors did not seem to be surprised at all. Obviously, this was Prince Raven's style. Without a doubt, the surrounding martial warriors all looked at Zhuowen with pity and sympathy. Some of them were even secretly gloating. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she looked at Zhuowen calmly. The corner of her mouth revealed a sly smile. At this juncture, she suddenly acted so warmly towards Zhuowen. Naturally, it was not for no reason, but for Prince Raven to see. Prince Raven had been pestering her for a long time, and she was annoyed by Prince Raven's pursuit. Now, using Zhuowen as a shield was the most appropriate thing to do. Moreover, because of Zhuowen's impudent behavior, Xia Bingyu was constantly blaming Zhuowen. This was a small revenge from before. What? Don't you understand human language? If you don't scram, you better think about the consequences. Seeing that Zhuowen did not move, the corner of Prince Raven's mouth became colder and colder. He thought that Zhuowen was stunned by him, so he shouted again. Zhuowen slowly turned around and immediately placed his right hand on Xia Bingyu's shoulder without any warning. Pulling her to his side, he said to Prince Raven, "This one is happily chatting with young Master Xia. Who do you think you are? How dare you stick your foot in? Little do you know that your foot is dirty and smelly. It's disgusting." In an instant, everyone was stunned. Even Prince Raven was stunned on the spot. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu, who was suddenly pulled to his side by Zhuowen. The silence continued. The smile on Xia Bingyu's face suddenly froze. A powerful aura burst out and rushed to the sky, wanting to blast Zhuowen away. Zhuowen smiled. The power of the divine body condensed on his right hand. It was like thousands of mountains, fiercely suppressing Xia Bingyu. Even if she used all her strength, she could not move. At this moment, Xia Bingyu was shocked. She was the successor of the 9 saints' heavenly gate. Since she was young, she had been taught by the saint in the sect. Now, at such a young age, she was still a void profound saint. However, even though she had unleashed the aura of a saint, she was still restrained by Zhuowen's right hand and could not move at all. This guy, Xia Bingyu, was both shocked and furious, especially when their bodies were almost pressed together. This caused Xia Bingyu to feel extremely ashamed. With a swoosh, her exquisite face became incomparably crimson, like a cherry that had been dyed in the mountains. In the eyes of outsiders, Xia Bingyu's struggling posture was like a spoiled little girl. This made the eyes of many warriors spit fire. They almost rushed up and punched Zhuowen. As for Zhuowen, he was as calm as an ancient well. Even the continuously struggling woman under his right hand did not cause the slightest ripple in Zhuowen's heart. He did this not because he was lustful, but because he wanted to properly punish this woman who wanted to use him. This was because he hated it when people used him. Hearing Zhuowen's provocative words and the intimate actions between Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu, Prince Raven's lungs were about to explode. Prince Raven's handsome face turned purple. "You're courting death," Prince Raven roared. He stomped on the ground and jumped up. The black gas in his body rushed out and formed a huge shadow of a dark crow behind him. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. "Kid, no matter where you come from, you're going to die today. You're going to die miserably." Prince Raven had a pair of black wings on his back. The black gas that escaped from his body converged into a huge dark crow. He looked down at Zhuowen with eyes full of cruelty. "Zhuowen, do you want me to beat him to death for you?" Liao Si slowly walked forward, tilted his head, and asked Zhuowen with a smile. "Sure, but don't kill him. Just beat him up," Zhuowen said indifferently. The conversation between Zhuowen and Lo's was heard clearly by the surrounding people. Many of them looked at Zhuowen and Lo's strangely. Prince Raven was the monstrous genius of the Dark Crow sect. Yin Yan was older than Xiaobingyu by dozens of years. Therefore, his cultivation was stronger than Xiaobingyu. He had reached the second mystic nirvana saint realm. With such a cultivation, he was a rare, monstrous genius among the younger generation. Even among the older generation, he was considered a first-rate expert. Now, this bald man who suddenly walked out said that he wanted to beat Prince Raven to death. Such bold words were a little arrogant. The ignorant are fearless. Where did these two guys come from? Haven't they heard of the Dark Crow sect? How dare they say that they want to beat Prince Raven to death? What a joke! After they are taught a lesson by Prince Raven, they will know how ignorant they are. Many of the surrounding warriors sneered, waiting for Lowe's and Zhuowen to make a fool of themselves. All right, then I'll beat this guy half to death. Lowe's grinned. He stomped his feet and the ground cracked. Lowe's shot out like an arrow and appeared in front of Prince Raven in an instant. Lowe's was too fast. Before Prince Raven could react, Lowe's had already appeared in front of him. Damn it! Prince Raven's expression changed slightly. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the huge dark crow phantom behind him let out a shrill cry. It bent down and grabbed at Lowe's. It's just a little bird. What can it do to me? Liao Si sneered and punched out, slamming into the dark crow's claws. The dark crow phantasm let out a miserable shriek towards the sky. Soon after, its enormous body directly crumbled into countless fragments. The crown prince's expression drastically changed as he continuously retreated. His dark crow phantom was the soul of his armor. It was very powerful, and ordinary profound sages might not be its opponent. However, it was destroyed by the bald man in front of him in one move. This was too exaggerated. Boy, why are you in a daze? Can't wait to be beaten by me? While Prince Raven was in a daze, Lowe's suddenly appeared in front of him. Lowe's directly slapped him. Chapter 1540. Entering the city plop. Prince Raven was smashed into the ground like a piece of trash, forming a huge crater outside the city. The surrounding cultivators quickly distanced themselves from the huge crater, not daring to approach. Pucci! Prince Raven spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with some broken teeth. Loza's slap was extremely loud and clear. Prince Raven's mouth was full of broken teeth and blood. He couldn't even get up. Impudent! Prince Raven was defeated too quickly. The two wise men who had been following him didn't even have time to react. By the time they did, Prince Raven was already in such a miserable state. Whoosh whoosh! The two wise men were both shocked and furious. They formed a pincer formation and surrounded Lowe's, intending to kill him. Lowe's grinned and threw out a palm, which transformed into a huge hand. Boom! The two wise men didn't even have time to use their limbs before they were pressed to the ground by the huge hand. They were on the verge of death. You want to snatch a woman with your trashy strength? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhuowen slowly let go of Xia Bingyu and glanced indifferently at Prince Raven, who was lying in the crater. He called out to Lowe's and walked towards Burning Sky City. At this moment, many of the cultivators in front consciously opened up a path. They didn't dare to block Zhuowen and Lowe's. Prince Raven had already been taught a lesson. How would they dare to provoke this fiend in front of them? Of course, they would stay as far away as possible. When Zhuowen arrived at the city gate, the guards didn't even dare to charge Zhuowen and Lowe's any fees. They carefully invited Zhuowen and Lowe's into the city gate. After Lowe's and Zhuowen entered Burning Sky City, there was a burst of heated discussion outside the city. Everyone was guessing who this so-called Miafin was. He even dared to teach Prince Raven a lesson. Of course, he did have such a background and strength. Otherwise, Prince Raven wouldn't have suffered such a huge setback in Miefun's hands. Young master, are you all right? The group of beautiful maids surrounded Xia Bingyu and asked with concern. One of the taller maids, Young master, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to break free from Miefin of arms, right? Why were you? You seem to be clinging to him? Once those words were said, the group of maids became somewhat open-mouthed. They began to discuss spiritedly and even began to ridicule her. Young master, could it? Don't. We can't lose young master. Young master can't abandon us. That's right. How can young master like a stinky man? How can those stinky men be compared to us sisters? Hearing the maids teasing, Xia Bingyu's delicate cheeks flushed red. These maids weren't her real maids. They were all senior and junior sisters of the 9 Saints, Heavenly Gate. They had a good relationship with each other and would often tease her in this regard. You girls, are you itching for a beating? You think I don't want to break free? Miafuan is not simple. I can't break free. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes looked complicated as she spoke. Xia Bingyu's intuition was much sharper than that of an ordinary person. She could sense auras and things that ordinary people couldn't. Previously, she had noticed Zhuowen and Lowe's. Although the two of them looked ordinary, there was nothing special about them. However, her intuition could sense that regardless of whether it was Zhuowen or Lowe's, they both gave her a feeling of fear and trepidation. It was as if there was a terrifying beast hidden in their bodies. Can't break free. The group of maids was shocked. Although Xia Bingyu didn't look serious, she was extremely powerful. Miafen, which looked ordinary, was actually able to suppress Xia Bingyu to the point that she couldn't break free. This was unbelievable. Hee, young master really knows how to find excuses. You are obviously in love and don't want to break free. Now you are saying that you can't break free. Young master's joke isn't funny. The tall maid chuckled. Her beautiful eyes were full of teasing. This made Xia Bingyu anxious and angry, but there was nothing she could do. Let's go. Let's enter the city. It's not easy to take advantage of me, Xia Bingyu. As she spoke, Xia Bingyu closed her folding fan and called for the maids behind her. Under the passionate gazes of the crowd, they entered the burning sky city. Cough, cough, cough. Prince Raven struggled to support his body. He took out an elixir from his spiritual ring and swallowed it. His originally weak aura finally recovered. After standing up, Prince Raven went to where the 2 wise men was and fed the elixir to the 2 wise men. Miraculously, the originally dying 2 wise men's aura recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crown Prince, the 2 of us are useless. After recovering, the 2 wise men quickly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Prince Raven waved his hand and said gloomily, "It's not your fault. It's Miafun who hid his strength well. The bald man beside him is actually so powerful and terrifying. Crown Prince, what should we do now? We can't just let Miafun go like this, right? Moreover, Miafun's origin is unknown and his identity is extremely suspicious." Elder Een of the 2 wise men said in a deep voice. Prince Raven's gaze became more and more gloomy. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Don't go head-to-head with Miafun. This guy is not simple. However, we can send people to find out his whereabouts. When the time comes, the sect's elders will also arrive at the Burning Heaven sect. That will be the time of his death." Yes, the 2 wise men said respectfully. After Prince Raven entered the Burning Sky City, the surrounding people began to talk about it. The name of Miafun also began to spread among a small number of people. The Burning Sky City was indeed huge. The streets were lined with shops on both sides of the street. People shuttled back and forth like a long dragon. During this time, there were endless shouts and shouts. This Burning Sky City really lives up to its name. All the buildings here have something to do with fire. Walking on the bustling street, Lowe's could not help but click his tongue in wonder. His eyes shone. He saw that the pavilions in the Burning Sky City, whether it was a dilapidated tile-roofed house, a vermilion lacquered courtyard, or a bustling palace, were all surrounded by flames of various colors. The reason for this was that all the buildings in the Burning Sky City were made of a type of fiery stone. This type of fiery stone was born with flames. The surface of the stone would emit flames of various colors. Different types of fiery stones produced different colors of flames. The flames produced by the fiery stones were beneficial to warriors who cultivated fire-based cultivation techniques and laws. Those warriors who cultivated fire-based cultivation techniques would get half the results with twice the effort if they cultivated in such buildings. Moreover, the more fiery stones used, the more obvious the benefits would be. Therefore, the larger and more luxurious the buildings, the more powerful the owner of the buildings would be. As for those pitiful tile-roofed houses and other small buildings that flickered with sparse flames, they were basically the residences of weaker warriors. In the burning sky city, the strength of a warrior could be seen from the buildings they resided in. Although the temperature of the flames emitted by the fiery stones was quite high, it did not have any effect on powerhouses like Lowe's and Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that after entering the city that was wrapped in flames, the fire-based laws contained in his body had become active. Looking at this sign, cultivating fire-based laws in the burning sky city will get twice the results with half the effort. Feeling the blazing fire-based energy around him, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of intoxication as he muttered in a low voice, "Zhuowen, I see that many warriors on the streets of the burning sky city are talking about the marriage between the burning heaven sect's holy maiden and the ice palace's young palace master. That holy maiden should be the one you want to snatch back this time, right?" Lowe's cast a sidelong glance at Zhuowen and said. Zhuowen did not make a sound. His gaze fell on the burning flame tower in the center of the burning sky city, and he nodded slightly. Lowe's looked around and sighed softly. The burning heaven sect of the southern wilderness is really much stronger than the Blue Dragon Hall. Just the scale of the burning sky city alone is not something that any major force in the Eastern Territory's 9 Nether Realm can compare with. Moreover, this burning heaven sect has a marriage alliance with the Ice Palace. It can be seen that the so-called Ice Palace is not much weaker than the burning heaven sect. I say, Zhuowen, this time it will be a bit difficult for you to snatch a wife. Zhuowen said with a faint smile, "It doesn't matter whether it's difficult or not. What I know is that I will definitely be able to snatch Qin Shui back. If the burning heaven sect wants to stop me, I will exterminate the burning heaven sect." Speaking of this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with tyrannical and murderous intent. This time, he, Zhuowen, had made sufficient preparations. Whether it was the burning heaven sect or the ice palace, if they wanted to stop him, Zhuowen would kill them all. Although it's like this, you can't act impulsively. Although your Ryuka is strong enough, with you, Long Xiaotian and us mountain gods, your high-end strength is indeed very strong. But the burning heaven sect's background shouldn't be weak. If you act too impulsively, I'm afraid the gains won't make up for the losses. Moreover, your Ryuka might suffer heavy losses. Lowe's reminded, "Relax, I know what I'm doing. I won't act impulsively like last time." Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he thought of the time when he went to take back Mu Qinxue. He was indeed too impulsive at that time, causing him to leave his hometown and the Divine Academy. Moreover, he was wanted by the entire 9 Nether Realm. Fortunately, he had an immortal sacred artifact like the Azure Dragon Hall. Otherwise, he might have died at that time. Although the 18th mountain god wasn't present at that time, he heard about it from Long Xiaotian. It said that when the Ice Palace's young palace master arrives at the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong plans to hold a banquet. Perhaps that will be an opportunity. Moreover, it's said that the Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden will also come out to welcome the Ice Palace's young palace master. Lowe's said in a deep voice, Now we can only wait." Chapter 1541. Jiang Xian, Clan Zhuowen. It seems there are 2 fellows who won't leave us alone. They have been following us all this time. Don't you think we should take action? Liao Si suddenly said. Zhuowen's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "I'm afraid that Prince Raven is unwilling to give up and sent them." Lowe's nodded and said with a smile, Do you want me to take care of it? Then I'll have to trouble Senior Lowe's. Since Prince Raven is following us like a ghost, it's time to teach him a lesson. I, Zhuowen, am not that easy to bully, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. After saying that, Lowe's disappeared behind Zhuowen. After a while, Lowe's reappeared behind Zhuowen and said with a grin, "Those two fellows won't be able to disturb us anymore." Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he and Liao Si found a place to stay in Burning Sky City and temporarily stayed there. After all, Zhuowen and Lowe's had just entered Burning Sky City. Even though they had made a lot of preparations beforehand, they still didn't know the exact location of Burning Sky City, let alone the exact location of the Burning Heaven Sect. Zhuowen and Lowe's planned to explore Burning Sky City for a period of time to understand the situation of the entire city and the Burning Heaven Sect. At the same time, they were also waiting for the arrival of the young palace master of the Snow Palace. When the sect master of the Burning Heaven Sect, Zhou Tianzong, held a banquet, it would be the best time for them to take action. Zhuowen also knew that Mu Qinxua would also appear at that time. In a rather luxurious pavilion in Burning Sky City, Prince Raven was sitting on an armchair with a slightly ugly expression. "Crown Prince, the two men we sent out have been killed. I'm afraid they were killed by Miafun and Miafin." Yin Elder cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "I've underestimated the two of them. Yin Su and Ying Ying's concealment skills are second to none even in the Dark Crow sect. Although the two of them are only invincible Emperor Lords, if they really use their concealment techniques at full strength, coupled with their special armor souls, even saints won't be able to easily discover them. Just where did they come from?" At this point, Prince Raven slowly frowned. He had never heard of Miafun's name in the southern barbarian lands. Since the bald man beside Miafun was so powerful and could defeat the two wise men in one move, he was definitely not a nobody in the southern barbarian lands. However, no matter how hard the Dark Crow Crown Prince racked his brains and tried to recall the geniuses and experts of the southern barbarian lands, he couldn't match Miafin and the bald man beside him. "Crown Prince, do you think the two of them are experts from other regions? After all, the marriage between the Burning Heaven Sect and the Snow Palace is a joyous occasion. The sect master of the Burning Heaven Sect, Zhou Tianzong, has sent out countless invitations. Some of them were even sent to other regions." Elder Ming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. His words caused Prince Raven's eyes to shine. He said, "Elder Ming is right. The two of them might be experts from other regions. Since they are warriors from other regions, shouldn't we stop here?" Old Een asked cautiously. Prince Raven narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Stop? Why should we stop? Even if they are from other regions, so what? Since they have come to the southern barbarian lands, even if they are true dragons, they will still have to lie down. Even if they are ferocious tigers, they will still have to lie down. What's more, Miafun is only two people. Our Dark Crow sect is based in the southern barbarian lands. Are we going to swallow our pride when we are humiliated? Moreover, the sect master and the two great guardians are on their way to the Burning Sky City. Miafun will be finished by then." The two wise men nodded repeatedly. Although Lowe's was powerful and could defeat both of them in one move, they were still inferior to the Dark Crow sect. However, in their opinion, Liao Si was definitely not a match for the sect leader of the Dark Crow sect. Perhaps the two guardians would be enough to deal with Miafin and the other sect leader. It will take some time for the sect master and the great guardians to arrive. Are we just going to wait like this? The two wise men looked at Prince Raven and asked. Prince Raven sneered. "Of course not. I don't know why Xiaobingyu is so interested in Miafun. Isn't the little virtuous prince of the Jiangxian clan in the Burning Sky City a loyal admirer of Xiaobingyu? When I was pursuing Xiaobingyu, the little virtuous prince almost killed me. If the little virtuous prince knew that Xiaobingyu was so interested in Miafin, how do you think the little virtuous prince would react?" The two wise men's eyes shone brightly. They bowed and said, "The Crown Prince is wise." "Let's go. Let's go to the Jiangxian clan. I think the little virtuous prince has already heard the news. We just need to add fuel to the fire." Prince Raven stepped out of the loft with his hands behind his back. The two wise men followed closely behind. They were respectful and did not dare to be negligent. The Jiangxian clan was a famous force in the Burning Sky City. It was one of the few forces in the Burning Sky City, other than the Burning Heaven sect. It was a powerful force with a saint. Whether it was in the Southern Barbarian or the Eastern Barbarian, a force with a saint would prosper and grow stronger. They would become famous and have a deep foundation. Moreover, the Jiangxian clan had a long history. It was said that the Jiangxian clan had already existed before the Burning Sky City was established. In the distant past, the Jiangxian clan had produced many peerless geniuses. In that era, the Jiangxian clan had 7 saints. Moreover, the 7 saints existed at the same time, unlike the 9 saints of the 9 saints of the 9 saints of each generation. In that era, the Jiangxian clan was definitely one of the top forces in the Southern Barbarian. Its fame was almost on par with the Burning Heaven sect. At that time, the Jiangxian clan was regarded as the most powerful force in the Southern Barbarian that could contend with the Burning Heaven sect. However, in the Jiangxian clan's heyday, the Jiangxian clan quickly declined. No one knew the specific reason, but some people guessed that it might have something to do with the Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Heaven sect was the supreme overlord of the Southern Barbarian. It was above all the forces in the Southern Barbarian and even suppressed countless forces in the Southern Barbarian. No one knew how strong the Burning Heaven sect was, or how deep its foundation was. However, since the Jiangxian clan's heyday and rapid decline, everyone knew that the Burning Heaven sect was very powerful. It was far more powerful than the Jiangxian clan's heyday. After thousands of years, the Jiangxian clan gradually declined. Although the Jiangxian clan still had a saint, the number of saints could be counted with one's fingers. Some people even guessed that there might only be 1 saint in the Jiangxian clan. Even though the Jiangxian clan had declined, a centipede would not fall down even if it was dead. After all, the Jiangxian clan once had 7 saints. There were several saint artifacts in the Jiangxian clan. It was said that the Jiangxian clan might even have ascended saint artifact. Of course, these were all rumors circulating outside. The Jiangxian clan did not make any statement. However, everyone knew that the Jiangxian clan's foundation was very deep. It was not something that ordinary forces could compare with. Many forces respected the Jiangxian clan in the Burning Heaven City. The Jiangxian clan had a large fief in the Burning Heaven City. As one of the oldest forces in the Burning Heaven sect, the Burning Heaven sect naturally would not be stingy with the land. In front of the Jiangxian clan's red lacquer gate, there were 2 towering stone lions. When Prince Raven arrived in front of the red lacquer gate, he was stopped by 2 guards. "The Prince Raven of the Dark Crow sect is here to visit the little virtuous king, Jiang Liqing. Are you going to stop me?" Prince Raven said indifferently. The 2 guards looked at each other. They purposely looked at the 2 wise men behind Prince Raven and remembered the rumors about Prince Raven. They quickly lowered their heads and said, "We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." "We did not recognize you, Lord Prince Raven." Prince Raven nodded and asked indifferently, "Do you know where Jiang Liqing is now?" "It's just past 5 in the morning. Young Master Jiang should be practicing martial arts in the martial arts pavilion. Lord Prince Raven has arrived. Do you need us to inform him?" The guard answered honestly, "No need. It's not the first time I've come to the Jiangxian clan. I'll go directly to the martial arts pavilion to find Jiang Liqing." Prince Raven shook his head and stepped into the Jiangxian clan. Just like what Prince Raven said, he was very familiar with the Jiangxian clan. Soon, he arrived at a huge pavilion that was burning with purple flames. There was a stone tablet in front of the pavilion, and the words "Martial Arts Pavilion" were engraved on the stone tablet, which were formed by purple flames. The martial arts pavilion was not so much a pavilion as it was a huge courtyard. There were flowers, birds, towering trees, streams, and many stone pillars. In the middle of the stone pillars, a figure flashed past like a gust of wind, shuttling back and forth in a strange trajectory. Boom! 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 Finally, the figure flew out of the dense stone pillars and stopped at the same place. Then, the stone pillars behind him turned into dust and dissipated in the air. Ha! Looks like Brother Zhang's shadowless snow steps has been cultivated to the point of perfection. Once you take a step, there's no trace and everything is turned into dust. Prince Raven could not help but praise. Shadowless snow steps was the Jiangxian clan's unique skill. Once you take a step, there's no trace and everything is turned into dust. This shadowless snow steps was not only unparalleled in speed, but its destructive power was also extremely shocking. Yinyan, what business do you have with my Jiangxian clan? The little virtuous King Jiang Liqing was a slender youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. At this moment, he was wearing a white robe like a white lotus that could not be tainted by anything. At this moment, Jiang Liqing looked at Prince Raven. His handsome face revealed a trace of surprise, and his sword-like eyebrows slightly knitted. Prince Raven laughed sinisterly and said, "Today, I've brought you important news. Don't you want to hear it?" Jiang Liqing patted his sleeves and did not pay much attention to Prince Raven. He said indifferently, "I'm not interested in your news. Sword Elder, please send the guest out." Whoosh! Chapter 1542. Jiang Liqing. Prince Raven's complexion immediately turned purple. He didn't expect Jiang Liqing to be so impolite. He didn't even listen to the news and directly asked the Sword Elder to send him off. Looking at the withered old man on the long sword before him, Prince Raven's eyes had a trace of dense fear. The Sword Elder looked like a candle in the wind, an old man who could collapse at any time. However, Prince Raven didn't dare to underestimate this old man who could enter the coffin at any time. This was because he had vaguely heard from the Dark Crow Sect's hierarch that this inconspicuous Sword Elder of the Jiangxian family was once one of the 7 sages of the Jiangxian family during their most powerful era. After thousands of years of accumulation, this Sword Elder had lived until now. That was 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. For the present, that was a very long time ago. During that era, Prince Raven knew that the Jiangxian clan was strong enough to threaten the Burning Heaven sect. Therefore, the Burning Heaven sect took action. The Jiangxian clan and the Burning Heaven sect clashed fiercely. In the end, the Jiangxian clan suffered a crushing defeat. Although the Jiangxian clan was strong enough at that time, they still weren't a match for the Burning Heaven sect. At that time, the Jiangxian clan's 7 sages were almost completely wiped out. They suffered heavy losses. However, the Burning Heaven sect didn't exterminate the Jiangxian clan. After all, during the Jiangxian clan's strongest era, if the Burning Heaven sect mobilized a large force to exterminate the Jiangxian clan, it would undoubtedly push the Burning Heaven sect to the forefront of the storm and become a target of public criticism. Moreover, the Burning Heaven sect's actions were done in secret. During that era, there were very few forces who knew that the Burning Heaven sect was the one who did it. The Dark Crow cult was one of the few who knew about it. However, facing a colossus like the Burning Heaven sect, those forces who knew about it all kept silent. Even the Jiangxian clan remained silent in the end. After the Burning Heaven sect's whitewashing, the past was finally covered up perfectly. The Sword Elder was the only one of the 7 saints who had survived back then. Even Prince Raven did not know how powerful the Sword Elder was. However, he knew that if the Sword Elder wanted to kill them, the Sword Elder would only need a single strike to kill him and the 2 wise men beside him. "Prince Raven, you don't need me to send you off personally, do you?" The Sword Elder slowly landed on the ground and placed his right hand on the sword hilt. A sharp and invisible sword force spread out, causing Prince Raven to feel a chill in his heart. Humph. If you don't want to know about Xiao Bingyu's matter, then I won't force you. All right, I'll leave it at that. Prince Raven coldly snorted and immediately brought the two wise men with him, intending to leave the martial arts pavilion. Wait, did you just say that this matter is related to Bingyu? Jiang Liqing suddenly shouted. Prince Raven stopped in his tracks and revealed a faint smile. Otherwise, why would I come to find you? It seems that you have been in seclusion for a period of time and don't even know what happened before. Jiang Liqing's sword-like eyebrows slightly knitted. He pointed to a rather exquisite wooden building in the depths of the martial arts pavilion and said, "Then let's go in and have a chat." In the quiet wooden building, Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing sat opposite each other. Prince Raven picked up his teacup and took a sip. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Snow Mountain Jade Drop Tea, what a good tea." "Speak. What happened to Bingyu during this period of time?" Jiang Liqing said indifferently. Previously at the Burning Sky City's gate, Xiao Bingyu and a young man named Mia Fun were pulling each other intimately. As Prince Raven spoke until here, he placed the teacup on the table in front of him and looked at Jiang Liqing with a smile. Creak! Jiang Liqing suddenly squeezed the teacup in his hand. Then he said coldly, "Do you think I will believe you? Who doesn't know that Bingyu likes to dress up as a man? How could she have such behavior with other men? Hee, it's up to you to believe it or not. Of course, if you go out and ask around, you will know whether what I said is true or not." Prince Raven said with a smile. Jiang Liqing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What is the man's name?" "Miefun, a boy I have never heard of. However, I have to remind you that there is a bald man by Miefun's side who is not simple. He once defeated the two wise men with one move." Seeing Jiang Liqing's strange reaction, Prince Raven chuckled and said with a little exaggeration, "Miefun? I have never heard of such a person or force in the Southern Barbarian. Could it be that he is a representative of a force from another region that was invited by the Burning Heaven sect?" Jiang Liqing said with a frown. "It should be. So, if Brother Jiang doesn't want Xiao Bingyu to be taken away by others, I think you should take action, right?" Prince Raven glanced at Jiang Liqing and continued, "I have stayed here for long enough. It is time for me to leave. That's all for today. I will pay you a visit another day. I won't see you out," Jiang Liqing said coldly. Prince Raven was not surprised by Jiang Liqing's cold attitude. After all, Jiang Liqing's personality was relatively cold. In addition, he had a conflict with him because of Xiao Bingyu. It would be strange if he had a good attitude. After Prince Raven left the Jiang Xian clan with the two wise men, the Sword Elder walked into the wooden house. "Sword Elder, help me investigate a youth named Miefun. I need to know the details of that youth," Jiang Liqing said indifferently. The Sword Elder's turbid eyes did not have any luster. He looked at Jiang Liqing and finally nodded. He did not say anything and left the wooden house. "It seems that I have been in seclusion for too long. I have to go see Bingyu." Jiang Liqing slowly got up and left the wooden house. 3 days later, in a quiet little tea house, Zhuowen and Lowe's were quietly eating pastries and drinking tea. "In the past few days, I have investigated the Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Heaven sect is located in the central area of the Burning Sky City. The main buildings are the Burning Flame Tower, the Burning Sky Main Hall, and the Saintess Pavilion. I don't need to tell you about the Burning Flame Tower. You should know that it is the prison of the Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Sky Main Hall is Zhou Tianzong's palace. However, the Burning Sky Main Hall is very mysterious. It is a forbidden area in the Burning Sky City. Very few people are allowed to go near it. As for the Saintess Pavilion, I don't think I need to tell you about it. You should know whose residence it is, right?" Speaking until here, Lowe's looked at Zhuowen. The latter nodded slightly. He knew that the Saintess Pavilion should be the residence of Mu Chinchue. Also, it is said that the young palace master of the Snow Palace is about to arrive in the Burning Sky City. It should be in the next 3 or 4 days. Zhuowen pondered for a while, then said with a frown, "In the past few days, I have also inquired about a lot of things about the Burning Heaven sect in the Burning Sky City. However, no one knows about Feng Xiao. Senior Lowe's, have you found anything?" Lowe's shook his head and said, "I have also inquired about Feng Xiao, but the result is similar to yours. There are not many people in the Burning Sky City who know about her. If you want to ask, I am afraid that you can only ask the upper echelons of those big forces. However, we have just arrived and have nothing to do with those big forces." Feng Xiao was the saintess of the previous generation of the Burning Heaven sect. She was also once an influential figure in the Burning Sky City. It had only been more than 20 years since Feng Xiao was imprisoned in the Burning Flame Tower. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for the Burning Sky City to forget Feng Xiao so quickly. And the initiator of this phenomenon was probably the Burning Heaven sect, who had secretly erased everything about Feng Xiao. If we are talking about big forces, perhaps the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate is a good choice. Zhuowen suddenly laughed. He couldn't help but think of Xia Bingyu, who liked to dress up as a man, that he had met outside the city gate. The Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate could be considered a big force with a long history in the southern wilderness, and Xia Bingyu was the successor of the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate. Her status could be considered extremely high. She should know some of the secrets of the Burning Heaven sect. "You plan to look for that Xia Bingyu from before?" Lowe's gaze was slightly strange. Regarding that weirdo Xia Bingyu, Lowe's memory was still fresh. "Of course." With that, Zhuowen got up and left the small tea house, while Lowe's helplessly followed behind. Regarding Xia Bingyu's whereabouts, Zhuowen didn't even need to search much and easily found Xia Bingyu's residence. It wasn't that Zhuowen's tracking ability was strong, but that this Xia Bingyu was too ostentatious. Almost every time she went out, she would bring a large group of maids. In addition, Xia Bingyu was a peerless beauty herself, but she had to dress up as a man. The sense of incongruity revealed by her body was exceptionally eye-catching. Zhuowen casually asked on the street and immediately found out where Xia Bingyu lived. This was a hexagonal, pagoda-shaped restaurant. Its surface was covered with raging flames, and it was divided into 3 floors. The area was extremely large, and it was bustling with activity. Of course, this was the situation on the first floor. The number of people on the second floor was much smaller. As for the third floor, it was almost empty. This restaurant was opened by the Burning Heaven sect. It was called the Burning Flames Restaurant. There was a Burning Flames formation set up inside, and each floor was stronger than the previous one. The lowest threshold of this restaurant was the high-level Martial Emperor realm. High-level Martial Emperors could only enter the first floor. The second floor required an invincible Martial Emperor, and the third floor required the cultivation of a semi-sage or above. Therefore, one couldn't afford to eat in the Burning Flames restaurant just because they had money. One had to be strong enough to forge iron. If one wanted to hold a banquet in the Burning Flames restaurant, one had to have both money and strength. After Zhuowen and Lowe's entered the first floor, they didn't stop at all. They directly walked towards the stairs and ascended to the third floor in one fell swoop. This scene left many cultivators dumbfounded. One after another, they began to discuss the identities of Zhuowen and Lowe's. After all, to be able to ascend to the third floor, one had to be a semi-sage or above. Such a cultivation was quite rare and powerful in the entire southern wilderness. Chapter 1543. Burning Flames Restaurant. The number of tables on the third floor was the least. The first floor of the Burning Flames restaurant had several hundred tables. The second floor had 70 to 80 tables, and there were only 8 tables on the third floor. Each table could only accommodate 10 people. At this moment, the 8 tables were almost full. The people sitting at each table were all from the Burning Sky City and the Southern Barbarian forces, or experts from other regions. The instant Zhuowen and Lowe's walked up to the third floor, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone at the 8 tables on the third floor. However, the gazes that shot over were all filled with ridicule. The 8 tables were already full. Even if they entered the third floor, they could only return empty-handed. Moreover, Zhuowen and Lowe's before them were extremely unfamiliar. They were probably not disciples of some great power, and were perhaps rogue cultivators with rather strong strength. How could those who were able to enter the third floor be mediocre? Basically, all of them had high standards but low ability and didn't put others in their eyes. Zhuowen looked around the third floor, and his gaze immediately landed on the wine table near the window. He saw Xia Bingyu sitting at the center of the table, surrounded by beautiful female attendants. Hugging each of them, she seemed to be in a very good mood. Xia Bingyu naturally saw Zhuowen, who walked up to the third floor, but she didn't come out to greet him. Instead, she smiled slyly and quietly looked at Zhuowen. "Dear guest, there are no more seats on the third floor. How about we move to the second floor?" A vigorous voice sounded out, and a robust man that was like an iron tower blocked Zhuowen and Lowe's path, and he stared at Zhuowen with an expressionless face. This robust man was the owner of the Burning Flames restaurant. His name was Yu Ji, and it was said that he was a disciple of the Burning Heaven sect. Of course, it was impossible for Yu Ji to build such a vast restaurant by himself. It was only with the support of the Burning Heaven sect that the Burning Flames restaurant could be so large. As for Yu Ji, he was only sent by the Burning Heaven sect to manage the restaurant on behalf of the Burning Heaven sect. Haha, not just anyone can come to the third floor of Burning Flame restaurant. Suddenly, a mocking laughter was transmitted from the stairs below. Immediately, a shady young man in a black robe slowly walked up. The black robe in front of this young man had a raven drawn on it. Behind him were 2 old men with powerful auras and 6 other men in black robes. Prince Raven. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and recognized the leader of the black-robed youth. "Oh, it's Prince Raven of the Dark Crow sect." At this moment, the originally expressionless, brawny man hurriedly walked in front of Prince Raven and said rather warmly, "I really didn't expect that Prince Raven would take care of Burning Flames restaurant." It was Yu Ji who was negligent. The Dark Crow sect could be considered as one of the top sects in the southern wilderness. Its foundation was not much different from that of the 9 Saints, Heavenly Gate. Most of the forces could not be compared to it. Therefore, the moment Prince Raven entered the third floor, many martial artists on the third floor began to discuss among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread. Although they thought highly of themselves, they were still inferior to the Dark Crow sect. On the third floor, the only person who could be compared to the Dark Crow sect was the successor of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate, Xia Bingyu, who was sitting by the window. "Are the 8 tables on the third floor full?" Prince Raven asked with a frown. Yu Ji waved his hand and said, "The third floor is extremely large. Of course, we have a backup table. Come with me, Your Highness." As he spoke, Yu Ji walked to another window seat near Xia Bingyu. With a flick of his finger, he took out a table that was filled with various delicacies and wine. "Your Highness and the members of the Dark Crow sect, please take a seat," Yu Ji said warmly. He even gestured for them to take a seat. The way Yu Ji treated Zhuowen and Prince Raven was very different. However, the people on the third floor did not feel anything was wrong. The Dark Crow Crown Prince was the successor of the Dark Crow sect, and the Dark Crow sect was one of the top powers in the southern barbarian region. How could a nobody like Zhuo when compare to the successor of such a great power? The Dark Crow Crown Prince arrogantly led the Yin and Ming elders to a seat and said to Yu Ji, "Thank you, brother Yu Ji. As for the others, I think it's better not to let them stay on the third floor. They are not worthy." "Hee. Don't worry, brother Yin Yan. My Burning Flame restaurant doesn't keep others." Yu Ji understood tacitly, and then he revealed an indifferent expression as he looked at Zhuo Wen and Liao Si and said, There are no more seats on the third floor. Please leave Incineration Flame Restaurant. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Yu Ji treated him differently. The 8 tables on the third floor were already full. He was asked to leave the third floor and find a seat on the second floor. When the dark crow-crowned prince reached the third floor, Yu Ji's attitude was extremely humble. He laughed and chatted like a grandson and even took out a spare table, intending to drive the 2 of them out of the restaurant. Lowe's, who was standing next to Zhuowen, could not help but want to attack. However, he was stopped by Zhuowen. Zhuowen glanced at Yu Ji indifferently and mocked unhurriedly. Is this how your Burning Flames restaurant treats its guests? You drive away your honored guests and give a spare table to a piece of trash. Are you blind? As soon as these words came out, the entire third floor fell into silence. Whether it was the people at the original 8 tables or Yu Ji, they were all stunned. As for Prince Raven, who was sitting at the spare table, his face immediately flushed red. Anger rose from his head as he glared at Zhuowen. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Yu Ji came back to his senses, but his face became gloomy as he stared at Zhuowen. The Burning Flame restaurant had the support of the Burning Heaven sect. Therefore, not only was it famous in the Burning Heaven city, it was also not an existence that ordinary people could provoke. Generally, martial warriors who entered the Burning Flame restaurant to set up a feast were all polite and cautious. They relied on the reputation of the Burning Heaven sect. But now, this unknown young man in front of him actually dared to point at him and say that he was blind. This truly angered Yu Ji. Even the martial warriors at the other tables had strange looks on their faces. Wasn't this young man in front of them too arrogant? This Burning Flame restaurant was not simple. It had the support of the Burning Heaven sect behind it. Moreover, this young man even insulted Prince Raven and called him trash. This was practically provoking the lion. However, there were also some sharp people who noticed that Prince Raven, who was sitting by the window, did not immediately take action. Instead, he looked on coldly as if he had turned a deaf ear to Zhuowen's insults, as expected of the successor of a great sect. Although Prince Raven was insulted by this young man, he did not immediately take action. This is truly the demeanor of a great sect. That's right. Who is Prince Raven? How could he lower himself to the level of a nobody? This young man is just a mad dog. He bites anyone he sees, as if he thinks that he can make a name for himself. He doesn't know how laughable and despicable his actions are. There's no need for Prince Raven to take action. I think the Burning Flame restaurant will drive out this troublemaking junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sounds of discussion instantly rang out in the surroundings. There was no lack of people who were flattering Prince Raven. The dark crow-crowned prince enjoyed these flattering words, and his expression became a lot better. After being taught a lesson by Lowe's, he still had a lingering fear and naturally did not dare to take action. The reason why he was so fearless was naturally because he was in the Burning Flame restaurant. After all, the Burning Flame restaurant was built by the Burning Heaven sect and was fully supported by the Burning Heaven sect. Yu Ji was just a small manager of the Burning Flame restaurant on the surface. The real manager did not appear. It was said that the real manager seemed to be an elder of the Burning Heaven sect. Ordinary people did not dare to cause trouble in the Burning Flame restaurant, not only because of the Burning Heaven sect, but also because of the real manager. He did not believe that Mia Fen would dare to cause trouble in the Burning Flame restaurant. At this moment, Yu Ji's sturdy body stood in front of Zhuowen and said coldly, "Do you dare to say it again? You dare to cause trouble in my Burning Flame restaurant? You are not qualified. A mere half-saint is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Today, call out the real manager of the Burning Flame restaurant. I want him to be the judge." Zhuowen unhurriedly spat out these words. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying surge of saint energy spread out. Immediately, Yu Ji let out a muffled groan as he retreated and sat on the ground. "This is saint power? You are a saint? Yu Ji sat on the ground and stared at Zhuowen as if he had seen a ghost. He could not help but cry out in shock. Not only Yu Ji, but the warriors sitting in the banquet on the third floor were also shocked. They looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of disbelief. Even if the comprehensive strength of the southern barbarians was above the eastern land, a saint was still a rare existence. Generally, those who became saints were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years in great forces. Those who could cultivate to saint at a young age were basically monstrous geniuses from various regions. Among them, Prince Raven and Xia Bingyu belonged to this type. Prince Raven looked young, but in fact he had cultivated for 50 to 60 years. Xia Bingyu's talent was much higher than Prince Raven's. She was only about 30 years old. However, to be able to become a saint at the age of 100 was already a peerless, monstrous genius. As for the young man in front of them, everyone could clearly feel that he was not too old. It was absolutely unbelievable that he had saint power and was a saint. In other words, this young man was very likely to be a monstrous existence like Prince Raven and Xia Bingyu. It was just that they did not know which force he came from. "May I know which faction you're from?" Yu Ji hurriedly got up, and his tone became much more respectful. To be able to cultivate such a young saint, he did not even need to think to know that the force behind this young man was definitely not simple. It's nothing more than a wandering cloud or a wild crane. I've said it before. You treated me so differently earlier. I think I have the right to call out the manager of your Burning Flames restaurant and discuss this matter properly, Zhuowen said unhurriedly. Chapter 1544. Throw them out. Although Zhuowen claimed to be a wandering crane, Yu Ji did not dare to treat the two of them as such. To be able to cultivate to the saint realm at such a young age, who would believe that it was possible for a loner to cultivate to the saint realm. However, Yu Ji was a quick-witted person. He quickly went to the window and took out a table full of delicious dishes and wine from his spirit ring. He apologized to Zhuowen. "Yu Ji did not serve you well just now. Please forgive me, young master. I, Yu Ji, will pay for this meal." Zhuowen waved his hand and walked straight to Prince Raven's table. He said, "I want this table of dishes. Ask these irrelevant people to scram." Prince Raven's face darkened when he heard this. He had previously mocked Zhuowen and Lowe's for being irrelevant people. Now that Zhuowen had returned the favor, Prince Raven felt extremely aggrieved. "Mia Fun, don't be too arrogant. This Burning Flame restaurant is not owned by you. How can you run amok here?" Prince Raven said coldly, "I asked you to scram. Are you deaf?" Zhuowen was extremely impatient. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Prince Raven. This Prince Raven liked to use underhanded means. Zhuowen did not have a good impression of him. Of course, he did not want to waste his breath on him. "How dare you!" The two wise men shouted angrily. A surge of saint energy gushed out and charged at Zhuowen. The two wise men was an elder of the Dark Crow sect, after all. Although his cultivation base was the same as Prince Raven's Nirvana Saint Realm, their combined strength was comparable to a glimpse profound Saint Realm expert. This guy is too impulsive. Even if he has reached the Saint Realm, isn't he too arrogant? He actually wants to drive Prince Raven away. After all, Prince Raven still has the two wise men by his side. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Although many people were shocked by the surge of saint energy from Zhuowen, they were still young. In everyone's opinion, even if Zhuowen had reached the saint realm, he would not be much stronger than Prince Raven, let alone the two wise men by Prince Raven's side. However, the result was out of everyone's expectation. The two wise men, they only two wise men's translation. Their majestic-looking translation. There majestically the two wise men was sent flying out of the restaurant and house. Two shrieks, the wise men. Translation. What? Looking at this scene, the cultivators on the third floor of the restaurant fell into silence again. The two wise men was sent flying with just one move. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Prince Raven's heart trembled. His face turned extremely ugly. His heart was like a raging storm, and he could not calm down for a long time. Previously, he had always thought that this guy was so arrogant because he had Lowe's by his side. However, now that this guy had sent the two wise men flying with just one move, he finally knew that he had underestimated the young man in front of him. Xia Bingyu's table also fell into silence. The maids beside Xia Bingyu were especially stunned. Originally, these maids looked down on Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's impudent behavior towards Xia Bingyu had caused this group of maids to dislike Zhuowen. But now, Zhuowen had sent the two wise men flying with just one move. Such a shocking result had truly shocked them. A junior that was able to send the two wise men flying with a single move at such an age was rare in the southern wilderness. Even Prince Raven himself was unable to do it. Are you going to scram yourself, or do you want me to make you scram? Zhuowen stood before Prince Raven and looked down at Prince Raven, who was still seated. A terrifying aura crushed down. Prince Raven was still fine, but the other 6 disciples of the Dark Crow cult who were seated started to tremble. You're going too far. Prince Raven roared angrily. Boundless black gas burst out from his body and formed a huge dark crow. At the same time, Prince Raven took out a pitch-black square cauldron from his spiritual ring. The surface of the cauldron was engraved with a pattern of dark crows spreading their wings. It looked like dark clouds. The Black Crow Cauldron. I didn't expect Prince Raven to take out such a saint artifact. Looking at the black square cauldron floating in the air, the surrounding people could not help but be moved. The Black Crow Cauldron was the profound saint artifact used by the master of the Dark Crow cult when he roamed the world. Later, when he saw Prince Raven's amazing talent, he gave the Black Crow Cauldron to Prince Raven when he became a martial saint. Although the Black Crow Cauldron was a profound saint artifact, its power was much stronger than an ordinary profound saint artifact. Its quality had reached the peak of profound saint artifact, and it was famous in Prince Raven's hands. Go to hell! As the successor of the Dark Crow cult, Prince Raven naturally had his own pride. Obviously, he could not tolerate Zhuowen's words. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take out his profound saint artifact. Profound saint artifact. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. He suddenly threw out a punch and heavily punched the terrifying square cauldron. The Black Crow Cauldron buzzed and was directly sent flying. It heavily smashed onto Prince Raven's body. Puff! Prince Raven spat out a mouthful of blood. Bearing the terrifying impact of the Black Crow Cauldron, he was sent flying backward. He directly left the 3rd floor of the restaurant and fell outside. Crown Prince! The faces of the 6 disciples of the Dark Crow cult at the table changed drastically. They chased after Prince Raven and stabilized his body. They stared at Zhuowen in shock and anger. The strength of this young man who suddenly appeared on the 3rd floor of the restaurant was too strong. He actually repelled the 2 wise men with a single palm strike and sent Prince Raven, who was holding the Black Crow Cauldron, flying with a single punch. Moreover, he did it with his bare hands. It was truly terrifying. Zhuowen leisurely sat at the table where Prince Raven had just sat. On the other hand, Lowe's quietly sat beside Zhuowen. He did not intervene in Zhuowen's matter. Speaking of which, ever since Zhuowen had cultivated the saint physique, his combat strength was close to Lowe's. Perhaps Zhuowen did not even care about ordinary sun-sky saint realm experts, let alone a small fry like Prince Raven. Brother Miafun really hid his strength well. You're a little unkind. You're so strong, but you didn't say anything. You're really not very nice. Xia Bingyu closed her folding fan and chuckled. Although Xia Bingyu looked calm, she was very shocked. Previously outside the city gate, she already knew that this young man was not simple. However, the combat strength that Zhuowen displayed today was still beyond her expectations. This made Xia Bingyu even more curious about this young man's origin. Zhuowen smiled and slowly poured 3 cups of wine. He faced Xia Bingyu and said, "Young Master Xia, why don't you come to this table for a chat? I have something that I need your help with. I hope you won't refuse." Hearing this, Xia Bingyu's heart trembled. She did not expect Mia Fun to come here for her. She did not know why he was looking for her. However, after seeing Zhuowen's performance, Xia Bingyu did not want to be enemies with such a young talent. She smiled and sat at the table where Zhuowen was at with a few maids that were close to her. "Brother Mia Fun is too polite. If you have anything that you need my help with, I will do my best to help you," Xia Bingyu said with a smile. "It's like this." As Zhuowen spoke, he used secret sound transmission to speak to Xia Bingyu. Xia Bingyu's smile froze, and a trace of caution appeared on her beautiful face. "Brother Mia Fun, why are you suddenly asking about this person?" Xia Bingyu asked with some doubt. Zhuowen tapped the table lightly and said indifferently, "Young Master Xia, you don't have to ask about the reason. Now, I just want to ask if you can find out about this person. As for the reward, I won't let you down." As he spoke, Zhuowen used secret sound transmission to say, "The reward is a profound saint artifact and 10 top-grade celestial pills. How about that?" Xia Bingyu was shocked when she heard this. A profound saint artifact and 10 top-grade celestial pills were extremely generous rewards for her. After all, a profound saint artifact was not something that could be found on the streets. The 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate also had a saint artifact of this level, but the quantity was extremely limited. It was even more impossible for them to trade it. However, the young man in front of her had directly promised a profound saint artifact and 10 top-grade celestial pills. Even Xia Bingyu herself could not refuse such generous rewards. "Young Master Xia, if you promise to help me find out about this person's whereabouts, I will keep my promise." "Of course. I think you're not the only one in the entire Burning Sky City who would be tempted by such a generous reward." Zhuowen tapped the table lightly and said indifferently. Xia Bingyu rolled her eyes at Zhuowen in annoyance. Her angry manner was full of charm as she said, "Your reward has really moved me." Xia Bingyu pondered for a while and continued, "The Burning Heaven sect has regarded this person as a taboo more than 20 years ago. I don't know his exact whereabouts. It is said that he is in the Burning Flame Tower. As for which floor he is on, I don't know. So I have to ask the elders of the sect. Wait a few days for me, and I will give you an answer then." "Okay, but you have to be quick." Zhuowen nodded. Xia Bingyu nodded seriously, but her beautiful eyes were looking at the young man in front of her with even more curiosity. It had to be said that this young man called Mia Fan in front of her seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making it impossible for people to see through him. At this moment, Prince Raven and his group had landed on the ground in front of the Burning Flame restaurant in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, many warriors in the surroundings were pointing at Prince Raven and his group. Among them, there was no lack of warriors who recognized Prince Raven. Just now, they had clearly seen the scene of Prince Raven and the 2 wise men being thrown down from the 3rd floor of the Burning Flame restaurant. This made them wonder who the instigator who dared to treat Prince Raven in such a way was. "Yin, you're really in a sorry state. You were even thrown out to drink and eat. How shameful." An indifferent voice was heard, and then a slender and handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes walked out from the crowd. Chapter 1545. Unbridled, Jiang Xian clan's little virtuous prince, Jiang Liqing? I didn't expect Jiang Liqing to come as well. When they saw the young man slowly walking over, the crowd below the restaurant involuntarily opened up a path for him. Little virtuous prince, Jiang Liqing, was one of the top geniuses in Burning Sky City. He was once as famous as the Burning Heaven sect's holy son, Yen Ruhua. It was said that before Yen Ruhua and Jiang Liqing became saints, the 2 of them had a great battle. No one knew the result of that battle, but after that battle, Yan Ruhua went into seclusion for a long time. There was no doubt that Yan Ruhua was at a disadvantage in that battle. It was hard to imagine how Jiang Liqing, whose talent and strength surpassed Yan Ruhua's in Burning Sky City, was nurtured by the Jiangxian clan. Therefore, Jiang Liqing was secretly called the #1 genius in Burning Sky City. Of course, this discussion was very obscure. After all, the Burning Heaven sect was in charge of Burning Sky City. If this discussion was heard by the Burning Heaven sect, it would probably make the upper echelons of the Burning Heaven sect unhappy. What did you say? Mia Fun is also in Burning Flame Restaurant? Jiang Liqing's starry eyes slowly narrowed into a dangerous arc. Previously, he had heard that Xia Bingyu was holding a banquet at the Burning Flames restaurant. Therefore, he had come from the Jiangxian clan out of admiration. Naturally, he wanted to find Xia Bingyu for a chat. Back then, the arrogant and unruly Jiang Liqing had met the unrestrained Xia Bingyu, who was a woman dressed as a man, and was firmly attracted by her unique temperament. From then on, he became Xia Bingyu's loyal and fanatical suitor. All of Xia Bingyu's suitors were beaten to a pulp by Jiang Liqing and no longer dared to provoke Xia Bingyu. Even Prince Raven was taught a lesson by Jiang Liqing because of his love for Xia Bingyu. Although he wasn't beaten to a pulp like the other suitors, he still suffered quite a bit. In other words, you were thrown out by Miafun? Jiang Liqing thought of something and muttered softly. As soon as he said this, Prince Raven's face turned green and purple. In the end, he snorted coldly and said, Miafun is not simple. Even if you go up against him, I'm afraid you won't be able to gain any advantage. Jiang Liqing smiled and said proudly, I'm not a piece of trash like you. As he spoke, Jiang Liqing took a step into the Burning Flames restaurant and directly walked towards the 3rd floor. The Sword Elder silently followed behind him. At this moment, Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu were discussing the details softly. The people around the table were silent and did not dare to make a sound. Even Prince Raven had been thrown out like trash, let alone them. As for Yu Ji, he stood awkwardly in the corner of the restaurant. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat. His heart was filled with bitterness. Even he didn't expect that the young man named Mia Fun in front of him would be so audacious as to cause havoc in the restaurant. Originally, private fights were not allowed in the Burning Flames restaurant. However, after seeing Zhuowen kick the 2 wise men and Prince Raven out of the restaurant with a single move, Yu Ji knew that he might have encountered a troublesome person. At that time, if he called out the principal elder and found out that he had neglected such a young talent, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the current Yu Ji was really in a dilemma. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, sharp and clear footsteps came from the stairs. Then, Jiang Liqing, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, led the Sword Elder to the entrance of the 3rd floor. I didn't expect young Master Jiang to come. What a rare guest. Do you need me to prepare a new table for you? Yu Ji, who originally couldn't find a way out, saw Jiang Liqing at the entrance of the stairs. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly walked in front of Jiang Liqing and spoke respectfully. The instant Jiang Liqing entered the 3rd floor, everyone at the table on this floor burst into an uproar. Jiang Liqing was extremely famous in Burning Sky City and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person among the younger generation in the hearts of many people. Jiang Liqing waved his hand and said indifferently, I'm here today to find someone. There's no need to prepare a table. As he spoke, Jiang Liqing walked towards the table by the window where Xia Bingyu and Zhuowen were. A sharp aura gushed out from Jiang Liqing's body. Feeling the sharp aura emitted from Jiang Liqing's body, Yu Ji knew that things weren't going well. He had also heard about Jiang Liqing's love for Xia Bingyu. And now, Xia Bingyu was chatting with a strange man at the table. Even if Jiang Liqing didn't misunderstand this scene, he would still be unable to restrain his anger. Bingyu, why are you so happy? Jiang Liqing slowly walked in front of Xia Bingyu and gracefully sat on an empty seat. He ignored Zhuowen and looked at Xia Bingyu with a smile. Xia Bingyu glanced at Jiang Liqing indifferently and said, "It's just some romantic matters. I think that an upright person like young Master Jiang will definitely disdain to talk about such matters." When these words were said, Jiang Liqing's face stiffened, but he quickly recovered. He didn't care about Xia Bingyu's attitude towards him, and smiled as he shifted his gaze to Zhuowen. "I wonder what is the relationship between this brother and Bingyu? If you don't have any relationship with him, you'll attract criticism if you get so close." Hearing Jiang Liqing's somewhat thorny words, Zhuowen laughed it off. Previously, when Jiang Liqing had just entered the third floor, Xiao Bingyu had told him about Jiang Liqing's identity, that he was the genius of the Jiangxian family. Cause criticism? I don't think anyone is criticizing me and Bingyu, right? Instead, it's Brother Jiang who is criticizing us in front of me, Zhuowen said indifferently. Jiang Liqing narrowed his eyes but smiled slightly. He poured a cup of wine and raised it to Zhuowen. As the saying goes, those who come from afar are guests. I, Jiang Liqing, propose a toast to brother. Extinguish. Zhuowen also raised his cup and lightly clinked it with Jiang Liqing's. Dong. However, the moment the two wine cups touched each other, the wine cups exploded, and the wine spilled all over the floor. A powerful saint energy swirled around, and like a venomous snake, it shot towards Zhuowen. There was no doubt that the moment the two touched the wine, Jiang Liqing made his move without warning. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and a seductive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. However, she did not say anything to stop him, and only watched the scene quietly. Zhuowen was not surprised by Jiang Liqing's move. He slammed his right hand on the table, and immediately the wine table shattered. Xia Bingyu retreated 10 meters away with her maid, and watched the scene quietly. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and invading saint energy collapsed. Then he suddenly took a step forward, and swept towards Jiang Liqing like lightning. Jiang Liqing's starry eyes narrowed. He did not expect Zhuowen's strength to be so strong, to be able to annihilate his saint energy and still have the strength to counterattack. However, Jiang Liqing was very confident in his own strength. He took a step forward with his right foot, and the shadowless snow steppes was unleashed to the extreme. As soon as he took a step forward, he disappeared without a trace, like smoke, and disappeared in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered. Compared to him, who had mastered the wind-thunder sacred rune and the law of the void, Jiang Liqing was just showing off in front of an expert. Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the law of the void appeared like countless tentacles, and the void around him suddenly collapsed. Then Jiang Liqing, who was using the shadowless snow steppes to attack Zhuowen from behind, had a drastic change in his expression. The collapsed void was like a shackle, and it restrained his rapidly moving figure. Swoosh! The moment Jiang Liqing's figure slowed down, a huge hand that seemed to cover the sky swept over and slammed heavily in front of Jiang Liqing. The huge hand was simple, and there was not even a trace of the power of law. It did not even have the ordinary saint energy, and this made Jiang Liqing look at it with disdain. Lightning seal. Jiang Liqing snorted coldly, and the law of lightning and seal that he had mastered gathered on his right palm. Then his right palm suddenly slammed out. Endless thunderbolts formed a magnificent thunderbolt sealing gate in midair and suppressed the giant hand. Jiang Liqing believed that this attack would definitely be able to completely suppress the giant hand, and Miafan would probably suffer a lot. Crack! However, what happened in front of him quickly gave Jiang Liqing a tight slap. He saw the huge hand gently pressed down, and the lightning seal door directly shattered. Then the huge hand swept in front of him like a bolt of lightning, and suddenly slapped him. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and Jiang Liqing was directly sent flying by the slap, and the right side of his face was swollen. Young master! This change was so sudden that the silent sword elder did not react in time. When Jiang Liqing was sent flying out of the restaurant, Sword Elder came back to his senses and took a step forward, wanting to catch up with Jiang Liqing. I say, old man, I think it's best if you don't interfere in the affairs of young people. Lo's sturdy body stood in front of Sword Elder, and he laughed with some bad intentions. Scram! Sword Elder shouted angrily. His right hand had unknowingly taken out a simple long sword, and he suddenly swung it at Lo's. Terrifying sword chi shot out like a hidden weapon, and it was extremely spectacular and exciting. Lo sneered, and the power of his great success, saint body, poured out. He punched out, and the air was torn apart. Suddenly, the countless sword lights in front of him were directly destroyed. Although Sword Elder was one of the 7 saints of the Jiangxian family, and he was an old man who had lived for thousands of years, his cultivation was only at the peak of the profound sage realm. His cultivation had not reached the heaven sage realm, and it was impossible for him to be Lo's opponent. Therefore, Sword Elder let out a muffled groan under this punch, and he repeatedly retreated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and it was a ghastly sight. At this moment, a group of people had gathered outside the restaurant, and all of them were staring at the figure that flew out of the 3rd floor of the Burning Flames restaurant. It's the young virtuous monarch, Jiang Liqing. Just like the Dark Crow Crown Prince, he was directly thrown out. Who the hell is in the 3rd level to be able to continuously kick out geniuses like the young virtuous monarch and the Dark Crow Crown Prince? Jiang Liqing fell to the ground, and it caused an uproar in the surroundings. It was fine that Prince Raven was thrown out, but even Jiang Liqing was thrown out so impolitely. It could be seen that the instigator of the 3rd floor was not simple. Scram, don't affect my mood. If you dare to provoke me again, I, Miefin, will kill you regardless of what force you are from. Chapter 1546. Make amends and apologize. The indifferent voice was like thunder. It boomed through the surroundings of the restaurant. Basically, everyone in the restaurant could hear the voice reverberating through the place. Whoosh! The moment this voice slowly sounded, another miserable-looking figure flew out from the 3rd floor of Burning Flame restaurant, landing heavily near Jiang Liqing. Elder Jian! Jiang Liqing, who was furious and wanted to go up to the 3rd floor of the Burning Flames restaurant, was shocked when he saw the miserable figure in front of him. Although he was angry that he was thrown out, he was not too shocked. However, even Elder Jian was thrown out like trash. Jiang Liqing really had to take Miefin seriously again. Elder Jian, are you all right? Jiang Liqing helped Elder Jian up and said worriedly, Elder Jian, why are you? Elder Jian sheathed his unadorned long sword. His cloudy eyes stared at the 3rd floor of the Burning Flames restaurant solemnly as he said in a deep voice, Young master, let's not provoke this lad any more. The bald man beside him is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, the bald man is probably at the quintessential saint stage. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than Lord Jiangxian. Jiang Liqing's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Lord Jiangxian was the current patriarch of the Jiangxian clan. He was extremely talented and was a peerless genius that suddenly rose after the Jiangxian clan had declined for 1,000 years. Lord Jiangxian's cultivation soared, and he finally became a saint. In the past 1,000 years, he had reached the quintessential saint stage. However, Lord Jiangxian rarely appeared in the world and had always been in seclusion in the clan's forbidden area. Jiang Liqing had never seen Lord Jiangxian. Elder Jian had lived for even longer than Lord Jiangxian. When Lord Jiangxian had not grown up, it was Elder Jian who taught him personally. In the end, Lord Jiangxian became a heavenly saint. The reason why Jiang Liqing was nicknamed Little Sage King was because he respected King Jiangxian. Although Jiang Liqing had never seen Lord Jiangxian, he had heard Elder Jian say that Lord Jiangxian seemed to be breaking through to the Sun Heaven Saint stage. In other words, Lord Jiangxian was at least at the peak of the Sun Heaven Saint stage. As for the bald, brawny man beside Miefin, he was compared to King Jiangxian. It could be seen that the bald, brawny man also had the strength of a heavenly saint. It would be best for our Jiangxian clan to be friends with these two, not enemies, the sword elder said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liqing's heart trembled. Although he was unwilling, he was not an impulsive person. Since the bald man beside Miefan was so terrifying, he knew when to advance and when to retreat. Sword elder, let's go. In the end, Jiang Liqing let out a soft sigh and left the Burning Flames restaurant with Sword Elder. Jiang Liqing, your woman has been snatched away. Are you just going to ignore it? Prince Raven was also somewhat moved. He did not expect the Sword Elder to be thrown out. It seemed that Miefan was not simple. However, seeing that Jiang Liqing was about to leave with the Sword Elder, Prince Raven couldn't help but speak out. Boom! Before Prince Raven could finish his words, a shadow rushed over like a bolt of lightning and heavily struck in front of Prince Raven. Prince Raven obviously did not expect such an unforeseen event. For a moment he was at a loss. A dark crow stood in front of him to protect him. Gotcha! However, this dark crow was like a piece of paper and directly shattered. Prince Raven let out a muffled groan and continuously retreated. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at Jiang Liqing, who was stepping on the snow without a shadow. A shadow flashed past and landed on the ground. Jiang Liqing indifferently stared at Prince Raven and said, Yin, your provocation is very stupid. If you feel unhappy, you can go ahead. Don't use this kind of inferior provocation. It will only make me look down on you. After he finished speaking, Jiang Liqing brought the Sword Elder and left the place. Crown Prince, are you all right? The two wise men hurriedly came to Prince Raven's side and asked with concern, I'm fine. Let's go too. Feeling the surrounding people pointing at him, Prince Raven's face was a little embarrassed. First, he was thrown out by Miefan. Now he was slapped in the face by Jiang Liqing. This was too embarrassing. He simply did not have the face to stay. After Prince Raven left the place, everyone was discussing animatedly. The topic of discussion was naturally Miefan. At the same time, there were also some busybodies who revealed the conflict between Prince Raven and Miefan outside the Burning Sky City. Not many people knew what happened outside the city gate, so most people did not know about Miefan. However, after such a commotion at the Burning Flames restaurant, especially after the little virtuous Prince Jiang Liqing and Prince Raven suffered a great loss at the hands of Miefan, Miefan's name would probably be known by most people. At this moment, the third floor of the restaurant was already empty. After witnessing Zhuo Wen and Liao Xi's terrifying battle prowess, the cultivators at the other tables all left the third floor with their tails between their legs, not daring to stay any longer. Yu Ji, on the other hand, was standing on the side as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He could not sit, nor could he leave. He could only watch as Zhuo Wen and Xia Bingyu talked about something. Yu Ji had also heard of the Jiangxian family's Sword Elder. He was a sage at the peak of the profound sage realm. In the eyes of the Burning Flames restaurant, he was definitely a distinguished guest. However, such a peak profound sage was still thrown out of the restaurant like trash by the burly bald man. Yu Ji knew that this time he had provoked someone he didn't dare to provoke. Therefore, at this moment, he was burning with anxiety and at a loss for what to do. Principal Elder? Yu Ji, who was originally uneasy, did not know when, but when he found that a serious-looking old man had appeared in front of him, he quickly cupped his hands and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, as if he had found his backbone. This elder was wearing a fiery red robe, and his hair was light red. From afar, he looked like a burning flame. At the table, Zhuo Wen looked at the principal elder who had suddenly appeared with a faint smile. Previously, when he had a conflict with Prince Raven, he knew that this principal elder had already appeared. However, this principal elder was very clever. He did not immediately come out, but hid in the dark and quietly observed the situation. Now, after Zhuo Wen had dealt with all the conflicts, this principal elder came out as if he was giving advice after the fact. This made Zhuowen feel quite disapproving. Asterisk slap. Asterisk the principal elder did not speak. He raised his right hand and directly slapped Yuji. The crisp sound of the slap could be heard clearly in the entire Burning Flames restaurant. Yuji was caught off guard and was directly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his teeth. Then he suddenly fell to the ground, his cheeks swollen, looking very miserable. Blind dog, you even dare to neglect young Master Miefan. You really have wasted your dog eyes, the principal elder said coldly. Then he slowly walked to Zhuowen's table and said politely, Young Master Miefan, that bastard Yuji has eyes but does not recognize Mount Tai. He did not recognize you. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense. Zhuowen smiled and waved his hand. I did not take this matter to heart. Principal elder, you don't have to take it to heart. Seeing that Zhuowen did not have any intention of blaming him, the principal elder was relieved. He also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The principal elder had clearly seen the scene of Lowe's throwing the sword elder out. He dared to conclude that the Lowe's was definitely at the Sky Saint stage. As for which realm he was at, he could not tell. Although the Burning Heaven sect behind the Burning Flames restaurant wasn't afraid of ordinary Sky Saints, he couldn't offend such an expert over such a small matter, right? Moreover, the two of them looked extremely mysterious. Who knew if the force behind them was extremely terrifying? Therefore, he wouldn't offend martial warriors with a terrifying force behind them over such a small matter. Young Master Miefan is magnanimous. Yuji hurriedly crawled over and knelt on the ground, kowtowing with extreme sincerity. He knew that if this Miefan in front of him really didn't spare him, the principal elder would kill him without needing Miefan to do anything. Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu chatted for a while longer. Under the warm attitude of the principal elder and Yuji, they were sent out of the Burning Flames restaurant. After sending off Zhuowen, the principal elder let out a sigh of relief. His eyes flickered as he whispered, Who exactly is this Miefan? With such a terrifying expert by his side, there must be some kind of great force behind him. However, the principal elder racked his brains and couldn't figure out when the southern barbarians had such great strength that they could send a Sky Saint Realm expert as a bodyguard. Elder, do you think this Miefan comes from some great force in the Central Plains? After all, Sky Saint Realm experts are extremely rare in the southern barbarians. It's even more impossible to send one out as a bodyguard. Yuji poked his head out and carefully said. The principal elder narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, It's possible. However, I need to report this matter to the higher-ups. Perhaps this Miefan is a disciple of some force that the sect master has invited. Along the way, Zhuowen and Xia Bingyu walked side by side. It could be said that they had become the focus of everyone's attention. Xia Bingyu was a peerless beauty. Even though she was disguised as a man, it was still difficult to hide her natural beauty. In particular, Xia Bingyu was surrounded by maids. All of them were natural beauties. It would be strange if they didn't attract the attention of the surrounding people. Brother Miefan, just wait for my good news. Before the Burning Heaven Sect's World Banquet, I will definitely bring the news to you. Also, you should also have the invitation card of the Burning Heaven Sect's sect master, right? Xia Bingyu suddenly said with a smile, Invitation card? Do I need an invitation card to participate in the Burning Heaven Sect's World Banquet? Zhuowen asked in surprise. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Xia Bingyu's face stiffened. She stared at Zhuowen in disbelief and said, You actually don't know about the invitation card? Then why did you come to the Burning Heaven City? Of course, I came to see the Burning Heaven Sect Saintess. It is said that the Saintess is a peerless beauty. Who doesn't want to see the Saintess face? At this point, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of desire. Chapter 1547. The transaction Zhuowen didn't mind Xia Bingyu's disdainful words. He smiled and said, If I don't have an invitation, can I participate in the great banquet of the world? Xia Bingyu shook her head and said, Aren't you thinking too much? The southern wilderness is so big. If anyone can participate in the great banquet of the world, this place won't be big enough for everyone to stand. If you don't have an invitation, you won't be able to participate in the great banquet of the world. At this point, Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes stared mockingly at Zhuowen. Xia Bingyu was happy to see this calm and composed young man suffer a setback. Zhuowen smiled and said, Young Master Xia, don't you have an invitation? As young Master Xiao's friend, it's only right for me to participate in the great banquet of the world with young Master Xia, right? Xia Bingyu raised her chin and revealed a sly smile. She chuckled and said, If you want to participate in the great banquet of the world with me, you'll have to be my subordinate. When the time comes, you'll have to listen to everything I say. You can't disobey me in the slightest. At this point, Xia Bingyu moved closer to Zhuowen. She waved her folding fan and placed it in front of Zhuowen's chest. Her beautiful eyes were full of slyness. The slyness on her exquisite face made people have the urge to pinch her cheeks. Smack! Zhuowen unceremoniously slapped Xia Bingyu's fragrant buttocks. The latter jumped away like a frightened mouse and shouted angrily at Zhuowen, What are you doing? Do you want to die? At this moment, if there was a hole in the ground, Xia Bingyu would definitely crawl into it. This Miafun was too despicable. He had slapped her in that area in front of so many of her maids. Even though Xia Bingyu was a straightforward man, she could not help but blush. This is a supreme grade, Great Sage Golden Pill. It can raise your cultivation from the Void Profound Saint Realm to the Nirvana Profound Saint Realm. If you take me to the banquet, then this pill will belong to you. Zhuowen suddenly took out a porcelain bottle and waved his sleeve, setting up an isolation barrier between the two of them. The surrounding cultivators, whose cultivation was not as high as Zhuowen's, would not know what the two of them were doing, nor would they be able to see the great sage golden core that Zhuowen had taken out. What? A peerless immortal pill, great sage gold pill? Xia Bingyu jumped, her beautiful eyes staring at the porcelain bottle in Zhuowen's hand in disbelief. She had also heard of the Great Sage Golden Pill. It was one of the more common types of supreme grade immortal pills. It was also one of the more widespread supreme grade immortal pills. It was said that the Great Sage Golden Core could raise a profound sage-level sage by a small realm without any side effects. Their 9 saints' heavenly gate had obtained such a great sage golden core in the past, and their sect master had taken it. The effect was indeed as rumored. It could raise a person's cultivation by a small realm. Such a peerless immortal pill was incomparably precious even in their 9 saints' heavenly gate. However, Miafun had taken it out without hesitation, which really shocked Xia Bingyu. Is this really a great sage golden core? You're not lying to me, are you? Xia Bingyu was a little vigilant. The awkwardness just now had already disappeared, and her gaze was attracted by the great sage golden core in front of her. Open it and see for yourself. You'll know once you verify it, Zhuowen said indifferently. Hearing this, Xia Bingyu took the porcelain bottle and opened it a little nervously. Whoosh! A dense medicinal aura burst out, and the image of an immortal-like saint appeared above the porcelain bottle. The surging medicinal aura was like a hurricane, and it soared up as if it wanted to tear apart the surrounding seal. Xia Bingyu hurriedly closed the bottle, and her face was full of surprise. It's really a great sage golden core. Do you intend to make this deal with me? Zhuowen asked with a faint smile. I do. Xia Bingyu nodded, repeatedly. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth rose. With a hook of his finger, the porcelain bottle that was originally floating in front of Xia Bingyu suddenly fell into Zhuowen's hand. When you investigate the person I want you to investigate, and when you bring me to the great feast of the world, I will give you the reward. After saying that, Zhuowen left with Lowe's, leaving Xia Bingyu stomping her feet in anger. time passed day by day. For the next half a month, Zhuowen basically stayed in his room. As time passed, Burning Heaven City became more and more lively. Finally, the liveliness reached its peak on the 15th day. This was because the Burning Heaven sect master, Zhou Tianzong, had set up countless banquets in the vast square in front of the Burning Heaven Hall. It was called the Great Feast of the World. All the forces that received the Burning Heaven sect's invitation were invited to the Burning Heaven Square. Originally, as Zhou Tianzong's territory, the Burning Heaven Hall and the Burning Heaven Square had always been a forbidden area in the Burning Heaven City. Normally, the Burning Heaven sect would not allow other martial warriors to enter. But this time, Zhou Tianzong had set up the Great Feast of the World in the Burning Heaven Square. His intention was self-evident. Zhou Tianzong attached great importance to this marriage, and even used the Burning Heaven Square outside the Burning Heaven Hall as the location of this banquet. Zhuowen, Xia Bingyu is waiting for us outside the guest station. Lowe's lightly knocked on the door and said in a low voice. Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, softly responded. Then he opened the door and walked out of the inn with Lowe's. At the entrance of the inn, Xia Bingyu was still the same as before. Behind her were several beautiful maids. She was dressed like a scholar, and her body emitted a scholarly aura. Brother Miefun, today is the day of the Great Feast of the World. Follow my 9 saints' heavenly gate into the Burning Heaven Square. Also, regarding the person you want to inquire about, I have also helped you inquire about it in the sect. There are really old fellows in the sect who know about her. Xia Bingyu slowly walked in front of Zhuowen, opened her folding fan, and gently fanned herself with the appearance of an elegant young master. At the same time, she handed a jade strip to Zhuowen and said, "The information you want to know is in here. Also, if you follow this young master, entering the Burning Heaven Square won't be a problem." Zhuowen took the jade strip and immediately checked the contents of the jade strip. However, he frowned slightly and said, "Are you sure that the information recorded in this jade strip won't be wrong?" Xia Bingyu waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. That old fellow has the title of all-knowing scholar in our sect. Generally, the information that he can obtain will not be too far off." At this point, Xia Bingyu giggled and said, "I have already done what you asked me to do. What about the reward?" Zhuowen nodded slightly. With a wave of his right hand, he once again created an isolation barrier between the two of them. Then he took out a profound saint artifact and 10 superior-grade immortal pills from his spirit ring. These 2 items were the reward for the information that he had previously promised. Xia Bingyu was like a little money grubber as she accepted the profound saint artifact and the 10 superior-grade immortal pills. At the same time, her eyes once again fell on Zhuowen and said, "Where is my great saint gold core?" Zhuowen shrugged and said, "That thing will not be left out." With that, Zhuowen took out the great saint gold core and handed it to Xia Bingyu. The latter exclaimed in surprise as her eyes lit up. She held the great saint gold core in her hand and smiled foolishly. "Pa!" Zhuowen slapped the back of Xia Bingyu's head. The latter was so frightened that she almost dropped the great saint gold core in her hand. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and hurriedly grabbed the great saint gold core in her arms. She glared at Zhuowen and said, "What are you doing? Since you have received the reward, why aren't you taking me to the Burning Heaven Square? Do you want me to spank you again?" Zhuowen said indifferently. Hearing this, Xia Bingyu's pretty face immediately turned red. She said, coquettishly, "You pervert! Release the restriction, and I'll take you there." After Zhuowen released the restriction, Xia Bingyu angrily led the way in front. However, her cheeks were still red. The maidservants behind her stared at Xia Bingyu in surprise and said, "Young master, what's wrong with you? Did something happen in the restriction just now?" Xia Bingyu staggered and almost fell. She shouted at the maidservants, "What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly follow me to the Burning Heaven Square." "Master," martial uncle, and the others are waiting anxiously there. Seeing Xia Bingyu's guilty look, Zhuowen smiled knowingly and called Lowe's to follow behind them. At this moment, Burning Heaven City was bustling with people. It was many times more lively than when Zhuowen and Lowe's had just entered Burning Heaven City. It was almost crowded. However, it was a good thing that most of the warriors in Burning Heaven City recognized Xia Bingyu's identity. Therefore, when Xia Bingyu walked over, most of the warriors consciously made way for her. "Junior sister, I've finally found you. Quickly come up." A clear and melodious voice rang out, and a rather large treasure boat appeared in the sky above the street. The surface of the treasure boat was colorful and filled with jewels. Wherever it passed, the sound of waves could be heard. It was as if the treasure boat was not floating in the air, but in the vast and boundless sea. On the treasure boat, there were many figures with powerful auras. At a glance, one could tell that the warriors on the treasure boat were extraordinary. The one who greeted Xia Bingyu was a young man with a sword on his back, standing at the front of the treasure boat. The young man's clothes were whiter than snow. He was gentle and elegant and looked very good when he smiled. At this moment he was smiling at Xia Bingyu. "It's the treasure boat of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate." Many people in the surroundings recognized the treasure boat and consciously made way, not daring to get too close. Xia Bingyu naturally stepped into the treasure boat with the servant girl. Then she called out to Zhuowen, "Brother Miefan, why aren't you coming up?" Zhuowen nodded slightly and jumped onto the treasure boat without hesitation. "Brother Miefan, this treasure boat is filled with our 9 Saints' Heavenly Gates senior brothers and sisters. There are also masters and uncles. You probably don't know them, but they all know you." Xia Bingyu said rather playfully, "I'm Han Yu, Bingyu's senior brother. Brother Miefan, I've heard of your name before. There aren't many people in the southern wilderness who can make Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing suffer at the same time. You're one of them." The young man in snow-white clothes slowly walked in front of Zhuowen and cupped his hands together in a rather friendly manner. Regarding the matter of Miefan, most people in Burning Sky City had heard of it. Han Yu had also heard of it, and there was a trace of closeness in his tone. Chapter 1548. King Jiang Xianxia Bingyu had told everyone in the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate about Miefan. Of course, she didn't tell anyone about Zhuowen's reward. She had only told her master, the Empyrean Sage, about bringing Zhuowen into the Burning Sky Plaza. The Empyrean Sage had naturally agreed. After all, the strength that Miefan had displayed was enough to make the Empyrean Sage want to build a good relationship with someone like that. "You must be Miefan? Thank you for taking care of Bingyu. I am the sect master of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate, the Empyrean Sage." At that moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance slowly walked over. He had a purple gold crown on his head, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. This middle-aged man was the sect master of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate, the Empyrean Sage. The Empyrean Sage had a smile on his face as he stared at Zhuowen. His actions were quite friendly. Zhuowen was stunned by the Empyrean Sage's words. He hadn't expected the Empyrean Sage to say something like that. It seemed that he had never taken care of Xia Bingyu before. Instead, he had asked Xia Bingyu to do many things for him. However, looking at the Empyrean Sage's expression, Zhuowen knew that the Empyrean Sage was trying to get close to him. It was likely that the conflict between him and Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing had already spread throughout the Burning Sky City. Therefore, the Empyrean Sage might have realized that he was extraordinary, which was why he was trying to get close to him. When the Empyrean Sage spoke to Zhuowen, he would look at Lowe's, who was standing beside Zhuowen, with some fear in his eyes. The Empyrean Sage didn't keep his news a secret. It was said that during the conflict at the Burning Flames restaurant, this burly man called Lowe's had even thrown the sword elder of the Jiangxian clan out of the restaurant like trash. The Empyrean Saint guessed that Lowe's was a heavenly saint after all. Even the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate wouldn't dare to provoke an expert of this level. It was precisely because he was wary of lows that the Empyrean sage was so friendly with the young man in front of him. To be protected by such an expert, this young man must have an extraordinary background. I wonder where young Master Mieffin learned from. Who is your master? Empyrean sage suddenly asked. I'm just a wandering cloud and a wild crane. I don't have a master. Zhuowen replied indifferently. The Empyrean saint's face stiffened. He knew that Zhuowen didn't want to reveal his family's background, so he didn't pursue the matter. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 9 saints' heavenly gates treasure boat took off, rays of light also swept out from various parts of burning Sky City. Treasure boats flew. Strange birds flew. Long swords slashed the sky, and ferocious beasts roared. In any case, there were all kinds of mounts flying high into the sky. Of course, the purpose of these mounts was surprisingly the same. They were all flying towards the center of Burning Sky City, which was the Burning Sky Plaza where the Burning Sky Hall was located. Look, that's the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gates treasure boat. When the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gates treasure boat flew to the entrance of the plaza, it immediately attracted the envious gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Afterward, the Empyrean saint led the crowd down the treasure boat. Under the respectful lead of a Burning Heaven sect disciple, they entered the Burning Sky Plaza. The Burning Sky Plaza was extremely large. At this moment, there were rows of tables arranged one after another. Moreover, these weren't ordinary tables. Each table occupied an area of 200 to 300 square meters. This kind of table was in the shape of an arc extending to both sides. It was more than enough to accommodate dozens of people, and it was completely capable of accommodating the disciples brought by those big forces. After the Burning Heaven sect disciple led the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gates group to a table near the edge of the plaza, he respectfully retreated. During this period, the mounts of the other major forces flew into the plaza from time to time. The Burning Heaven sect's disciples, who were already waiting at the entrance, led them to their seats in the plaza. Of course, these major forces weren't as famous as the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate. Therefore, they didn't cause a huge commotion. The Dark Crow sect has also arrived. After a short while, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became much more lively. Soon after, a huge black shadow flew over from the horizon. When the black shadow flew closer, the crowd finally saw the true appearance of the black shadow. It was actually a black crow that was hundreds of feet long. On the back of the black crow, there were figures dressed in black robes. These figures' black robes were undoubtedly embroidered with the pattern of the Dark Crow sect. This was the unique symbol of the Dark Crow sect. Standing at the front of the black crow was a man wearing a black crow mask. However, due to the mask, the crowd couldn't see the man's true appearance clearly. However, the warriors below recognized the man wearing the black crow mask. He was the sect master of the Dark Crow sect, Yin Wu Shui. He was an extremely mysterious and powerful saint. In the beginning, the Dark Crow sect wasn't very famous. However, in the hands of Yin Wu Shui, it only took him 100 years to make the Dark Crow sect a famous sect in the southern barbarian capital. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and looked at Yin Wu Shui. The aura on Yin Wu Shui's body was very obscure. It seemed that he had used some kind of concealment technique to hide his cultivation and aura. Standing behind Yin Wu Shui was Prince Raven. At this moment, Prince Raven slowly turned his head and glanced at the table where the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate was located. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and the aura in his body suddenly became somewhat violent. Yin Yan, what's wrong? Yin Wu Shui also felt the abnormality behind him. He turned his head slightly and asked in an indifferent voice. Prince Raven took a deep breath and said respectfully, Sect Master, I mentioned Mieffin to you before. You should know that Mieffin is now in the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate. Oh, Yin Wu Shui was startled. He turned his head slightly and looked at the table where the 9 Saints' heavenly gate was located. His pair of emotionless and cold eyes stared at Joan. His gray pupils were like that of a poisonous snake looking at its prey. It was extremely vicious. Joan was awe-inspiring and fearless. He looked straight at Yin Wu Shui's emotionless and cold eyes. His face was calm and composed. What an interesting little fellow. I wonder if this little fellow will still be able to remain so calm when I dig out its heart? Yin Wu Shui smiled coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up in a chilling arc. Many of the disciples of the Dark Crow sect behind him were shocked. Although Yin Wu Shui was the sect master of the Dark Crow sect, he was cruel and merciless. Moreover, he liked to use perverted torture to deal with disobedient disciples. Some disciples even chose to commit suicide because they could not stand Yin Wu Shui's torture. It could be said that the disciples of the Dark Crow sect feared Yin Wu Shui more than they respected him. Joan, it seems like Yin Wu Shui has his eyes on you. You have to be careful. Yin Wu Shui is a pervert who eats people without spitting out their bones. Xia Bingyu whispered to Joan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust as she looked at Yin Wu Shui's direction. I naturally know about this, Joan said with a smile. Looking at Joan's appearance, Xia Bingyu shook her head. She knew that Joan did not listen to her words. However, she did not say anything when she thought about how powerful Joan and Lo's were. Although Yin Wu Shui was powerful, the mysterious young man in front of her was not an easy nut to crack. After the Dark Crow sect had arrived at the Burning Sky Square, the group that followed behind them made many of the warriors go crazy. It's the Jiangxian family. Look, isn't that Prince Jiangxian? He is a legendary figure. It is said that he has been in seclusion in the Jiangxian family for a long time. It seems like the Burning Heaven sect has a lot of face. A long rainbow flashed across the sky and formed a long bridge. On the other side of the long bridge, a group of people slowly walked over. This group of people seemed to be walking slowly. However, it was as if they were teleporting. Step by step, they quickly approached the Burning Heaven Square. At the front of this group of people, there was a middle-aged man with a tall crown on his head. He was wearing a feathered robe. This middle-aged man had a sword on his waist. His whole person was like a noble in the secular world. His temperament was very high. The little, virtuous King Jiang Liqing, as well as the silent sword elder, silently followed behind King Jiangxian. Coincidentally, the Jiangxian family seat was right next to the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate. The two seats were only inches apart. When Prince Jiangxian led the Jiangxian family to the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate seat, he stopped and cupped his hands at the Saint of Tianyu. Brother Tianyu, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. How have you been? The Saint of Tianyu had already stood up and said cheerfully, It's the same as usual. However, I see that Brother Jiangxian's complexion is as red as jade. I'm afraid that you have gained something from your seclusion in the past 1,000 years. At this moment, the Saint of Tianyu's eyes flickered. He seemed to be probing. In the past, Prince Jiangxian was extremely outstanding. His cultivation had been soaring, and his strength had even surpassed the Saint of Tianyu. He had reached the peak of the Yin Sky Saint realm. Nearly 1,000 years ago, Prince Jiangxian had gone into seclusion in order to break through the shackles and reach the Yang Sky Saint realm. However, the Saint of Tianyu could not see through Prince Jiangxian's aura. He knew that Prince Jiangxian might have gained something. I'm not that talented, but I did gain something. Prince Jiangxian laughed. The Saint of Tianyu's eyes narrowed. In the end, he smiled and said, As expected of the most brilliant genius in the history of the Jiangxian family, Brother Jiangxian is worthy of this title. I admire you. Brother Tianyu, you're too humble. If you weren't worried about the sect affairs, you could have broken through the shackles of so many years like me. Prince Jiangxian said humbly. The Saint of Tianyu waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Brother Jiang Xian, you must be joking. In terms of talent, I'm far inferior to you. Prince Jiang Xian smiled noncommittally. Then his gaze fell on Zhuowen and Lo's, who were sitting at the side of the 9 Saint Heavenly Gate seats. The smile on his face faded. You're called Miefun, right? I've heard about you. You were able to defeat Li Qing at such a young age. Your strength and talent are indisputable. Chapter 1549. Jade Slip Message. Of course, if you think you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of a strong cultivator, I advise you to give up on that thought. It's better for the younger generation to be respectful and follow the Tao. After King Jiang Xian finished speaking, he lifted his foot and planned to walk to the side of the seats. King Jiang Xian, are we related? An indifferent voice sounded out. Immediately, King Jiang Xian's foot stiffened. He turned his head and looked at Zhuowen. Indeed, we are not related, but... King Jiang Xian slowly said. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. Since we are not related, do you have the right to lecture me? Do you think you have the right to lecture me just because you broke through the shackles and reached the Sun-Sky Saint stage? I think you are the one who thinks you are infallible. Do you think you are the best in the world after you broke through? At this point, Zhuowen looked at Jiang Xian indifferently and continued, Little did you know that in my eyes, you are nothing but a joke. The moment those words came out, both the Jiang Xian clan and the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate fell into silence as everyone stared blankly at Zhuowen. No one would have thought that the young man called Miefun would dare to refute King Jiang Xian. He was so bold that it was shocking. Brother Miefun, are you crazy? Xia Bingyu quickly grabbed Zhuowen's arm, trying to pull him back and stop Zhuowen from continuing. However, the moment she tried to pull Zhuowen, Xia Bingyu was shocked to find that Zhuowen was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard she tried to pull him, the latter did not budge at all. Miefun, you are too presumptuous. How dare you speak so rudely? Kneel down and apologize immediately. King Jiang Li Qing stepped forward and stared coldly at Zhuowen. His tone was extremely unfriendly. King Jiang Xian was the head of the Jiang Xian clan and Jiang Li Qing's idol when he was young. Now that Zhuowen was slandering King Jiang Xian in front of him, how could Jiang Li Qing endure it? However, King Jiang Xianwang waved his hand to stop Jiang Li Qing. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, You are indeed arrogant enough. I wonder if you have the qualifications to be arrogant? Zhuowen didn't say anything, but Lo stood in front of King Jiang Xian. His tower-like body was like a pillar that connected the heavens and the earth as he looked down at King Jiang Xian. You don't have to worry about that. Miefun naturally has the right to be arrogant. If you don't like it, we can exchange blows. Lo's grinned and slowly clenched his fists. The space around his palms crackled, as if it had completely collapsed. It was an extremely frightening sight. Looking at this scene, King Jiang Xian's eyes slowly narrowed, revealing a trace of caution. Today is a joyous occasion for the Burning Heaven sect. The two of you don't have to be so serious, right? Tianyu Sage hurriedly mediated. Brother Tianyu is right. Today is a joyous occasion for the Burning Heaven sect. Funju, let's have a good talk next time. King Jiang Xian smiled faintly and immediately led the disciples of the Jiang Xian clan to the side seats. Just now, King Jiang Xian seemed to have some conflict with Miefun. Unfortunately, there was no conflict between the two. Not far from the seats of the 9 Saints' Heavenly Gate, Yin Wuxiue gloomily watched the scene that had just happened and said indifferently. Prince Raven, who was sitting beside Yin Wuxiue, also revealed a trace of pity on his face. Later, when the great feast of the world begins, Zhou Tianzong will bring out the burning heaven and boiling sea. This will be of great help to your cultivation. You have to make good use of it. Yin Wuxiue suddenly said to Prince Raven. Prince Raven's eyes narrowed and said, Burning heaven and boiling sea? I remember that the Burning Heaven sect hasn't burned the sky and boiling sea for a long time, right? This time, they're going to burn the sky and boiling sea again. This will consume a lot of energy and resources, right? Hee hee. Do you think that old man Zhou Tianzong brought out the burning heaven and boiling sea for the major forces of the southern barbarian lands? You are wrong. This burning heaven and boiling sea is most likely prepared for the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Bathing Zhe. Yin Wushue's gaze was indifferent as he continued. It is said that Bathing Zhe has the bloodline of the black tortoise. He is extremely talented and his strength is terrifying. He is only 30 years old, but his cultivation is already at the peak of the profound sage realm. He is a rare genius of the Snow Palace. I don't need to explain the effects of the burning heaven and boiling sea in detail. This thing is prepared for Bathing Zhe to break through to the heaven sage realm. However, if you don't compete with him, you can still drink a cup of soup later. Hearing this, Prince Raven revealed a look of amazement. He was also shocked by Bathing Zhe's talent. He was only 30 years old, but he was already at the peak of the profound sage realm. Coupled with the bloodline of the black tortoise, he probably had the strength of a heavenly Yin sage realm expert. He was definitely a monstrous genius. A monstrous genius like Bathing Zhe could be called a monstrous genius even in the central barbarian lands. It is said that the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect has the bloodline of the Phoenix. Wouldn't that make her as monstrous as Bathing Zhe? Prince Raven asked. He only knew that the Burning Heaven sect had a Holy Maiden, but that Holy Maiden was extremely mysterious and rarely seen. He also didn't know the specific cultivation realm of that Holy Maiden. The Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden is called Mu Qinxue. It is said that she had been training in the eastern barbarian lands for some time and was only recently brought back by the Burning Heaven sect. As for the specific situation, I am not particularly clear, Yin Wushue said indifferently. Prince Raven nodded slightly and didn't continue to ask. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more teams from the major forces entered the Burning Heaven Square. The originally empty square was now crowded with people, bustling with activity. In the seats of the 9 Saints' heavenly gate, Zhuowen silently sat the back, looking down at his right hand. At this moment, there was a crystal-clear jade slip in his hand. Quietly staring at the jade slip in his hand, Zhuowen fell into deep thought. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had encountered some kind of problem. Is this person very important to you? Suddenly, Xia Bingyu sat next to Zhuowen. Looking at Zhuowen's thoughtful appearance, she couldn't help but ask. Zhuowen glanced at Xia Bingyu and finally nodded slightly. Very important. She is an extremely important person in my life. She is also the person I have been thinking about day and night for more than 20 years. Hearing Zhuowen's dreamlike words, Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes dimmed a little. However, she quickly forced herself to be calm. With a wave of her folding fan, she pressed it against Zhuowen's chest and smiled. This is the first time I've seen such a heavy expression on your face. Cheer up. Zhuowen smiled and slowly moved Xia Bingyu's folding fan away. I have some matters to attend to. I will be back in a while. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, Xia Bingyu was stunned. She didn't know why, but she really didn't want Zhuowen to leave. It was as if she would never see him again once Zhuowen left. What's wrong with me? Xia Bingyu wiped the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but ask. In a corner far away from the burning sky plaza, there were very few people here. There were almost no cultivators here. Zhuowen pointed at the void and created an isolation restriction around him. Then he took out the blue dragon token and summoned 4 figures. Zhuowen! These 4 people looked at Zhuowen with grave expressions. These 4 people were none other than Long Xiaotian, Yanji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai. Among these 4 people, Long Xiaotian and Yanji were both at the Sky Yin Saint stage, while Jiangxian and Wenbai were both at the glimpse profound saint stage. Their strength was extraordinary. "Father, have you seen the information in the jade slip?" Zhuowen waved his right hand and handed the jade slip to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian nodded cautiously and said in a deep voice, "Xiao is in the burning flame pool on the top floor of the burning flame tower." "Father, you once said that you would bring Mother back personally. I know you will do it personally. I believe you this time." Zhuowen walked in front of Long Xiaotian and patted Long Xiaotian's shoulder heavily. Thousands of words were finally explained by this palm. "Haha, believe in your father. I once said that I would bring Xiao back personally. I will do what I say." Long Xiaotian laughed heartily. Then he looked at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, be careful. I know you will bring that girl Qin Shui back." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth raised slightly, and he said with a smile, "Of course. I will bring Qin Shui back personally." After saying this, Zhuowen looked at Yan, Ji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai. He bowed and said cautiously, "Martial granduncles, I'll have to trouble you this time." Yan Ji and the other two helped Zhuowen up and waved their hands. "Zhuowen, you don't need to say this to us. Speaking of which, us three old fellows have benefited a lot from your Azure Dragon Hall. This time, we came out to help Brother Xiaotian. Naturally, we won't decline our responsibility." Yan Ji and the other two stayed in the Azure Dragon Hall. Not only did they enjoy the benefits of the flow of time, but Zhuowen also took out immortal pills from time to time for them to use for cultivation. Moreover, Zhuowen also took out 2 profound sacred artifacts and 1 Yang Sky sacred artifact and gave them to Yan Ji and the other 2. After receiving so many benefits from Zhuowen, Yan Ji and the other 2 were actually quite embarrassed. At the same time, they also felt that following Zhuowen to the southern wilderness was worth it. "Old Yan, let's go. Also, Zhuowen, you must be careful. Most of the experts of the Burning Heaven sect are probably gathered in the Burning Heaven Plaza. Don't be reckless in everything." Long Xiaotian looked deeply at Zhuowen. Finally, he took in Ji and the other 2 and quietly left the place. They rushed towards the burning flame tower on the other side of the Burning Heaven Plaza. Because today was a joyous occasion for the Burning Heaven sect, the defense of the Burning Flame Tower was not as strict as usual. Zhuowen knew that now was the best time to let Long Xiaotian go to the Burning Flame Tower. Zhuowen withdrew his gaze and immediately left the place. "Miafun, where did you go just now? You were gone for so long." When Zhuowen returned to his seat, Xia Bingyu suddenly came up to him. Her beautiful eyes contained a trace of relief, as if she had breathed a sigh of relief when Zhuowen returned. "I just went out for a stroll," Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuo Wen's appearance caused Xia Bingyu to be extremely suspicious. However, she did not ask about it. Whoosh! Chapter 1550. Tiger Collapsing Mountain Boom. A terrifying rumbling sound that was like the 9 heavens' profound thunder exploded in the sky. It was as if the entire Burning Heaven city was undergoing a terrifying lightning tribulation at this moment. Amidst the terrifying ear-piercing sound, a tiger's roar could be faintly heard. It was as if the Tiger King had descended from the mountain and was displaying his domineering aura. Everyone raised their heads and saw a huge white tiger silhouette leaping out of the void from the depths of the sky. The huge tiger claw stepped on the void, and wherever it passed, it would cause an extremely terrifying collapse of space. Due to the collapsing force, countless black holes formed in the surroundings. The white tiger illusionary figure instantly rushed to the sky above the burning sky square. A frightening storm that soared to the sky swept across the horizon, causing the spectating martial artists around the burning sky square to involuntarily retreat. Awoo! The white tiger landed at the entrance of the Burning Heaven Plaza and roared towards the sky, stimulating the eardrums of countless martial warriors. Soon after, it collapsed into countless specks of light. After the specks of light dissipated, a group of figures appeared. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a white robe and had a youthful complexion. Although the old man had white hair, his complexion was rosy, and he looked like a robust man in his 30s. "Where's Zhou Tianzong? My fierce tiger sect rushed over from the western region. Why didn't Zhou Tianzong come out to welcome us?" The white-robed old man with white hair and a youthful complexion shouted with a rough voice. His voice was like thunder as it exploded in the entire Burning Heaven Plaza. "It's actually the overlord of the western region, the fierce tiger sect. I never thought that the Burning Heaven sect would invite the fierce tiger sect over." Hearing the white-robed old man's words, the surrounding people all revealed surprised expressions. Soon after, an uproar was set off. The position of the fierce tiger sect in the western region was equivalent to the position of the Burning Heaven sect in the southern barbarian region. They were powerful overlords of a region. "Brother Tiger, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" A hearty voice sounded out. Soon after, a slender figure walked out from the depths of the Burning Heaven Hall. It was the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong was wearing a purple robe. The surface of the robe was burning with a strange purple flame. Following behind Zhou Tianzong were the 18 Black Flame envoys. Zhou Tianzong had a carefree smile on his face. With a flash of purple flames, he appeared in front of the white-robed old man as if he had teleported. Zhou Tianzong's speed was too fast. No one could even see his figure. They could only see the sparks of the purple flames as he passed by. This white-robed old man was the sect leader of the ferocious tiger sect. His name was Hu Bengshan. At this moment, the corner of Hu Bengshan's mouth curled up as he smiled. "Thanks to you. I trust you have been well since we last met." Zhou Tianzong nodded slightly and looked behind Hu Collapsing Mountain. There was a young man with a body as sturdy as a tiger. He smiled and said, "This must be the young lord of the ferocious tiger sect, Hu Lai, right? To be able to cultivate to the peak of the profound sage realm at such a young age is truly commendable." Hu Lai was 12 feet tall, and he looked like a small mountain. His skin was like bronze and it emitted a white light. On his firm cheeks, there was a tiger-shaped imprint. His entire person looked like a fierce tiger. "Uncle Zhou is overpraising me. Speaking of which, where is that kid Yan Ruhua? That kid's cultivation wasn't weak even before he became a saint. I wonder how his cultivation is now. I can have a good spar with him," Hu Lai said with a grin. Zhou Tianzong's face stiffened, and he said indifferently, "Ruhua has some matters to attend to and isn't in the sect. If you want to spar with him, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." There weren't many people in the Burning Heaven City who knew about Yan Ruhua's death. This matter wasn't something to be proud of, so Zhou Tianzong naturally couldn't announce that Yan Ruhua had been killed. The death of the dignified holy son of the Burning Heaven sect was an extremely shameful matter. Zhou Tianzong wouldn't announce such a shameful matter. Hu Lai shrugged and whispered in surprise, "Is that so? That's really a pity." Zhou Tianzong smiled and said, "Come with me, ferocious tiger sect. I've already prepared your seats in the Burning Heaven Hall." Hu Han nodded and followed Zhou Tianzong to the Burning Heaven Hall. Without a doubt, the ferocious tiger sect seat was one of the best in the Burning Heaven Plaza. Whether it was the area or the decorations, it was much better than the seats of the other factions. Moreover, it was located in the best location. If the other faction seats were ordinary seats, then the ferocious tiger sect seat was a VIP seat. However, the other factions didn't feel anything wrong. As the overlord of the western region, the ferocious tiger sect's background wasn't necessarily inferior to the Burning Heaven sect. It was natural for Zhou Tianzong to treat them as VIP. "Sect Master Zhou, I've heard that the Burning Heaven sect's holy daughter possesses the Phoenix bloodline. She's devastatingly beautiful and peerless. Why hasn't the holy daughter come out?" Hu Lai couldn't help but ask curiously the moment he sat down. The ferocious tiger sect didn't really like the marriage between the Snow Palace and the Burning Heaven sect. After all, the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace were both overlords of their respective regions. The marriage between the two would definitely threaten the ferocious Tiger sect. Hee. Chun Shui will naturally come out later. Nephew, there's no need to be too anxious, Zhou Tianzong said with a smile. Hearing this, Hu Lai didn't ask any further. Hu Benshan, who was beside him, cupped his hands and said, Brother Zhou, since you've invited my ferocious tiger sect, then you should have invited that fellow, Sapphire Shore, right? Zhou Tianzong shook his head and said, I didn't invite the Blue Dragon Hall. Brother Tiger probably doesn't know about the matters of the Eastern Lands, right? What happened in the Eastern Lands? Hu Benshan asked curiously. The Eastern Lands has changed hands. The Blue Dragon Hall has been destroyed. Zhou Tianzong softly spat out these words, but it made Hu Benshan reveal a stunned expression. Soon after, he said in disbelief, The Blue Dragon Hall has been destroyed? How is that possible? Although the Blue Dragon Hall is the weakest force in the 4 major regions, it's still an overlord force in the Eastern Lands. I'm afraid there's no force in the Eastern Lands that can threaten the Blue Dragon Hall, right? You should be familiar with that force. It's called Ryuka, Zhou Tianzong said indifferently. Ryuka? Could it be that Ryuka from 10,000 years ago? I heard that the Blue Dragon Hall has been hunting down the descendants of Ryuka for the past 10,000 years, killing them all. It should be because the Ryuka has become a thing of the past. How could they overthrow the Blue Dragon Hall that's at its peak? Hu Benshan couldn't help but be shocked. He naturally knew about the Ryuka, but it was a force that had been annihilated in the river of history. 10,000 years later, it actually rose again and overthrew the Blue Dragon Hall. This was truly unbelievable. Perhaps Brother Tiger doesn't know? A peerless genius appeared among the descendants of the Ryuka. His name is Zhuowen, and he is known as Longwen in Ryuka. This child had a heaven-defying opportunity and obtained an immortal sacred artifact. It was with that immortal sacred artifact that he gathered the descendants of the Ryuka and strengthened them. In the end, he overthrew the Blue Dragon Hall. Zhou Tianzong sighed. At this moment, both Hu Benshan and Hu Lai were moved, especially Hu Benshan. He couldn't help but exclaim, Immortal sacred artifact? How is that possible? Long Wen's opportunity is so heaven-defying that he actually obtained a supreme treasure like an immortal sacred artifact? Zhou Tianzong glanced at Hu Benshan and suddenly said, The Blue Dragon Hall is one of the overlords of the 4 major regions after all. It has a good relationship with the southern barbarian, the western regions, and the northern regions. We don't disturb each other. However, now that the Blue Dragon Hall has been destroyed, this is a provocation to our 4 major regions. I believe Brother Tiger also has the same idea, right? Zhou Tianzong said indifferently. Oh, Brother Zhou, what do you mean? Hu Benshan narrowed his eyes. To conquer the Eastern Lands and give an explanation to the destroyed Blue Dragon Hall, as well as to ensure that the dignity of our 4 major regions cannot be blasphemed, the Snow Palace has already decided to unite with my Burning Heaven sect. After this marriage, we will go to the Eastern Lands to conquer the Ryuka. I believe the fierce tiger sect won't mind going with us, right? At this point, Zhou Tianzong stared at Hu Benshan with a trace of a smile on his face. He knew that even Hu Benshan couldn't help but be attracted to a supreme treasure like an immortal, sacred artifact. Hu Benshan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before he said with a smile, Brother Zhou is right. The Ryuka is already history. The true master of the Eastern Lands should be the Blue Dragon Hall. The Ryuka has risen from the ashes. It's really hateful. I, Hu Benshan, will naturally not shirk my responsibility to go with Brother Zhou to conquer the Ryuka. With Brother Tiger's help, it's like adding wings to a tiger. After this marriage, let's go to the Eastern Lands together. At that time, we will let the Ryuka know that there are some things that can't be replaced by his misdeeds. We will definitely clear the Blue Dragon Hall's name. Zhou Tianzong laughed. Of course, as for the details, Let's wait for Sister Jibai to arrive, Zhou Tianzong said as he looked at the horizon. At some point in time, dense white snow had begun to fall from the sky. Suddenly, the burning heaven city, which was burning with monstrous flames, was covered in snow. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. What's going on? There is no snow in the burning heaven city all year round. Why is there such an abnormal snowfall today? Snowflakes fell from the sky and landed on the flames of the burning heaven city. However, they were not melted by the high temperature of the flames. Instead, they piled up on the streets, on the roofs, and on the water surface. At this moment, the burning heaven city was covered in snow. At this moment, the burning heaven city formed a dreamlike scenery. Many women revealed infatuated expressions when they saw the scene. Even the men could not help but stop and watch, admiring this unconcealable scene. The snow palace is coming, Zhou Tianzong muttered as he looked at the horizon. Hu Benshan also looked at the same direction. There, an ice carriage carved out of ice and snow was walking through the air. At the front of the ice carriage, there were 4 crystal clear ice horses. The sound of horse hooves resounded throughout the sky. At this moment, the ice and snow became thicker. Whoosh! The speed of the ice carriage was extremely fast. It walked through the air and arrived above the burning heaven square like lightning. The area of the ice carriage was huge. The shape of the ice carriage was like a hexagonal pavilion. The 4 sides were covered by gauze. It swayed with the wind and snowflakes whistled. Chapter 1551. Burning the sky and boiling the sea. The woman looked to be in her late 20s. She had white eyebrows and white hair. Her eyes were icy blue, and her delicate face was like a piece of black ice that had not melted for 10,000 years. She exuded a cold and unapproachable aura. What a cold woman! In the seats of the 9 saints' heavenly gate, Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the beauty in a long dress at the front of the ice carriage. He was surprised. The woman exuded a cold aura. Even when Zhuowen looked at her from afar, he could feel a chill in his heart. He knew that it was the woman's unique temperament that made him feel that way. She is the palace master of the snow palace Yuan Jibai. She is as cold as ice and unapproachable. She is a heavenly saint expert at the same level as the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect and the sect leader of the Ferocious Tiger sect. Xia Bingyu walked slowly to Zhuowen's side. When she saw that Zhuowen was paying attention to Yuan Jibai on the ice carriage, she opened her folding fan and introduced her to him. Then the young man behind Yuan Jibai should be the young palace master of the snow palace, Xiao Zhe. Zhuowen stared at the slender young man behind Yuan Jibai. The young man's white hair was like needles, standing straight up like icicles hanging down from the top of an ice cave. His eyes were as white as frost, and they were filled with coldness and indifference. The young man was as tall as a pine tree, standing behind Yuan Jibai. He carried a large, crystal-clear halberd on his back. The large halberd was snow-white, as if it was made of ice and snow. He stood there, surrounded by countless ice and snow. If one took a closer look, one could vaguely see the shadow of a black tortoise floating in the surrounding ice and snow. Without a doubt, the handsome young man was none other than the young palace master of the snow palace, Xiao Zhe. Yes, that is indeed Xiao Zhe. It is said that he has the bloodline of the black tortoise. It is rumored in the Burning Heaven City that Xiao Zhe and the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Mu Qinxue, are a match made in heaven. The former has the bloodline of the black tortoise, while the latter has the bloodline of the phoenix. It's said that once warriors with these 2 bloodlines combine, the energy they can unleash is extremely terrifying. They can unleash strength that far surpasses their own realm. Before Xia Bingyu could finish her words, Zhuowen, who was standing beside her, suddenly clenched his fist, causing Xia Bingyu to shut her mouth. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Zhuowen. At that moment, Zhuowen's expression was somewhat ferocious. A tyrannical aura burst out from his body. It was as if there was a primordial beast hidden in Zhuowen's body that could explode at any moment. Bulsh *T. How can Bathing Lake be worthy of Mu Chinchua? In my opinion, he is not qualified at all, Zhuowen said coldly. Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. However, she did not reply. She was extremely astonished at Zhuowen's abnormal behavior. How do you know that Xiaozhe is not worthy of Mu Chinchua? Xia Bingyu could not help but ask. In any case, he is not worthy. Very soon, I will prove it to you. After Zhuowen indifferently said those words, he sat down in his seat and did not say anything else. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, Xia Bingyu also fell silent. She could faintly feel that the current Zhuowen was very different from usual. Therefore, she did not intend to disturb Zhuowen. After the ice carriage of the Snow Palace landed in the Burning Heaven Plaza, Zhou Tianzong also personally came over. He brought Yuan Jibai, Muyuza, and the other disciples of the Snow Palace over and arranged them in the best seats in the Burning Heaven Hall. During this time, many disciples of other forces came over from the horizon. After all the forces had arrived, Zhou Tianzong slowly walked forward. Zhou Tianzong looked around the entire Burning Heaven Plaza and said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for coming to the Burning Heaven sect to witness the marriage alliance between our Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. Sect Master is too polite. Sect Master is too polite. It is our honor to be invited to participate in this marriage alliance." In the plaza, many leaders of forces stood up and politely cupped their hands to return Zhou Tianzong's greeting. Their attitude was extremely respectful. The corner of Zhou Tianzong's mouth slightly raised. Shortly after, he pointed to the seats of the Snow Palace and said with a smile, "This marriage alliance between our Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden and the Snow Palace's young Palace Master is a grand occasion. As the main character of this marriage alliance, I invite the young Palace Master, Xiaozhe, to let everyone get to know each other." After he finished speaking, Xiaozhe, whose hair was as white as needles, slowly stepped forward. As he stepped out, wind and snow rushed into the sky. Above his head, the illusory image of a black tortoise wantonly intertwined, and the roar of a beast resounded through the sky. Under the terrifying roar of a beast, many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but cover their ears and retreat, their eyes filled with shock. This Xiaozhe is indeed the most talented disciple of the Snow Palace. With his cultivation at the peak of the profound sage realm and the power of the black tortoise bloodline, he can instantly kill any saint at the peak of the profound sage realm. I'm afraid that even in ordinary Ean sky, saint might not be his opponent, right? The roar of the black tortoise was so powerful that even though the seats of the 9 saints' heavenly sect were rather far from the Burning Heaven Hall, many of the disciples of the 9 saints' heavenly sect were deeply affected. Even Xia Bingyu couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, Xia Bingyu soon noticed that Zhuowen, who was standing not far away from her, didn't move at all like an ancient mountain. I wonder if Mie Fun or the young Palace Master of the Snow Palace, Xiaozhe, is stronger? When she saw Zhuowen, who was as immovable as a mountain, Xia Bingyu couldn't help but think of Mie Fun's previous actions. Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing had both suffered a great loss at the hands of Mie Fun, and even Elder Jin didn't dare to casually make a move against him. It was precisely because of these events that Mie Fun was extremely mysterious in Xia Bingyu's heart. At this moment, seeing that Zhuowen didn't move under Xiaozhe's power, she couldn't help but compare Mie Fun to Xiaozhe. The illusory image of the black tortoise above his head, surrounded by ice and snow, made Xiaozhe look like a god or a demon. He stood there with his back straight, as if he could support the entire sky. He turned his head to look at Zhou Tianzong and said respectfully, "Sect Master Zhou, when will the saintess arrive?" At this point, Xiaozhe's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of passion. The Phoenix bloodline and his black tortoise bloodline were very compatible bloodlines. The two bloodlines complemented each other, and if they were combined, it would bring benefits that were hard to hide for both of them. Moreover, Xiaozhe also knew some inside information. It said that if the two bloodlines could be combined, the offspring would have both bloodlines. This kind of offspring would be brought in by the family in the Central Plains. Perhaps he could rely on this kind of offspring to be accepted as a core disciple of that family, obtaining even more resources. Zhou Tianzong revealed a faint smile and said in a low voice, "Nephew, don't be anxious. Before Qin Shui arrives, I want to give you a gift." "Gift?" Xiaozhe asked in a surprised voice. "Burning the heavens and boiling the seas." Zhou Tianzong softly said these 4 words. Xiaozhe's pupils couldn't help shrinking. He had already heard about burning the heavens and boiling the seas. It said that deep under the burning heaven plaza, there was a god descending lava vein. To put it bluntly, this god descending lava vein was underground magma, but the magma under the burning heaven plaza was not normal. It contained a large amount of energy. The unique architecture of the burning heaven city had an inseparable connection with this god descending lava vein. It was also because of this god descending lava vein that the burning heaven sect was able to stand tall, becoming bigger and bigger. As for burning the heavens and boiling the seas, it was a kind of ritual of the burning heaven sect. This ritual was the supreme method of the burning heaven sect. It activated the large array around the god descending lava vein, and with this large array as a foundation, the god descending lava vein would be drawn out. The sea of magma would soar into the sky like it was burning the sky, hence the name burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Inside the burning the heavens and boiling the seas, there would be a long time old wine. If a cultivator could obtain this wine and drink it, they would have a large chance of breaking through their shackles and advancing to a new realm. In the past, the sect master of the burning heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong, had found a 5,000-year-old wine during the burning the heavens and boiling the seas ceremony. After drinking it, he broke through from the peak of the profound sage realm to the heaven sage realm in one fell swoop. This kind of event caused a great sensation at that time, and it also made countless forces in the southern wilderness discover the great benefits of the burning the heavens and boiling the seas. However, since that time, the burning heaven sect had never opened the burning the heavens and boiling the seas again, which made some forces who were looking forward to it quite disappointed. Could it be that the burning the heavens and boiling the seas this time will contain a 5,000-year-old wine? Xiaozhe's eyes lit up as he sent a sound transmission in a low voice. "Yes, the 5,000-year-old wine this time will belong to you. After drinking it, you will be able to break through your shackles and become a heaven sage in a short period of time. Before that, I will arrange for Qin Shui to come out. At that time, you two can properly meet." Saying this, the corners of Zhou Tianzong's mouth revealed a calm smile, as if everything was under his control. "All right, I will listen to the sect master's arrangements." Xiaozhe did not expect that Zhou Tianzong would open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas for him. This made him feel flattered and somewhat excited. It had been some time since he had advanced to the peak of the profound sage realm. If he did not accumulate and cultivate for a long time, it would take him thousands of years to break through to the heaven sage realm on his own. But now, if he could obtain the 5,000-year-old wine in the burning the heavens and boiling the seas, breaking through to the heaven sage realm would not be a problem. Seeing that Xiaozhe had agreed, Zhou Tianzong also nodded. He had already discussed the burning the heavens and boiling the seas with Yuan Jibai. As long as Xiaozhe had no objections, he could directly take action and summon the burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Zhou Tianzong floated in the sky, looking down at the people in the square, and said in a clear voice, "This marriage is a grand occasion of the 4 major territories, and it is also a happy occasion. Therefore, I have decided to celebrate this happy occasion and prepare to open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas." As soon as these words came out, the entire burning heaven square fell into silence and then burst into an uproar. After such a long time, the burning heaven sect was finally ready to open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas again, and this time it was in front of the countless forces of the southern wilderness. There was no doubt that the Burning Heaven sect would open the burning the heavens and boiling the seas to face the many major forces of the southern wilderness, and not just the Burning Heaven sect.